blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that a blessing. I'm a foot for walk, another blessing. Me the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessings. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing.
Welcome to my assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Soda, ya. Soda, yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praise to the Most High. Peace and blessings, everyone. Peace and blessings. All right, hold on. Let me come on the screen. Let me go share screen. Right, window, bang, share. All right, let me get my link, my invite link to invite my brothers and sisters in the building. All right, whoever can make it tonight. Let me go to comment section. Peace and blessings to the comment section. All right, start. All right, peace and blessings, everyone. All right, let's get going. Let's get going. So tonight's live stream, never seen footage. Karmelo Anthony footage, never seen before. What did they see? Now, y'all know just from the title alone, we're going to have all type of niggas coming in the building. So for the moderators, y'all already get prepared. You already know for a subject like this, a title like this, you know, they come in, the iggers are coming. The white iggers, the black iggers, Hispanic iggers, Asian iggers, you probably all iggers, Indian iggers, the iggers of the world is coming in the building. All right, now, we don't know how much they're going to let us get through the shadow ban, but I know some iggers are going to come a little later. They're going to see this title. If y'all give a like to the live stream so others can know we live later on, and they'll start, they'll be coming in the chat, spewing their iggeration, their igger statements, their igger theology, their igger biases. All right, now, y'all know me. I try to bring balance to every subject that I bring out. I bring completion, kalalaya, right? I just don't bring one side of the narrative. So there are some clips tonight that's probably will trigger a few people, right? Let me see, did I put oh yeah, I did. Shalian Hakyama. There's some clips that'll probably trigger a few people. Don't get in your feelings, all right? We're just rightly discerning and dividing. Okay, so as I brought out earlier, Shalian, everybody coming in the building, Yaleen and everybody coming in the building. As I brought out in the other live stream, there is a third puppet masters that are striving to divide really the world. But we're talking about what's happening in America right now. Shout out to Stacy over there on Facebook. My family, Stacy. Peace and blessings, Stacy. Love you, Stacy McCullough. All right, that's my family, everybody. Shout out to Kim, Kev, Knowledge, everybody. Pokey, all the family. Tony, everybody. It's a lot of my other side of my family. Peace and blessings. All right, now, and all the babies. Now, they're doing the puppet masters of the world stage, the 1%, the trillion billionaires, right? They're doing a manipulation, right? And they're trying to cause, which they're going to continue, racial divides, right? Race wars, all right? Now, we have to be very careful lest we fall into the snares of the serpent, the snares, devices. The Bible calls us to be wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. So we have to have the wisdom of the serpent to understand their devices and what they're striving to do. Okay? Now, all right, shout out to B Sparrow, shout out to Yaron, and everybody and his wife, Angie, everybody coming in the building. All right, now, what I'm going to show, I got some footage that have never been seen before footage, or very, very, very rare. Most of y'all probably never seen this footage before, the things I'm going to show. Some of it is very triggering, all right? So you're going to have to get out your feelings and understand that there is a higher hierarchy puppet master that's trying to play the masses against each other while they try to slaughter us all, right? It's called divide and conquer. They've been doing it since antiquity, right? And a lot of the masses will fall for the devices of the serpent, but the Most High calls some of his righteous children to call it out. He never leaves his children to the devices of these adversaries. He calls us to be wise. So I'm going to keep calling it out. So you see this thumbnail? It says new footage, breaking news, right? And that's Karmelo, right? With his work uniform on. You don't see too much of that, right? They always show that crazy picture of him looking crazy, right? Again, I'm not taking sides with nothing. We're going to bring out the evidence. We're going to bring out video footage. We're going to bring out statements of those who was at the trial, those who was in the courtroom, all right? and we're going to rightly divide, as the Bible says, between truth, lies, manufactured perception. All right. I ain't never been one boo-boo the fool that just go with the status quo and let people just fling me to and fro, right? With media narratives, with the doctrine of men. That's how they got people, remember with the Black Lives Matter, right? It started out as a thing because they were shooting us so-called blacks all over TV, just doing crazy stuff. And what happened? Somebody came and hijacked the trauma and the sentiment of what the people were actually genuinely crying out for. And here comes George Soros and the other those people, the community, the non-male and female, right? And they took it over. Then they had crisis actors and they had people wearing masks and doing stuff. So this has always been a manipulation of narratives, right? So, and it could be either manufactured narratives by the 1% serpents, or it could be an actual incident that happened. They say never let a good crisis go to waste, right? So they ain't letting stuff go to waste. If something happened and then they can fan the flames and push sentiments and narratives, especially to push the blacks and the whites against one another, because once they got the blacks and whites against one another, everybody in the middle just fall in suit. You understand? That's the two extremes. The completion, kalaliyah. Once we get the blacks against the whites, everybody else in between, they just noise and fodder. You understand? So let's go. We got and then I got some balance because there's gonna be some little heavy stuff playing tonight. So I got some balance, so it don't get too crazy and heavy. And then y'all know I got a teaching to do at the end. Of course, y'all know I'm gonna teach something. All right. So let's get started. We're going to get to the first copyright disclaimers of tonight. Peace and blessings to everybody worldwide. Hopefully you had a blessed second day, what they call Monday, and hopefully you went forth and been a light in this dark second world. All right, let's go. Let's break this down. And to the moderators, if they let us a little through the shadow ban a little bit, like last time, I think we got about 4,000 views. That's decent, right? So we don't know what they're going to do tonight, right? But if they do, and these iggers start to come into the chat, don't put them in a short timeout, okay? As long as they're not cussing, if they, we're going to correct them for no cussing, but they have a right to view their opinion, whether it's foolish, folio, stupio, whatever it is. They don't have to, we don't have to always agree, but they have to be respectful. So y'all put them in a very short timeout, like 10 minutes. I know they're going to come back, but you got to understand how this system of this social media works, these algorithms. If we block all of those who oppose our opinions, or if we actually stifle the reach of the live stream, you understand? So I know it's a rough thing because we got to hear them, spew their foolish sentiments for a lot of them. But we have to understand that we have to play this devil's game. I just hate it. I wish we didn't. I wish we can just be live and they don't shadow ban nothing. But if we continue to stop the newer people from commenting and saying something, they'll knock us out the algorithm and nobody will get to see it. Because through these iggers that come here with their ignorance, others can find out we live because they because they comment and stuff, right? So because they comment and stuff and because they vocal, it's showing action on the live stream, and that triggers the algorithm to allow others to see it, right? So we got to let the Most High cook, and we got to just deal with these devices. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. So y'all have a little leniency. Y'all be a little more long patient on them. All right. All right, so all the moderators, listen clear, get out your feelings, all right? Because I know y'all hate to see them disrespect me and stuff like that. As long as we can stop them from cussing, saying cuss words, then they can, then put them in the timeout. If they want to come back after 15 minutes, they can come back. They want to keep spewing just darkness and don't add no fruit to the lesson, throw them in another 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Just keep throwing them in 10, 15-minute times out and just do it all night. It is what it is. Because through it, the Most High's other children will be able to find us. So we got to navigate these waters, right? These serpentine waters. You heard? Shout out to the righteous. We got to, that's what it is. The light, we have to go into the dark to get the righteous out of the darkness, right? So, us in our righteous bubble, we don't want to be around these ignoramuses, right? But that's where the righteous is as well, the ones that are lost. So we got to go in and get the lost, and this just is what it is. So we come out a little dirty. We can't be all clean all the time. We get some mud on us, right? Just wash it on off. You heard? Spiritual warriors. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Let's go to the first video clip of the night. Tonight, never seen before footage, right? What is confirmed in this case? The confirmations in this case is Karmelo Anthony was convicted of murder. These are the facts that are confirmed in this case. Karmelo Anthony was convicted of murder, and he was sentenced to 35 years for the fatal stabbing of Austin Metcalf at a Texas high school track meet. Prosecutors argued murder, while the defense argued self-defense, right? All right, so what is still unfolding? News report Anthony filed a notice of appeal. That means that the legal battles are continuing, and claims about trial fairness, jury selection, evidence, courtroom access, and legal rulings could be examined further through the appellate process, right? So appeals. Now, online, people are saying, people are saying that new footage proves that Anthony was unfairly convicted. All right, we're going to see video clips. Others argue that the footage supports the jury's decision, right? So the footage will raise questions, okay? And we're going to rightly discern and divide with our own understanding. All right. Now, how can I say this? The bigger context is this case sits at a very sore spot. It's an intersection between a family's grief, between race, between self-defense law, between media narratives, between courtroom transparency, and between public trust. All right? Now, we know the judge defended barring cameras in the courtroom, but then he, right after the courtroom, did a whole outtake in the courtroom with cameras on him, okay? All right, now, let's get started. First video clip of the night, all right? We're going to go to, let's get saying, we're almost 70 in the building so far. All right, we're going to go to first video clip of the night. Let me grab it, all right? And let me see how I'm going to set this up. Do I want to do that one? No, let's do this one. Let's get into it. Let's get right into it. So we're going to get into some unseen footage of Karmelo Anthony. All right. First, right off the rip, new footage released of Karmelo Anthony. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Let me stop share. Right. Let me come back here. Stop share. Go ahead, Akiama.
We have one question from yesterday whenever you're ready. Not yesterday, the other live whenever you're ready for it.
All right. Thank you. Go to bang, share. All right, copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. These are the first rounds of clips. We got a lot of clips. These are some unreleased footage of Karmelo Anthony. All right, and then I got some stuff that y'all didn't see. All right, copyright disclaimers are in effect. Here we go.
Karmelo Anthony.
All right, so there was a lot of, right here, what's playing. This is Karmelo Anthony on his football team, right? It looks like they're playing flag football or something, right? And Karmelo Anthony was the coach of his football team. So we know that Austin Metcalf, RIP to Austin Metcalf, and his brothers, and his brother, his twin, we know that they were football players and they were really good, right? But they downplayed that Karmelo was a football player and he was really good, Okay. All right. They were both. So Karmelo was like the captain of his football team. You know what I mean? And so they kind of only show the picture of him looking kind of crazy, but they never show the pictures of him playing sports as well. All right. So again, so this is some video footage of Karmelo with his teammates. All right. And let's continue. So he is some of the things that should be taken from the video is that this is they're interracial, right? So this ain't an all black team. He got white teammates that he seemed like he loves as well. Let's continue. So this is him. Some audio is going to play in a second. All right, so I turned that down. So that's him, and he's yelling. Now he's mic'd. They got the mic on him. So what they would do, like they do in the NFL, the best players, they put a mic on the player, right? So that the crowd in the replay and the news clips, you can hear the audio from the player. So they don't put it on a bad player. They put it on the best player. So you'll hear him yelling and rooting on his teammates. All right. So that's him. So that's who's yelling. So I turned it down because it's really loud. All right. All right. So let's continue. Right. And that's his teammate right there.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Get him! Get him! Get him! Yeah! Hey, number C, what? Number one, what? One seed? Come on now. We strapping. Hey, we up. Yo, what's the number one seed? Who the number one seed? Us. Both up. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, he finna get. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, good stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good game, good game. That was not the best defense, I swear it wasn't.
Oh boy. I don't know about you, but I saw so much crap there just in that short sequence of clips, which I had to highly edit because of the music. Tried to give you just the gist. I saw so much already that's just, oh boy. Football game. Okay, boys.
All right, let me explain what's happening. So this is what's really sad about how these serpents, the powers that be, are able to manipulate the masses, that they'll have this grown man, okay? It's different when they can manipulate the children, right? Or the youth or the mentally challenged. Well, a lot of grown people in America are mentally challenged. Everybody on the spectrum, to be honest with you. You understand? It's like, so this grown man, watch this clip, and he's talking about he see something so wrong. And everybody, what did y'all just see? Did y'all just see a young man encouraging his teammates, saying good job and excited for his teammates? And I don't see anything wrong with this. But this is how, yes, and look, white and black. See, the point I'm trying to make is an incident can happen, right? So let's say if an incident happened and like with me, like, a white police officer abused me, right? And tried to, violated my rights and all that. That doesn't make me go out and hate all white people. You understand? It doesn't make me disrespect all white people. It's an individual thing. So here he is with his teammates, right? Look, that's a young white brother. Look.
Hey, good stuff.
See? Hey, good stuff. He's not ignoring his white teammates and going to the black ones and just, you see what I mean? So what the point I'm trying to make is that the media will make this into a narrative that'll have grown men. See, this grown man sitting up here, and yeah, he got millions of subscribers. So these narratives are allowed to go out to the masses, right? We might not see it because we don't watch him, but he got thousands of people watching. The crazy thing is this new algorithm with YouTube is nuts. You got people with million subscribers that still only get 3,000-4,000 views. And that's what I get. And we only got 4,000. That's crazy. This new algorithm thing they did is nuts, right? They got a few people that they get above 20, 30, 50,000. But for the most part, I see people with 100,000 channels, and everybody, and they still getting the same views that I'm like, wow, well, thank you. Right? But anyway, if they leave, like, now y'all remember a couple of months ago when they let me slip through the shadow ban, we was getting 80, 70, 30, 50,000 views every channel, every time. So now they back under the shadow ban. But anyway, so he got 1 million subscribers, but the video still got about 4,000 or 5,000, which I'm glad. I'm glad ain't 1 million people seeing this stuff. But anyway, the point I'm trying to say is the teams even shook hands afterwards. You see what I'm saying? Sportsmanship is what it's called. All right. So now, yes, thank you. Working, athletic. Okay. All right. All right. So yeah, shout out to Twitch in the building. So the point I'm trying to make is that when they can make adults make things into something that is not and project it onto these children, this is where the puppet master really becomes successful in their narratives, their spinning narratives. All right. Because you see all these teams, you don't see, it ain't no racial divide and stuff on there, right? They on a team together and they want to win. And I seen sportsmanship. They wasn't really, he gave dots to the other team who lost. They apparently won because he's so excited. But let's continue.
Oh boy. I don't know about you, but I saw so much crap there just in that short sequence of clips, which I had to highly edit because of the music.
He saw so much crap. Let's continue.
Tried to give you just the gist. I saw so much already that's just, oh boy. Football game. Okay, boys. If you're mic'd up, usually they mic up the good players, the popular players, the players who make plays. They're great. They're some of the best on the team. They mic'd up Karmelo Anthony for this high school thing right here, which, by the way, this was his old high school before his Texas high school. And this took place in the Carolinas, where I'm from. Interesting. If you mic up a player, he's supposed to be great. Because it's fun to hear these star players and what are you thinking? What are you saying to other players? What's the dialogue out there on the field that the fans don't really usually get to hear while the game's going on? Okay. So that's the idea. So now it's trickled down from the NFL and all that down to some high school match game. So this guy's mic'd up, and I couldn't help but notice, and trust me, for your own listening pleasure, for your ears, for the sake of your eardrums, I cut out 90% of him just going. But I can guarantee you, just like the very few amount of clips I did leave in there, just to give you an idea, every time you hear him scream like he just accomplished something, he didn't do anything. It's someone else. And if you run back those clips, he cheers and acts like he just did something every time someone else does something. So I don't know how great this guy was at football. So
let me explain what he's doing. So this is how they spread hate, right? And they'll try to trigger me to hate my white brothers and sisters, trigger my white brothers and sisters to hate me, right? So he sat up there and said that if they mic you up, you're one of the best. That's what happens. They're not going to put the microphone on a subpar player, right? So that's my point, Twitch. So he's have a problem because Karmelo was rooting and cheering for when his fellow teammates catch the ball, do something good. That's called sportsmanship. Hello? He's an actual captain. Captains are supposed to cheer the children. Then he got mad because he said, rah, rah, loud, because he was loud. The mic is on him. They had a game outside. So if the mic is right here on me and I'm yelling at my friend, go, go, I'm going to be yelling. But he's going to paint it as if he's aggressive. See, and this is where the problem, where grown people, as adults, we can fail the youth. You understand? The world, the youth are looking for the adults to meter out the matters of the devils, of the adversaries. The youth are looking for us adults to stay clear-headed and don't fall for the devices of the serpent. But the adults are like so dumbed down. This is crazy. All right? Let's continue. Yeah, the scriptures say the elders have failed us. All right, let's continue.
Just accomplish something. And a clips I did leave in there just to give you an idea. Every time you hear him scream like he just accomplished something, he didn't do anything. It's someone else. And if you run back those clips, he cheers and acts like he just did something every time someone else does something. So I don't know how great this guy was at football. I mean, he's no behemoth. I don't know if he's a running back. I don't even know what he's supposed to do out there because I didn't see a single clip. I cut a lot out, but trust me, the full 4-minute video, I'll link it in the description so you can go see yourself. He didn't do a dang thing the whole time.
That's an interesting statement. That was him. He just blocked this person from catching his pass. The funny thing is, as he's saying this, look.
Go see yourself.
That's him. Look.
He didn't do a dang thing the whole time. I don't know why he's mic'd
That's why he did like
but
this.
He's mic'd up.
But again, so it's finding, again, the same thing as Austin Metcalf as a linebacker. I'm quite sure Austin Metcalf would inspire his teammates as well. That's what good teammates do. That's what sportsmanship is. You root for your brothers. You build their morality up. That's what coaches and stuff do. Okay? All right, let's continue.
Why he's mic'd up, but he's mic'd. He didn't do a dang thing. I cut a lot out, but trust me, the full 4-minute video, I'll link it in the description so you can go see yourself. He didn't do a dang thing the whole time. I don't know why he's mic'd up, but he's mic'd up. And overall, what this tells me is that because he's mic'd up and he knows he's mic'd up and this is going to be on video and it's going to be uploaded and his classmates are going to see this and some hot chicks that he goes to school with are going to see this. He wants to be all cool. He's famous.
There you go. See, there you go. Shout out to Maribel. Shout out to Brother Warren. Everybody coming in. Now we just got to the root of it. All right? R.I.P. to Austin. Condolences to the family. Both sides lost children, okay? But it's when the media and the serpents can make the adults go against one another and start this racial war divide thing. Now listen to what he just said. Now now this is crazy because this is a grown man and that's a child. You see what he just said? He said, because he's mic'd up, he's only yelling and stuff so that because he might go to school and the hot chicks are going to see that part right there. You just told on yourself.
And his classmates are going to see this and some hot. And overall, what this tells me is that because he's mic'd up and he knows he's mic'd up and this is going to be on video and it's going to be uploaded and his classmates are going to see this and some hot chicks that he goes to school with are going to see this. He wants to be all cool. And
some hot chicks that he wants to be. I'm sorry, little tink tink. Are you jealous of a child? You see, this is the part that's disgusting. And this is the part that in the comment section, that's the part I'm saying. In the comment section, they was eating all this up. That's right. That's right. And all this. All right, let's continue.
With, they're going to see this. He wants to be all cool.
So he's mic'd up like they probably always mic him up because they want to hear his reaction. But he's saying, he's thinking, oh, the hot chicks are going to see it and all this stuff.
And his classmates are going to see this and some hot chick, but he's mic'd up. And overall, what this tells me is that because he's mic'd up and he knows he's mic'd up and this is going to be on video and it's going to be uploaded and his classmates are going to see this and some hot chicks that he goes to school with are going to see this. He wants to be all cool. He's feigning this arrogance and this cockiness and this confidence, but you're not doing anything. He doesn't do anything impressive. They don't even show him doing anything the whole time on this field.
But supporting his fellow athletes and encouraging them and doing great sportsmanship. But you see what he called it? Feigned arrogance and all this, when all he's doing is encouraging. See, this is the point. And this is really destructive because this would have the masses who would watch him and the others and even the blacks who would do that against, okay? Against Austin and them, right? It's like when the adults start to feed in to the narrative and then they push and they rile up the other adults. You understand? And people are so dumbed down that they can't even clearly think for themselves. This is horrible. There's no way I can look at these children like this and say some stupid stuff like this.
Confidence, but you're not doing any arrogance in this context that he goes to school.
So he's calling it, look at his face, arrogance and confidence. All I hear him doing is cheering on his teammates. That's arrogance and confidence?
Cool with, they're going to see this. He wants to be all cool. He's feigning this arrogance and this cockiness and this confidence, but you're not doing anything. He doesn't do anything impressive. They don't even show him doing anything the whole time on this field. It's just him screaming when other people he's on the team with do something good. So I don't even know how talented this guy was.
Eddie Potter or Edwin Potter, which if you go look that up, there's a bunch of grown men who are Edwin Potter, P-A-R-R.
Nah, yeah, I got some video clips. We're going somewhere because there's a lot of video footage evidence coming out. So for those who understand the case, you know, they've riled up a lot of people to say that Karmelo did not belong under the tent, right? Because it wasn't his team. But in the courtroom and in the records and the evidence, they do a lot of leaving out the facts. And the fact was that he was invited under the tent. Now, it was a bad storm coming, and the tent is outside. It's not some, right? It's just a covering. And this person, his friend, Eddie Pereira, invited him under the tent. All right? So there's a lot that's coming out and is going to come out, right? Now, a lot of the cheerleaders have been speaking out as well, all right? The so-called white cheerleaders. And they witnessed what a lot of the people who spoke, the youth at the high school spoke on the trial, and a lot of it was lies. Now, this Eddie person in the trial said he didn't know Karmelo. He tried to downplay, oh, no, I don't really know him. No, I just, I don't really know him, which is all lies, okay? Because they double dated, and Karmelo actually dated his girlfriend, was really close to Eddie, okay? Now, so this person invited him under the tent, so he did have a right to be there. Now, all right, so let's continue. Now, some are saying that this Eddie person set him up because he might have been jealous, but that's for them to work out, with the case and stuff. But anyway, so this person, Eddie, let's continue.
Potter, P-A-R-R-A. I think Edwin set this boy up from the get-go. I think he had a problem with this Negro child laying up with his play cousin. Now, back to their kids. Yeah, but we was kids too.
Now, this is Karmelo's girlfriend. Hispanic. I think they might be Mexican, and Eddie. So they did the play cousin thing. Okay. Now, again, on both sides, here you go again with the racism, the biasness. So you got a lot of the blacks on one side now hating on him because he dated a Hispanic woman. And it's like, it's the stupidest thing in the world, because a lot of the kids and people date based on environment. All right. And if you grew up in certain parts of Texas, it's plenty blacks and Hispanics. So when he went to his school, most of the girls would either be Hispanic or mostly white. So the odds of him dating a Hispanic or a white would be very high. But again, adults are so dumbed down, right, in their prejudices, black and white and Hispanic and whatever. You're all a bunch of idiots if you buying in to these serpent narratives. You understand? So the and welcome to everybody coming in. I told you the Iggers is coming in, right? The Iggers is coming on in the building. As long as they don't cuss, they can come on in. They can say they can spew they hate and ignorance, right? This triggers these Iggers. So all you Iggers that's coming in, right? Welcome to the building. Okay, welcome to the chat. All right. So now so these are the things that why the case wasn't prosecuted fairly, right? But these Iggers like Timbo Splays, he don't care, right? So, he a Epsteiner, right? So, he wanna he wanna smash dudes and all that stuff, right? So anybody with any moral compass would want actual justice to be served legally and morally. And if he's found guilty for what he's actually done, then let the law sentence him to what it could. But when you have miscarriage of justice, when you have this person who gets on the stand, who gets there and says he doesn't know him and he's lying, do you understand? That's why the retrial, y'all don't understand it, but the appeal is gonna, because this case was just so screwed, all of it, okay? All right? So, okay, so anyway, let's continue, right? Because like you said, everybody will say, justice was served, like, well, not everybody, right? Timbo saying justice was served. Yeah, it was served on a hot platter of lies and deceit, okay? All right, and I'm not for or against, but I am for righteousness and true justice to actually be played out. So this person, Eddie, lied on the stand with a lot of others, and a lot of the schoolmates are coming out now and saying that they were all lying. Okay, now, yep, he could have got a harsher sentence. I agree. So that's the point. So I see, that's what I like, rare balance. If justice is served correctly, then with all the video evidence shown, with anybody that was lying, with people called to the stand, with everything playing out the way it should be, and if he should get a harder sentence, then let it be done. But the point is to have justice served righteously, not unrighteously. Okay? All right. So let's continue. But that's true. But rare balance, everybody can't lie when they swear under oath in the trial. See, that's where y'all don't understand the difference. Yes, everybody does lie, so hopefully you repent for your lies and transgression. But when you take an oath and it's got something to do with a case, then that has something to do with miscarriage of justice. If persons is caught in a lie that's known that they were lying. Okay, so let's continue.
A-R-R-A.
So Eddie invited him under the tent. So you hear a lot of people saying he didn't belong under the tent, but he got invited under the tent. And when he did, he went and he took a seat. He was sitting down under the tent. Yes, he was. This is just facts. I ain't for or against. Let's speak facts. He got invited under the tent by his friend Eddie. He went under the tent and he sat down and he was just waiting for the rain to stop. And then a bunch of boys came to approach him. All right? A bunch. Yeah, y'all leave that out. I know you didn't fell for this narrative, but you about to hear for some of the white brothers and sisters. All right, yeah, I ain't about to show you black people speaking on the case. Let's see some of the white brothers and sisters speak about the case, and those was in the courtroom. Yeah, we about to get there, right? Now we're gonna see. I'm gonna see what y'all say about that. For those who just want to be biased about the case and don't want to unbiasedly look at the results, look at what happened. Okay, now let's continue.
Para, P-A-R-R-A.
Because imagine if you're so-called white or so-called whatever, imagine your child went and got invited under a tent when a rainstorm, and he went to sit down and was waiting for the rain to stop, and a bunch of black kids, big black kids, came and approached him. Oh yeah, it'd be a whole different story. That's the point. The point is that if you can't understand the facts of the case and the biases, that you can see it's a miscarriage. I'm not saying he should have been acquitted. He should have been this. I'm just saying the case and the trial was filed. That's why the appeal is gonna. All right, let's continue.
Para, P-A-R-R-A.
You chose a side based on skin color. Who chose a side? I didn't choose any side, Ethan. All right? I'm choosing the side of a false trial. All right? And video evidence, like others are calling out the falseness of the trial. Like this white sister right here. Let's go. Let me do it for these trolls. Okay? These ones who these ignoramuses that are just racist for no reason. Listen. This is a white woman, all right? She said that Austin fell on top of him during the fight. She was in there, she saw the video, okay? Uh-huh. Oh, we got more, huh? You see this one? Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. This is a white man. He's speaking on it, okay? So again, we got actual people. Here we go. This brother speaking on it. These are lawyers. Attorney Marco Mara.
The protection. If it was Karmelo who started, Karmelo Anthony.
All right. So again, now y'all know what I'm going to do here. I'm already prepared for these biased, racist, prejudiced iggers that can come here. I don't care if you're a white igger, a black igger, a brown igger, or whatever. I'm prepared, all right? We loaded, okay? And if I played some black people who saw the video, they're gonna say, because you're only showing it because he's black. But guess what they're gonna say now? They're gonna make up some little Epstein excuse, right? Some little excuse to keep with their fallen angel devil worship of hate and not understand the puppet master don't like you either, you clown. They're trying to play us against one another. Julio, okay? All right, so now I'm gonna go back. Let's do this correctly because we're gonna get there. I just want to show this because they'll come here and just keep saying it's black, it's black, it's black. But hold on, this dude ain't black. Everybody I'm gonna show who's gonna speak out ain't black. Lawyers, professionals, everything. So what about that? Okay. Yes. Oh, we're going to show. Ethan, that's where you're wrong. Get your little panties out of bunch, Ethan. Get out your feelings. The serpent seed don't like you either, Ethan. Okay. You've drunk in the Kool-Aid. You think you're special, like they like you and make you to hate me, but you eating the Kool-Aid. They don't like you either. They're going to push you into a FEMA camp too, fool. It's to play us all against one another, okay? So watch this. So guess what? I'm also going to play the blacks who speak out against Karmelo. But again, you're a fool because you speak of that which you know not of, right? So you come here with a preconceived notion, a preconceived bias against the channel, and you have no idea that this is so-called black people, so-called white people, and so-called everything, all right, is in this ministry, in this channel. All right, so you're going to lose with your biasness. All right, now let's continue. So we're going to show the so-called black people who are against Karmelo Anthony, the so-called white people. We're going to show it all. All right, now let's get back to this clip and then let's walk it on in. All right, so now let's do with this, right? So this right here, what about Eddie, Hispanic? He ain't black or white, all right? He lying in court. He lying, act like he don't know him. All right. So anyway, all right, let's continue.
You're not sharing screen.
Thank you, Hakim. Share this tab instead. Thank you. All right. So now, opinions are like booty holes. Everybody got one, and it's usually poop come out of it. All right. So anyway, now this person in this video right here, he has an opinion. So he's saying he thinks that Eddie set up Karmelo to be jumped. All right. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but so I'm not about to be giving my opinion about these facts when I wasn't there. I don't know Eddie or nothing. So you got people again making opinions like these igga trolls coming over here now, right? With their biasness. All right. So a lot of narratives over media is saying that Eddie, right? Eddie set up Karmelo. All right. To be jumped by Austin and the other guys, because it was about 6 of them. So y'all conveniently leave out the other 6 people who came under the tent to confront him. Okay? Right. I know you do. But let's continue. So they're saying Eddie set him up. Now, this person making his videos saying he think it was because he was jealous. That's an opinion. It's actually whatever. But let's continue.
Grown man or Edwin Potter. There's a bunch of grown men or Potter.
How talented this guy.
Eddie Potter or Edwin Potter, which if you go look that up, there's a bunch of grown men or Edwin Potter. Parra.
Over 100.
I think.
Welcome everybody coming in the building.
Edwin set this boy up from the get-go. I think.
He thinks Edwin set him up to get him under the tent. That's what he thinks.
He had a problem with this Negro child laying up with his play cousin. Now, big to their kids. Yeah, but we was kids too. We was teenagers, puberty, things happen, just be responsible. Because she was up underneath Karmelo. Now, I'll have a question to Edwin. Why would you want to be third wheel? Because would you have a motive for possibly wanting to see Karmelo get jumped? Like, would you see this every time? See up underneath him every time and be like, something got to happen. Did you feel like your play cousin deserved better? She couldn't possibly be in love with a Negro. He's black. So once he gets beat down and punished, I can run back.
Again, these are people's opinions, right? Internet is full of opinions and a-holes, right? A lot of opinions is just asinine. That's what I think, right? But anyway, let's continue.
Turns to her like, look, he's not all that great. Because why would you third man? And then say you don't know this guy after he's been to your grandmother's house because somebody.
So Eddie went on into the courtroom and said he don't know Karmelo when this woman is his fake play cousin. Okay? And they were double dating and everything. Now, her and Karmelo, that's a full-blown relationship. This is definitely smash relationship. This ain't no kiddie stuff, right? Because you can see that's full, look, that's full-blown relationship. Okay? So, again, all right, so, but Eddie was allowed to come into the trial and say he don't know him.
Once he gets beat down and punished, I can run back to her and tell her, like, look, he's not all that great. Because why would
it should have been thrown out, and a lot of the rest of them that lied as well. But let's continue.
Do third man. And then say you don't know this guy after he's been to your grandmother's house because somebody went to go distract the coaches while these big old boys came up there. And
that's another allegedly. See, that's why I don't like people adding, because people be adding their opinions. I need proof of stuff, right? So another narrative that's out there is that this is one narrative, right? I guess you could say it's from the so-called black side, that they're saying that Eddie, the Hispanic, the Mexican, set him up, right, for him to come under there. He's saying because he was jealous of his girlfriend, right? And, right, whatever, right? But they actually look happy together, to be honest with you. From the pictures, them two look like they looked like they was, happy together. But anyway, so then he said that someone went and distracted the coaches. Now that's another narrative. Now, I don't know if they coming up with that from the video tape that they didn't show in court, the grainy, blurry one, the half one they showed, the 11-minute videotape that everybody's acting like don't exist, right? So I don't know if this narrative is coming about that some went and distracted the coaches while the other 6 individuals came into the tent to approach Karmelo. Now that's the problem, that they making these biased ignoramuses forget that there wasn't just one. Austin didn't come up to Karmelo by himself, okay? It was 6 of them that approached them, okay? All right, let's continue.
All of a sudden, it was fun to see him get accosted, but this is your friend. And all of a sudden, it was fun to see him get accosted, but this is your friend. You wouldn't have any motivation for that, right? Because you...
See what I mean? They look happy. I know he regret. I know he wish he can change this whole time. I wish he could too, because I wish we can rewind time so Austin would be alive. He didn't get stabbed, and Karmelo didn't get himself into this situation where now he, in there fighting for his life and this whole mess. But that's how life is. But the problem is that now the aftermath, a lot of these racist, biased, prejudiced, ignoramus adults, right? Like these iggers who coming in here on the stream right now, spewing, instead of doing what I'm doing, looking and speaking non-biased, non-bipartisan against both sides, because they were both children, you understand? And understanding the bigger picture of them trying to cause a divide between the nations of people, right? So they can progress off of our misery as we slaughter and destroy one another, okay? But anyway, let's continue.
Just prank recording because it was funny. Or did you need evidence of the beatdown to run back and show her?
Now his girlfriend, she posted this on her Instagram, and she came out, which is very unpopular, and put a post up something about I love you and all this type of stuff. And so she's getting a lot of hate, from both sides, because, you got racists on both sides. So you got a lot of the blacks that are racist because she's dating a black man, all right? And then you got, you just get all type of stuff, right? That's why I'm talking. That's why we bringing it out. But watch these other video clips. Let's continue. But they look happy. I just, if it was my child and he was dating and they looked happy and everything was, and she was respectable, he was respectable, then cool. Do y'all, but look, again, I would love for them not to be this intimate at these ages, but this world, this second world, that's what it is. People start smashing at 12 and 13. But let's continue.
Because it was funny. Or did you need evidence of the beatdown to run back and show her?
That's the cruise going on? Yeah, that's the cruise going on.
That's freedom of the
I got him, Kayla. I got him.
So what I'm trying to do, because I just said, now I got other clips coming y'all ain't never seen. What I tried to put together was a lot of unseen footage. You understand? That's what the title of the video is about. So I got more coming, all right? So these are unseen footage. So these are some unseen footage clips of Karmelo and his family, right? That's their dad and everything. They had a pretty decent family. I wish I grew up in a family like that. I would have had a better chance. But anyway, let's continue. So these are just some of the pictures, right? We're going to get to the darker clips in 1 second, right? These are some of him and his mom, him and his family, right? And then his dad, his mom, his dad, his brothers and sisters, they on a cruise, right? No, I ain't never had no family take me on a cruise, right? So nice, very privileged life, you understand? 2-family household. Productive. The mom was a stay-at-home mom. The dad must have made a decent salary to take care. They had nice house, nice cars. Everybody looks, healthy, well taken care of.
Karmelo Anthony, class of 2025, Centennial High School, Frisco, Texas.
See, that's what I point out. We just seeing some video footage you won't see, right? Him, I don't know if they bought him this Lexus, or if it's somebody else, but it says happy birthday with the ribbon on it. So I don't know if his parents bought him this Lexus or not. Him with the LSU with Shaq. Shaq ain't nothing but the devil, but let's continue. All right. With his mom, his brothers and sisters. You got 2 little brothers and a little sister. That was another picture. They also have a Mercedes. See, that's him. All right. So anyway, fast pictures. Okay. Him and his family again. We'll get to the other clips. I just want to show what I'm doing is doing the stuff that I put in the title of the video, footage you've never seen. For the haters, I know you hate to see this. It is what it is. Now that was an interesting picture right there. That's him going to work, right? I guess he worked at Foot Locker, right? And I guess that's his Jeeps. So I don't know. But they seem to have been doing financially well as the family or whatever. That's an interesting picture with him and his family. I don't know what they at, but they look to be well dressed, whatever. All right, here we go. Now let's get to some of the heavy. Now this right here, shed his tab instead. This one most people won't like. This woman, she spoke out. This is a so-called white woman. And she spoke out. So-called black, so-called white. I say that because races, they made this crap up, right? Now, she listened to what, it's hard to hear. I tried to make it as clear as I can. Now, unfortunately, the people who were interviewing her, who was trying to ask her opinion, they kept cutting her off. So I cut them out, right? It's this black dude with his cell phone or whatever. You know, people be ignorant, bro. I swear. I don't care if you're black, white, or whatever, you could be ignorant, right? So the dude was ignorant. And instead of letting her speak, he kept cutting her off, right? So she said, on the part of her testimony, you're going to hear it, she said that Karmelo had the knife. And then the person, the black dude, he cut her off. Shout out to American Tradesman. Thank you so much, American Tradesman. I humbly received. Thank you. And he cut her off. Now, the stupid thing is when someone is making a testimony, she was in the courtroom. She was there. She saw the video. She saw the 11-minute videotape from the school, the one that they won't show, the one that right? And when she said Karmelo had the knife, I'm going to play it, then the dude cut her off. I'm like, shut up and let her talk. And he tried to say, it wasn't a knife. It was a tool. It was a tool used to get the mud off of the cleats and all that type of stuff. I don't know. I ain't see the tool. All right. You got people making fake videos trying to show it was this knife, that knife, or whatever. But instead of letting her explain her point, he cut her off to say it was a tool. And then she got to try to remember where she left off. Then he cut her off again. I'm like, bro. So I chopped out the parts that he cut her off. And I just left the parts that she spoke because that's what we want to hear. We want to hear from her. We want to hear her statement. We don't want to hear these people with their biases. I don't care if you're black, white, or whatever. You know what I mean? I want to hear the actual people who saw the videotape and actual people who was in the courtroom who saw the stuff, not other people's ignorance and biases after the fact. So now listen to what she says. It's kind of hard to hear, but I'll stop it and you'll be able to hear. We'll discuss it. Here we go. So now this is the first time I ever heard this, right? Y'all don't get mad at me, get mad at her. She said, you're gonna hear her say that Austin tripped and fell on the knife. That's what she said. I ain't say it. I ain't hear nobody black say it. This is an elder white woman. She said it. All right, now listen clearly. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Listen.
Another witness. Now they can say, oh, the other witnesses, they're black. And they just taking up for them. But what you say about this one? Who saw the tape too, y'all?
Killed that child. He failed. Yes. He fell on him. And the knife was, he had the knife in his hand.
Well, it wasn't a knife.
What was it?
It was a tool that
See, that's why I see. She said she started off, she said he fell on him. She said he had the knife in his hand, and she was about to explain how she said this, what she said she saw in the video, that he fell on the knife. And then this idiot said it wasn't a knife, it was interrupted her instead of letting her speak. All right, so let me let it play.
Now they can say, oh, the other witnesses, they're black. And they just taken up for him. But what you say about this one? Who saw the tape too, y'all?
Killed that child. He failed. Yes. He fell on him. And the knife was, he had the knife in his hand.
Well, it wasn't a knife.
What was it?
It was a tool that they tighten up their track cleats with.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, so he never bought a knife.
Yeah.
So they came out in the courtroom yesterday.
There never was a knife. I'm pretty
Let me explain what they said. So she was about to tell her story, right? First thing she started off, she said he didn't kill him. She said the other person, she said Austin tripped and fell on the knife as they were, accosting him or whatever. This is just her statement. I'm not saying it. I'm just clearing up the audio. So then the person interrupted her, this little dude with a phone, you'll see him later. And he said, it wasn't a knife. It was a tool. Shut up. You should just let her continue to tell her story, man. Shut up and let her tell the story, right? So he said, it wasn't a knife. It was a tool. And then she was like, huh? It was a tool? Okay, so it wasn't right. So then the other person said, do you want to have a seat? Because they're elders. This is her and her husband. So she said, do you want to have a seat while you tell the story? So she was like, no, I'm fine. And she looked over to her husband and she told her husband, come take a seat. Because she cares about her husband. She right through the other clip, she was like, I'm sure-footed, but I don't want my husband. His leg might get tired. So she wanted him to have a seat. And then she's going to say, you know what? I'll take a seat too. All right, so let's continue.
So they came out in the courtroom yesterday.
All right, so what she just said right there, I'm going to put it back. She said, I saw the other kid trip. And that's why I'm saying he didn't kill him. Listen. She said, that's why I told him and said he's innocent. She said, I saw the other kid trip. All right, let's continue.
So the footage from the footage that you saw was Austin Metcalf actually falling on the object. Now, at what point of the video, like how long into the video before he actually fell on him?
He went over there to confront him. He pulled out that thing to protect himself. And the other kid, the white kid, that he never killed.
All right, so I clipped it because he interrupted her again, right? So I cut him out. And then when he interrupts her, because she's an elder, then after the clip, then she got to get back to where she was. I'm like, bro, these people are stupid. Just let her explain. So what this dude asked, he said, so you're saying, hold on, let me let it play. He said, so you're saying what you saw on the video clip was Austin actually fall on the object. She said it was a knife, right? I'm gonna go with her.
What point of the video, like how long into the video before?
So he said, at what point of the video, like how long was the video going till you saw this? So you see him actually fall on the knife or whatever. She said he went over there to confront him, and she said Karmelo pulled out the knife. Then she's going to try to correct herself. That's what he said. It wasn't a knife. It was a tool. Shut up and let her speak. So she said She said Austin came over there to confront him, and he pulled out the knife.
He went over there to confront him. He pulled out that thing to protect himself.
She said to protect himself. Now, everybody, again, that's why I said this ain't me. So, these trolls, I'm not reading it. They probably over there going, they probably having a hissy fit, right? These igga trolls who coming in here now. These white igga trolls, black igga trolls, Hispanic igga trolls that's coming in, right? Hating when we're just trying to, as children of the Most High, discern the facts from the lies, and we're hearing from others. I didn't say this, all right? I'm not saying I wasn't there. I didn't even see the video. How I'm going to say anything, okay? These are clips. That's why I said unreleased footage. You haven't seen video footage, okay? Now, so what you're going to say that this older white couple, they, all right. So anyway, let's continue. So she said that he was defending himself. This is what she saw and what she surmised from the clip. All right. It ain't my child. Like both of these were children and one lost his life. I don't wish that on nobody. I wish this never happened. All right. But let's continue. Let's hear what she said.
Falling on the object. Now, at what point of the video, like how long into the video before he actually fell on you?
He went over there to confront him. He pulled out that thing to protect himself. And the other kid, the white kid, he never killed that child.
She said he pulled out the thing to protect himself, and the other kid, the white kid, and she was about to keep going, and he cut her off. So, all right. So now this clip, back to what she's saying right here, clear on the camera.
And the other kid, the white kid, he never killed that child. He failed. Yes. He fell on him. And the knife.
You hear what she said? She said he never killed that child. He fell. He fell on him.
He fell to protect himself. And the other kid, the white kid, he never killed that child. He failed. Yes. He fell on him. And the knife was, he had the knife in his hand.
The judge. So that's where I stopped, because everything else, they just keep talking and injecting. And I just wanted her statement. All right. So, right. Some will say they are paid actors to be paid on what side? Who paid? Right. But anyway, let's continue. All right. So, all right. So, now let's listen to another brother. Only thing I'm gonna play, because if I play y'all anybody black clips, then y'all gonna say they're just biased and they're just this and they're just that. So we're gonna play clips. I'm gonna play somebody black clips, but the black clips, they're gonna be against Karmelo Anthony. You heard that part? That's the thing. All right, let's continue.
Fell on him, and the knife was, he had the knife in his hand.
The judge in the Karmelo Anthony case will be removed from the bench. He will be no longer a judge.
He's not going to be removed from the bench. He was already retiring. So he kind of took this as like the last case, which is some other thing. That dude, what's his name? Roach. The fact that his name is Roach is crazy work. That's just hilarious right there. Hopefully he knew how to fight. And when he was in school, because can you imagine going to school and your last name Roach? I don't care what color you is, black, white, or whatever. You had to know how to fight if your last name was Roach. I'm like, that man last name Roach? But anyway, so he's not losing his position. He was already set to retire. All right. And all right. So anyway, let's continue.
The case will be removed from the bench. He will be no longer a judge. This judge knew that there were red flags and did not allow evidence submitted that would have exonerated Karmelo Anthony. This judge kept evidence from being submitted, which is unlawful conduct, knowing unlawful conduct.
There are rumors online saying the judge was removed. This judge, and here he is, Judge John Roach, was...
This boy name is Roach. That's crazy work. But anyway, so this was honestly, this was a bamboozle of a trial. I mean, it was It was the fastest thing you ever seen. This trial was so fast that it was like, it reminded me of a Mike Tyson fight back in the 80s, right? I think what was that, the 90s or the 80s? That was the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. I remember the first Mike Tyson fight was so fast. That's when I think I was in the 80s, and I was on the block in Hempstead Strong out in South Franklin, right? I was in my sin and transgression, and we was in the bodega store, right? My Uncle Abe's, right? The Arabs ran the store. You know how they run the stores in the hood. And we was in there. It was a hustle block. We was doing sin and transgression. I was a teenager or whatever. And I remember the fight was on, and everybody was like, Mike, I went in the store, and next thing you know, they talking about the fight is over. I thought it was the 80s. I'm like, what you mean it's over? It's over. I literally, we was outside, and we went in the store, and next thing you know, they come back, and the fight is over. I don't know how we were saying it, because it was no cell phone, stuff like that. I don't know how they was finding out. Maybe it was on the radio or something, and it was like, it was over. I'm like, so that's what this trial was. This trial was a Mike Tyson fight from the 80s. It was like you blinked and the trial was over. That boy was already, they had that come up. No, I'm not laughing at it. This ain't funny. But they had an RIP to Austin Metcalf. They wrapped Karmelo up, sentenced, wrapped, shipped off. He was already in the jail cell before you could even blink. That boy was already gone. I'm like, what kind of trial is this? They didn't call nobody on the stand, no witnesses, nobody. They just wrapped this on up. All right, let's continue. So this Roach dude, he out of there. But all right, this was the judge.
Going to be removed. But according to official statements and verified reporting, Judge Roach is retiring at the end of the term, not being removed from the bench. When the system wants to...
Hold up, that's what it was, pay-per-view back then? Because it was I remember it was some way we was watching it. Did they have pay-per-view back in the late 80s? Maybe that's what it was. Cause I know, we didn't have the cell phones where you could see it. I forgot. I'm like, it was some way we was watching it. But let's continue.
Protect somebody. Evidence magically becomes unclear, inconclusive, or inadmissible.
Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. He wants to reestablish race relations.
Hold on. Let's go. Let's get to the funky. To all you Iggers that's here, all the trolls, all the racist Iggers, I don't care if you're a white Igger, a black Igger, Hispanic Igger. Here you go. I got some fodder for you. I got some food for your Iggerdom. He said, let's listen. He said,
conclusive or inadmissible.
Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree.
Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree outside the courthouse. Tell us how you really feel. Oh, no, I'm going to bring balance. Because it ain't just one side that's biased and racist and ignorant and devils. It's both sides. You heard? Yeah, he should be hanging from a tree. Do y'all understand why they always do the hanging from a tree thing? You understand? And why they do this? Burning the cross in Chicago? Because you got to know the Bible. The Bible says what? Who did they hang from a tree? Yeah. They taught y'all a lie. Yep, Christianity did. Religion did. Yeah, it did. One of these Roman ditties. The Messiah, which y'all call Jesus, he was hung from a tree. You heard that? You better read. Haki, I'm going to grab the scriptures, grab two of them about the Messiah and put it in the chat for these people who don't know their Bible. That they hung him from a tree, nailed him to a cross beam and hung him from a tree. That's why they say they're going to be hung from a tree. And why, if they nail him to the cross beam, why are they burning crosses? Do people know something we don't know? What is the significance of that? Why is certain people are hung from trees and certain people get crosses burned? Is this a biblical hatred? Uh-huh. Yeah, he said blah, 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 whatever. Yeah, you jelly belly. See Rare Balance? They give you jelly belly stuff. Blah, blah, blah. All right, don't be jelly belly. But anyway, let's continue because I'm going to show both sides. I ain't showing one side. So this person said Karmelo Anthony should be hung from a tree, right, outside the courthouse, right? He got a right to believe that. Now they done locked him up. Now he crying, right? They locked him up for it, but whatever. You stand in what you believe, right? I'm not going to say that either side, but let's continue. All right, here we go. Now let's get to the funky.
It's unclear, inconclusive, or inadmissible.
Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. He wants to reestablish race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today.
Now listen what he just said. So this is called the forked tongue. He said we need to reestablish race relations in this country so we can get along. Right after saying Karmelo Anthony should be hung from a tree. So this is the devices of the serpent, right? And these are called race baiters, right? And they ain't on your side to my white brothers and sisters or the black side. They on the side of money, you understand? And popularity, right? And this is the destruction of lands of the people as these manipulators manipulate you idiot juices, because that's what y'all are, idiots, to sit up there and hate me. This Jake the snake dude don't like you either. Because if he liked you, he wouldn't be inciting this. Because the outcome is we all lose. Just like in the Karmelo Austin's scenario. They both lost. Both families lost. Nobody wins. We win by having tolerance and respect for one another's cultures and stifling and quieting the iggers of our nation of people. If the so-called white brothers and sisters reject and rebuke the iggers, white iggers, and the so-called blacks reject and rebuke the black iggers, the so-called Hispanics reject and rebuke the Hispanic and all of us, then the righteous, we will compel the unrighteous, and we won't fall into this, the masses won't fall into this foolishness. But these little trolls here, right, with your bias, your little jelly belly ignorance, I'm about to show y'all both sides of ignorance. It ain't just one side. So now he with a forked tongue going to sit up here and say out his mouth that we he wants to foster race relations. That's like me sitting up here telling y'all that we want to foster. I want to foster race relations, which I do. You understand? Because y'all falling for the devices of the serpent, right? But then in the next breath, I'm talking about all whites should be drowned in the thing, or all blacks should be like, come on, bro. It's called a serpent tongue, bro. It's the forked tongue.
He should be hanging from a tree. He wants to reestablish race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today for the Karmelo Anthony case, who is on trial.
And that's another thing. Hold on. What is this? Hold on, because what happened? Because he got, what's his name? Charlie Kirk. Everybody listen. What's up with Charlie Kirk? Like, see, you see how they replace the narratives and get everybody riled up? The point I'm trying to make is, you see how everybody's so riled up against Karmelo Anthony, but where is that, the dude who killed Charlie Kirk? I don't hear nobody saying nothing about him. What the white dude wasn't that a white brother that killed Charlie Kirk? So why I don't hear all of this stuff about, hang him from a tree and hang him from all this stuff? You hear nothing. Yeah, rare balance. I don't hear nothing about it. He in court. Yeah, I don't care. He's white. That was white on white crime, right? Like black on black crime. The point I'm trying to make is I don't hear nobody talking about it. I'm trying to get y'all to understand that they push narratives to inflame people against one another. And this is one of them who's agitating it. This clown, all right? This the one, these people are devils. I'm gonna show you a black one in a minute, all right? Yeah, I'll bring balance, because we ain't on unbiased channel right here. I'm gonna bring balance, but these are devils right here. All right, let's go.
Race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today for the Karmelo Anthony case, who is on trial for the alleged.
Your rare balance. You must have a real miserable life, bro. He said, black on black, white on white. I got another one for you, rare balance. We was kings. Does that tickle your little wee? Right? You must got a real miserable life. That gotta be a horrible existence for people to take up their narrative worrying about somebody else's culture so bad, right? It's like, bro, you're existing. What happened? Did you not get a hug when you was little? Some black person took your girlfriend or something? I got mine taken by a black person before. I lost a girlfriend before, right? Don't mean I hate all black people. He like black on black. Like I can't say wool white on wool white, right? They kill me with that we was kings. It's like we wasn't kings. It's like they do anything to, right? And then, it's like, come on, bro. You're feeding into the narrative, my brother. I don't hate you. I don't know you. You haven't done anything. Only thing I can see now is your ignorance spewing, right? Your envy, your that's all this is jealousy and envy, right? It's like, bro, have some self-esteem in yourself, okay? I can call this out without hating on you or any others. All right, let's continue.
Unaliving of Austin Metcalf.
We love our black youth. They deserve protection.
Who was on trial for the alleged
Be hanging from a tree. He wants to reestablish race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today for the Karmelo Anthony case, who was on trial for the alleged unaliving of Austin Metcalf.
We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. So, excuse me if I use colorful language like Karmelo Anthony needs to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted by your people.
It's the other way around because for years.
See, did y'all hear that? Come on, rare balance. But again, see, that's the thing. These trolls and these niggas, they're not gonna do reality. He said our people are being hunted by your people. White people are being hunted by black people. Like that's the point where if I was a so-called white brother, I would not like this. This is a threat to my nation. Just like any so-called black who says some stupid stuff like this, I know that you are an agitator, you're an inciter, and it is not beneficial to my culture, my race, to let you spew this, right? And they don't care about reality, right? So
Anthony needs to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted.
He said, pardon me if I say colorful language like Karmelo Anthony need to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted by your people. See, this is the point, and that's my point. And I can guarantee you some of these ignorant trolls right here, like, that's right, yeah, we're being hunted. And some of these believe it, right? Because they're on the spectrum. A lot of people are really slow in this world, right? They're really slow, right? And the masses, the serpent seed, they know that. So they put it in the chemtrails, right? They put it in the food, right? The barium, the aluminum, right? They put it in the vaccines that they shot in their arm. So they dumb these generations down. Thank you. He's an idiot. I agree. Thank you, Rare Balance. Thank you for that. That's my point is I can agree, guys. I ain't got nothing against my white brothers and sisters. My people in this ministry right here, some guys, everybody that's so-called white, everybody that you see, these moderators, they ain't all black. My brother right there, Yahakana, that's my white brother. He been in our ministry for about 5-6 years, married him and his white wife. They got a little white baby, right? And I'm his uncle, right? Just as got his hair coming in, little Emmanuel, Amanya, got his little hair coming in now because the mom be sending pictures. You know what I mean? And they, right? So again, this ain't no channel of hate. You understand? Now, this is the point that I'm trying to say. Yahakanan is my brother. I know him by his fruit, okay? Him and his wife got them married, ordained the marriage, covering the baby. And little Manuel just as white as a little cue ball, right? He had his little hair coming in now. And they send the pictures, his face coming all in, right? Right? So again, all right, let's continue. Let's go back, all right? Just for the newer people to find out, you ain't in no hate channel. I'm not traumatized. You understand? I done been through a lot of transgression and racial biases against me, but that doesn't make me traumatized against all of a nation of people. That is us biblically unsound. You got to rightly divide each person by their fruit, all right? By individuality. Okay, because the same thing would happen, and they trigger the blacks with that too, right? It's like the so-called blacks, they would want they'll broad stroke all of the whites, but then if that get done to us, then we cry foul. Okay, all right, let's continue. So this clown said that he excused him for saying that Karmelo Anthony should be hung from a tree, right? because their race is being hunted by black people.
They deserve protection too. So, excuse me if I use colorful language like Karmelo Anthony needs to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted by your people.
It's the other way around because for years and years and centuries, white people have killed black people. Do you deny that? Like have hung black people in trees. Like you said, have enslaved black people, have mass incarcerated black people.
I think it's victim culture. I think it's victim culture, and there's
boy, they got these talking points. So he said that white people were being hunted by black people. Now this black dude who looked like he want to be that dude who sat down on the knee, Kaepernick. I'm like, boy, why is you trying to look like Kaepernick? It's some clown show, boy. I swear, these stuff be clown. You don't know who paid actors, who what. That's why I said, guys, if y'all keep falling for this Marietta puppet show that they got going on in the world, you're going to be a boo-boo the fool. You understand? I'm not boo-boo the fool. So everybody, I ain't buying, what's his name? Colin Kaepernick clone either. Right? I ain't buying Jake the Snake or Colin Kaepernick clone, right? Because I don't trust neither side of them. I don't know who, these people's got agenda. They've been paid, both of these can be paid shills to do this. Do you understand? But the masses, y'all going to fall for this foolish stuff, and then we the ones who are going to pay for it. We the ones who pay for it. Okay? Because they are trying to tokenizing the world, the forest, the rain, the mountains, the Amazon jungle. They tokenizing us. You understand? The humans. They're tokenizing, digitizing the system for the 2030. And their job, their goal is that we will own nothing. They ain't saying that the whites is going to own something and the blacks is going to own nothing. Fools. They're trying to say none of us are going to own anything. Come on, Eureka, but these clowns won't wake up. They bite in the bait, bro. You're dumbed down, bro. You're ignorance, right? Shout out to the righteous who could call it out, so you can see. That's why this collapse that's going to come is going to be really nasty. Okay, let me tell you, the 1% who's doing all this, they building bunkers and they doing all this stuff, trying to go down in the water. They try to tell us they going on some other Mars or something. That devil's a lie. They going down in the marine kingdom, right? They taking all of the seeds out of the food. They doing all this stuff. They taking our rain, our air, our land, and poisoning us. And they want us all to be enslaved. But then we sit up there falling for this little puppet master agenda that they doing to us. And it's inciting. I get it. Because I have to catch myself. I watched some clips. Let me explain. I understand your predicament to my so-called white brothers and sisters, my so-called black brothers and sisters, and all the other nations. My so-called righteous brothers and sisters, we are just trying to discern the truth from lies and trying to survive and live comfortably in this world that was given to us. But Adam and Eve gave it over to the serpent. But that's a whole nother thing. Let me stay focused. Now, I understand your plight, because it's very easy to be triggered. In order for me to grab these videos, let me explain, to find videos that people haven't seen, I got some more coming, exclusive. All y'all gonna see exclusive stuff. I gotta sit through some of the most jarring, racist, it'll trigger me. So, but I got to stay right. I got to not let myself get infected by what's being spewed, right? It's triggered. You understand? So I have to come out of it and understand there's a bigger picture. There's a bigger thing. Because it'll trigger you. This is because each of us in our DNA, we have a proclivity towards our nation of people. The Bible calls it nations of people. They made this racist crap up, right? Everybody's black, everybody's white. That's wrong. Okay, because everybody black ain't the same, and everybody white ain't the same, and everybody Hispanic ain't the same, right? So they play this racial stuff, right? So anyway, but we do have a proclivity to be have a kind of an allegiance to our nation. That's just genetic. It doesn't mean that you side with your nation or your people when they're wrong. You understand? But you do have proclivity. That's why it's called for the righteous of every nation on earth to take accountability for the unrighteous of our nation. You see, if it wasn't for the righteous, That's why the world is still alive. The Most High for the righteous remnant is what the Bible calls it. But anyway, it is conducive for the righteous to govern the unrighteous and call it out and rebuke it. That's what we're doing in this channel. Okay. Now watch this. So Jake Lane said that so this Colin Kaepernick clone, he said that well, that's not true. The history has been the so-called whites was hunting down the so-called blacks. Well, that's true. That is the history, right? So then Jake says, oh, that's just victim culture. So this is the psyop that they do. Jake just said our people are being hunted down by blacks. He said, no, that's not true. History shows that blacks been hunted down by whites. And Jake said that's victim culture. So then how is it not victim culture by you saying the whites are, you see? So these are the talking points, guys, and they'll flame you. So imagine this. So the person will say that the blacks is hunting the whites, and then the black will say, no, the whites were hunting the blacks, and then he say, no, you playing the victim card. Then I make the black get upset, and it's like they race baiting, bro. They talking, and it'll inflame the masses when you watch the videos. That's why I wouldn't even watch none of it. I would be clueless to all of this, but I have to teach, right? I like to teach the Bible and teach the word and go on. But the Most High will call me when these big topics is going on, because this is the serpent's device to what's the name, to cause the Armageddon, the day of the Most High, called the day of the Lord, a racial divide. This is the devices, you understand? So the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, the righteous remnant, they have to be looked out for, covered, and protected. They have to be taught to come out of the devices and not eat that bad food, what these serpents, because the 1% don't care about none of us. These billionaire trillionaires, they don't care about none of us. And they ain't all white either, so the so-called blacks. Get out your feelings, okay? No, they green, all right? They about money. They don't care about us. We're just products. And half of them are Nephilim, fallen angel, Anunnaki, like they alien stuff, reptilian type of stuff, okay? Now, let's continue. So.
Too much. I'm gonna push you if I get close enough.
Now, here go my balance. Now, this was Jake Lane talking about white people need to, Karmelo Anthony need to be hung from a tree outside the courthouse, right? That would inflame the so-called blacks. Now listen to this black man.
It's too much. I'm gonna push you if I get close enough. Push you right into that crack. You heard what I said, cracker. Neanderthal, I don't give a fuck what you say. Y'all get fuck up, you, cracker. Fuck you, cracker. Fuck you.
We gotta get out of the road. Let's get out of the road, please. Get out of the road, please.
You still a cracker. You still a cracker. You a cracker, motherfucker. You a cracker. You a cracker. He a cracker. You a cracker. You a cracker.
See, that's my point. Now, I know some of the blacks, y'all get triggered and y'all will think this is okay. It's not. It's not okay to just, it's inciting. The same thing that Jake is doing. That's why I'm showing the balance, okay? Someone said that dude is a paid agent. See? Because look what he's doing. He's out there and you're a cracker, you're this, and he called him a Neanderthal. And he called, right?
You still a cracker. You're a cracker, motherfucker. You're a cracker. You're a cracker. He a cracker.
See? And then he just went, here, cracker, you're a cracker, everybody a cracker, right? But then you can't cry on one side with if a white dude was out there saying, you a igger, he a igger, you a igger, right? So again, guys, these things are to incite us. You have to separate your mentality yourself from the masses and understand the bigger play at hand, okay? The bigger play at hand. We're going to get back to the verdict, Red Breed. Hold on, hold your horses. Let me walk this down. We going somewhere. He said, Chud the butt plug. Yo, Red Balance, I know you not co-signing Chud the butt plug. Come out of Chud. All right? Let go of Chud. Right? We ain't co-signing Diddy the butt plug. Let go Chud, Red Balance. That's looking real suspect of you. Let go of that Chud. That's a whole nother psyop. All right, listen clearly. Shout out to Young Gabriel coming in. So this is the point I'm trying to make. I'm not going to just show one side. I'm going to show balance. Okay. All right. I'm going to show balance. All right. Now, this is not just exactly as what's his name? Jake is out there talking about Karmelo should be hung from a tree outside. Same. He's wrong, just like this black dude is wrong out there, just right. Because the same way that if you was a righteous white brother out there and you just wanted to see justice done, and here he is just saying, you're a cracker, 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 right? These slurs or whatever it is. It's like this is the dumbing down and the inciting. Okay.
Get out of the road. Just get out of the road, please. Get out of the road, please.
You still a cracker. You still a cracker. You're a cracker.
I got a nice big tree right outside my house, Red Balance. you scared of, I know what you scared of, right? Know what you scared of, all right? That's that part. I don't want to say it because this is a PG channel, right? I know what tree you scared of. I know what tree you envy. Yeah, I'm glad you laughed at that. I got a nice huge tree in front of my house, beautiful, and a huge palm too. I got a big palm. This look like it's about 30 feet in the air. Nice one. All right, let's continue.
Get out the road, please.
You still a cracker. You still a cracker.
Let me get through
You're
this.
a cracker, motherfucker.
Red Breeze, stop.
You a cracker. You a cracker. He a cracker. You a cracker. You a cracker. You ain't gonna get me, cracker. They've been trying to get me, cracker. You ain't gonna get me, cracker. Cracker, you. Good cracker is a dead cracker. Only good cracker is a dead cracker.
I just want to make sure.
See, that's why I played the clip. Now, everybody, so-called black brothers and sisters, just as much as Jake said Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree, he said, only shall death before dishonor, only good cracker is a dead cracker. See, that's insightful. It's no different, the same, all right? And they, certain things they allow to happen because these serpents they're pushing an agenda. All right, they've been trying. They ain't gonna be successful. They ain't gonna stop until these you fools on both sides take the bait. All right, let's continue.
Cracker, you.
You're not a cracker. You a white brother. I'm a so-called black brother, and I love you too, my so-called white brother. Death before dishonor. I love all the righteous children of the Most High, the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people that stand before the Messiah clothed in white robes. You heard? I live this word. You heard? Individuals, you could kick rocks. I don't care if you're a black igga, white igga, whatever. You can kick rocks. With this, he a paid, like I think somebody said, Maddie said he a paid agent. I wouldn't put it past him. Okay?
Only good cracker is a dead cracker.
I just want to make sure that I capture, in my mind, everything, how it happens.
I'm Native American. I believe in Christian values. I'm here to stand for these people over on this side. They're animals. They're heathens. They're fucking, they shouldn't even be allowed in this country anymore.
Bingo. You see, guys? You see? Now, this clown talking about he's Native American. First of all, you're a Mongoloid Asian who came over here. So you ain't the indigenous, that part. Sorry, not sorry. Columbus ain't see you when he got here. So somebody been told y'all wrong. Y'all better know your real history, okay? But listen clearly. He's sitting up here talking about he Native American. So why is you got a 2 cents in this then? And listen what he just said. He just said this side over here talking about the people, the blacks. He called them, what did he say they were?
I believe in Christian values. I'm here to
I believe in Christian values.
Stand for these people over on this side. They're animals.
He called them animals. Uh-huh. You see the point? Right? See, this is the point I'm trying to point out, guys. The divide. Okay? So here they got this Mongoloid native. Come here, no disrespect. If you're a righteous so-called Native American, not the indigenous, but native, then shout out to my righteous Native Americans. But this is what they're doing, guys. They put this stuff to trigger, right? So he says he stand on Christian values and he called them animals. Ooh, boy, oh boy. See how that stuff, see, listen to my so-called white brothers and sisters. I'm human. Stuff will trigger you. Yeah, and y'all know some of the wicked of the other races know it. That's why they say certain things to trigger, right? There's things that trigger you. That thing hurt. Call you animal and talking about you're gonna be hung from a tree and stuff. Those things got ancient. Those are ancient knives in the back. And y'all know it. That's why people use it. Okay. Now, start on the side of the natives. That ain't my culture. Shout out to the righteous natives. What about the indigenous ones? Rare balance. Have you heard about the indigenous ones? The one Columbus saw when he got off that boat? Sure enough, wasn't them. They got pictures. You need to do your history. You heard? All right, let's go.
How it happens.
I'm Native American. I believe in Christian values. I'm here to stand for these people over on this side. They're animals. They're heathens. They're fucking, they shouldn't even be allowed in this country anymore. They
heathens. They effing, you hear him curse? You hear him cuss? He said, I'm Christian. I believe in, now this person right here, he got Jesus Christ on his shirt. And that native devil, right? That's what I say. I don't care whatever devil you is. I don't care if you native, you can be skative, you can be baitive. You heard? I don't care. Your devil is what the devil does. I could care less about what color of skin it is or how woolly or straight or curly your hair is or nothing. I know you by your fruit, devil. Be gone, devil. You heard? You a native devil, right? So here he is. If he really believed in the Habariyah, then he would understand forgiveness and understand, right? But he called this side animals. Okay? Let's continue. And heathens. And then he cussed and said effing.
How it happens.
I'm Native American. I believe in Christian values. I'm here to stand for these people over on this side. They're animals. They're heathens. They're fucking, they shouldn't even be allowed in this country anymore. They are agreeing that an innocent person should be murdered and the guy should get away. I don't agree with that.
Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree.
The jury has been selected, and there is not a single black person on this jury. And so they are outraged and already convinced this is a big conspiracy. Oh, you're all just trying to, cheat the system to convict this guy, Karmelo. All he did was brutally stab.
So you see, the jury comes back. It's not one black person on the jury, and they'll fool you, folio ignoramuses. Out of 600 people, no black could have been on the jury. Only thing some people are speaking on is a fair trial. Do you understand? And there's plenty instances of unfairness in trials. All right, watch this. All right, so somebody told you wrong. I can show you better than I can tell you. Stop share screen. Watch this. Window. All right? So y'all remember Kyle Rittenhouse? Kyle? Right? Look, same claim. Both claim self-defense. How the system treated Kyle Rittenhouse. He went to a protest in a city he did not live in. They were both 17 years old. Karmelo Anthony was carrying a pocket knife. And everybody like, oh my goodness, he's the devil, he's carrying a pocket knife. I'm not RP to Austin Metcalf. I hope this never happened. But listen clearly, we're talking about the fairness of the justice system. Karmelo Anthony was carrying a pocket knife. Kyle Rittenhouse was carrying an AR-style rifle. Both 17. He went to a protest in a city he did not live in. He was at a track meet that he was supposed to be attending and got invited to sit under that tent. Let's continue. Kyle Rittenhouse fatally shot 2 people and injured 1. Killed 2, injured 1. He killed 1. Okay. We both self-defense cases. Kyle Rittenhouse raised $500,000 for conservatives for legal defense. Karmelo, I think he raised $600,000, but they pushed the shutdown and they seized the money, the legal defense money. Kyle Rittenhouse got acquitted after claiming self-defense. Oh, he shot 2 people and injured 1, 17 years old, carrying a rifle. into a city he didn't live in, and he was acquitted, and he got convicted. So don't, you're gonna miss me with some with systemic justice. Okay? Okay, so how is it not comparable? Rare balance. Would you rather me to come to your house trying to with a knife, a pocket knife, or an AR-15? Come on, bro. Tell me, show me you got some type of intelligence, Rare Balance. All right, let's go. Come on. Show me some intellect here. Okay? All right? Not comparative? Exactly. It's beyond not comparative. You know why? Because Kyle Rittenhouse should have gotten probably whatever whatever meter of the law that it dictates. I can't say what it should be, but it sure enough shouldn't be no acquittal. Because if that's the case, then Karmelo should be an acquittal. If that's the case. All right. Wild turkey. All right. All right. So anyway, let's continue. Let's get back to the video clips. I got more. but wait, it gets worse. Yeah. I got more video clips. All right. Let's go. So this clown on the screen, right? I'm sorry that a lot of you jelly bellies, it must be a rough life for you guys, right? This must be rough to be jealous of other people for no reason. But anyway, I ain't twisting nothing. We showing the people that was there in the trials talking about it. Let's continue. So this clown on the screen, like Wild Turkey, he said no black jurors chosen for Karmelo. And he's like, why? Like, why would we complain that he's not being judged by none of his peers, right? Like if you was arrested for stabbing a black person and they put you on trial and it's an all black jury and I'm going to think you're going to get a fair trial. You boo-boo the fools. I swear, you little jelly bellies, ignoramuses, ain't nothing but devils with your ignorance, all right? That could never be a fair trial in that instance. And if you say it could, then you either boo-boo the fool or you just a devil. One of the two. All right, watch this. Let's continue. So this clown, listen.
Murder an innocent high school kid. This has to be a conspiracy because there's no black people on the jury. So they're outraged, according to the most competent, straightforward.
What's your take on whether or not from those witness statements at the time that this happened, where do you think the jury would land on a case like this?
You know, it's going to be a tough call. And I know that's an easy thing to say. You can't lose if you say you're in the...
All right, let's listen to an actual professional. Wild Turkey. Listen, Wild Turkey. Let's listen to an actual professional. This is a white man. He's so white, his hair white and all that. Remind me of Colonel Sanders, right? Right? Look like a shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters, right? This is an attorney, Mark O'Mara. So let's see what he had to say about the trial.
Middle. It's going to be a tough call for these reasons. When you actually do an analysis of self-defense, there are different components. You know, the argument that Karmelo Anthony was there and he shouldn't have been there. Well, that's okay, but it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw people out because of a tent. That's an argument that you're going to see the defense make. Why did the eventual victim in this case decide that it was his role to kick him out? And then there's a tussling back and forth. And then, unfortunately, Mr. Metcalf did seemingly start the fight, so to speak, right? He was what we might call the aggressor and pushing him out or grabbing him and touching him. So under Florida law and also Texas law, and when you're the aggressor, when you first start the fight.
I could be living in Africa and you could be living in a cave. Travis Lundaby, you could be living in a hole in the ground. Okay, or no disrespect to my righteous white brother, or you could still not be brushing your teeth or taking a shower. You heard of civilization, Travis Lundy? You should be thanking civilization. Okay, you should be thanking us for teaching you how to brush your teeth and how to wash yourself. Okay, right. And guess what? You could be living in Africa too, because mankind came from one place. But again, you're so, how can I say, you're so jelly belly that you don't even understand, okay? It's like, okay, you said he'll chill. All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Travis. That was quick. Don't go there, man. I ain't trying to go there. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters, but I'm going to go there with you trolls, with you devils. You understand? All right, I'm gonna go there because anybody can use jabs and try to demean people and try to hurt people. Why are you trying to hurt me? I ain't doing nothing to hurt you. You understand? I ain't did nothing to hurt nobody. All we trying to do is get to the understanding of what's going on in today's world. And I'm trying to make all of us not bite the apple that these serpents are trying to feed us for us to hate one another. That's my point. My point is for us not to fall into the devices because we each lose, meaning the masses, the children. And their job is to make us all keep us divided so that they can keep what? What's the name? Consuming all our resources and usher us all into a slavery. Okay? That's the goal. But if you don't know that, if you think they like you, then you boo-boo the fool. Okay? Right? All right, let's continue.
So to speak, you may lose the protection.
Rare balance. You ain't got, stay in balance, bro. Stay in balance. You unbalanced, rare balance. One time you left, next time you right, next time you're over here. Stay balanced, unbalanced. Don't let wild turkey and these wild idiots come and make you off balance. All right, let's continue.
You first start. So under Florida law and also Texas law, and when you're the aggressor.
All right, so this lawyer is talking about the case, right? And it's crazy work that it's like if it was a black lawyer, they would say, oh, he's only black. Now it's a white lawyer. It's like, okay, what do you got to say about this? These are lawyers.
Under Florida law and also Texas law, and when you're the aggressor, when you first start the fight, so to speak, you may lose the protection. If it was Karmelo Anthony. Now we get to say shifted because if Metcalf was the one who started the fight, now can Anthony respond to defend himself? We know he can. And then as was mentioned a moment ago, you know, are you supposed to bring a knife to a fist fight? No. You're supposed to bring a gun to a fist fight? Absolutely not. But if you're there and starting to get attacked, which is what the defense is going to say, can you defend yourself? And what they're going to say is Anthony doesn't need to wait until the first nasty strike, the first injury. He can presuppose what might happen and he's allowed to defend himself. But again, a tough case because it really is in the middle. And we're talking about two 17-year-olds. We joke and say that a male brain isn't fully developed until 25. And unfortunately, the tragedy happened probably because of a mix of testosterone and immaturity that brought these two boys together.
Yeah, Nicole.
All right.
I'm not going to deal with Jeff Metcalf and his.
Now, this white woman, I guess what she is, I don't know. She's speaking about the dad. She says she's not going to deal with him. These are people in the courtroom during the trial.
I'm not going to deal with Jeff Metcalf and his racist ass shit. What? Bullying people out of their damn seats. What do you mean? You said juries will be sequestered. As long as it takes. No, they're not going to be sequestered right now. They're working on the jury charge. Come back in the morning for opening or for closing statements, and then the jury will deliberate. When they're done deliberating, the judge said they can call it whatever time they want to, but they're going straight to a hotel. I know you'll be here. No, I ain't gonna be back up here because I'm not gonna deal with Jeff Metcalf and his racist ass shit. What? Bullying people out of their damn seats. What do you mean bullying? Him and his family bullied us out of our seat, which is the whole reason we're here in this trial. That's how this trial came to be. Is because his kids are bullies and want to bully people out of their seat. And what did he do? He turned around and sat and did it to all of us inside the courtroom and laughed about it. So where do you think his kids learn to be bullies at? Product of their environment. That's all I'm going to say. Wow. They are working on the jury charge and they will do. I'm not going to deal with Jeff Metcalf and his racist ass shit. What? Bullying people out of their damn seats. What do you mean? You said juries will be sequestered.
All right, let me get past that. So that's her opinion. She said Jeff Metcalf bullied her and them out of their seats in the courtroom or whatever. All right, I'm just showing y'all video clips that you ain't seen. Let's go.
Rating.
Let's talk a little bit.
Right? And you done seen a bunch of white people speaking, so get out your little feelings. This ain't no racism stuff. It's just what we're just showing what people are saying.
About the big gorilla.
Now listen to this. This is Rebecca Lopez, right? So the the judge, they allow certain media to cover the trial, right? So this Rebecca Lopez, she had the right to cover the trial.
Rating.
Let's talk a little bit about the big gorilla in the room, so to speak. The big gorilla in the room. The big gorilla in the room. The big.
Yo, this world is crazy. I swear. Yo, this world don't stop. She said the big gorilla in the room. I'm like, I thought it was an elephant in the room. Somebody need to tell her to look in the mirror too. I'm like, but anyway, all right. Shout out to Red Balance. Good night, Red Balance. We got more. You about to see you missing out, bro. It's about to get crazy. All right, we ain't looping nothing. It's about to get nuts. You about to miss out. Don't leave yet. It's about to get crazier. All right. So anyway, she said the big gorilla in the room. It was nice to meet you too, Travis. Travis, you came in hot and heavy. I guess you thought we was a hate channel or something. If you, Travis, you a so-called white brother. Welcome to the channel, my so-called white brother. Shoot. I almost cussed. I almost said S-H-I-T. Right? Go forth and be righteous, brother Travis. We need all the righteous of every nation, kindred, and tongue. The righteous, we gotta fight the unrighteous. The light gotta fight the dark. You understand? The meaning light of righteousness. I ain't talking about light skin, fight dark skin. I'm talking about light energy. The righteous fight the people, fight the serpent energies. You heard? Shout out to brother Travis. It came in. All right, so anyway. Red Balance, sit your butt down. We got some more. You're going to like it. Hold on. You got that TikTok attention span. Hold on, Red Balance. I know they gave you an Instagram attention span. All right, let's continue. So this lady talking about the gorilla in the room. Now, see, all this stuff be intentional. Okay, I ain't never in my life heard nobody say no gorilla in the room. Now, you understand the case and the sensitivity of the case. So that's all intentional, guys. Okay? So intentionally inciting this, talking about a gorilla when she looked like a whole. All right, let me not. All right, let's continue.
Gorilla in the room. A big gorilla in the room. A big gorilla in the room was the fact that there were people out here on both sides shouting racial slurs at one another. But it was very clear that the prosecution and the defense did not want this to be about race. A big gorilla in the room. A big.
So she said it was clear that the prosecutor and defense did not want this to be about race, while she came on and said it's a big gorilla in the room. Yeah, it's you. All right. Now listen to this. This part get crazy. So there was a lawyer, right? This is a black woman, and she was at the court every day, and she was doing her her coverage of the case. And this is what some of the the videos or the audio recordings that they sent to her.
Sind befugte Hunde. Ja, das ist gut, ja. You fucking nigger. Fuck you. White power.
Yo, these people are crazy. I swear this dark world is crazy. So you see what he said? He said, I guess that was German or something. He said, Soko Doko, Sid Valuka Hunde. He said, F you, Ico, white power. Right? So they got his name, Cameron M. Olivent, right? Expose all these people, right? So he done said some old Nazi stuff.
Let's talk a little bit.
And this is what they want to trigger, guys. They want to trigger us in one another, right? They want me to hate my brother Travis, or Travis to hate me for no reason. I ain't never did nothing to Travis. You understand?
Sind befugte Hunde. Ja, das ist gut, ja. You fucking nigger. Fuck you. White power.
Sweetheart, we're coming for you, nigger bitch. We will lynch you for real. Your neck will break, and we will burn you alive. So you want to talk about lynching, you fucking cunt? That's what's going to happen. You and all your people, all your nigger people that look like you, because whites are done. So yeah, talk about lynching, sweetheart. We're coming for you, you fucking whore. You and all your little nigger friends, you don't belong here, and we're going to make it known.
I'm sorry, but let me explain. Yo, these crazy racists like this, they cuss like 12-year-olds. Like they cuss like 5-year-olds. The way they cuss, it's like, I don't know, it's like they self-destruct. They cuss like children or something. I'm like, my goodness. She said, you want to talk about lynching? So the black, she's a lawyer, and she was reporting at the courthouse, and she was saying what's happening to Karmelo in the trial, the way they're rushing it's like a public day lynching. You've heard people say that. And so she got triggered, right? And she said, you want to talk about lynching, sweetheart? We're coming for you, you igger itch. We will lynch you for real. Your neck will break and we will burn you alive. So you want to talk about lynchings? You effing CUNT. That's what's going to happen. You and all your people, all your igger people that look like you, because whites are something, and we're not going, and you're going to, something is going to be, she said, and that's another thing they keep saying, Karmelo is going to be raped in prison every effing day by the Aryan Brotherhood, every hour of every effing day. So the Aryan Brotherhood is going to rape a man. I was like, this crazy work. Every hour of every day. See, this is what I'm saying. And these people, these are devils. People with this energy. It's not because she white, because I can probably play a clip of some black that's off the hinge, right? Okay. Now, so she says, Karmelo will be raped by an Aryan Brotherhood every effing day, every hour of every effing day. Your little igger boy committed murder on a white. We all know it, and we're done. So yeah, talk about lynchers. We're coming for you, you effing whore. You and all your little igger friends. You don't belong here. They kill me. We don't belong in our country. I mean, I just can't. All right, let me not. It's just. It's funny because it's so infantile. It's so dark that it's like we're in 2026. People still talk like this and think like this. What happened to progress? Okay? Yeah, they running off emotions and they letting these people incite their emotions. That's why I'm minimalizing it, because I'm not going to be carried, tossed to and fro. An unstable man is unstable in all his ways, right? So I have to have stability and understand narratives that are being played on everybody. I agree, it hurts. That's why I said it'll hurt, and that's why I have to address it. Because if someone doesn't address it and bring balance, and for those who can find the channel to my white brothers, my black brothers, Hispanic, whatever, they can find a channel, then they can get a little balance and be like, you know what, I'm glad I saw an Unc video. Because at least that made me feel like everybody is not, no, we're not all like this. But they'll promote the people who, remember, everybody got their own channel. Everybody, So this is some dark stuff, bro. And they're going to make it, they're trying to push it so we can all unalive each other type of thing, while they gather us all together as freaking animals, right? With their AI and the stuff that they're planning on doing. And the ones who are really running it, they ain't even fully human, bro. It's crazy. Thank you, Coupe de Ville. It's crazy. So that's why I'm pointing it out, okay? Because this will trigger and it'll make like so-called blacks think all whites think like this. So-called whites think all blacks think like this and all that. That's the device of the serpent. All the time has been doing his devices. We're called to become wise, man. Come out of her. Like start and especially as adults, we should be able to discern between manipulation of masses. All right, let's continue. So yeah, she like, all this, we coming for you.
Good, yeah. You fucking nigger. Fuck you, white power.
Sweetheart, we're coming for you, nigger bitch. We will lynch you
for
real. Your neck will break. People, all your nigger people that look like you, because whites are done. So yeah, talk about lynching, sweetheart. We're coming for you, you fucking whore. You and all your little nigger friends, you don't belong here, and we're gonna make it known. Bye, sweetheart.
Yeah, Robert just called a second ago. Listen, you little racist motherfucker. You and Jasmine Crockett, both lawyers.
So do you hear how he started off his voice chat? He said, yeah, Robert here. I just called a second ago. Yo, this is crazy work, bro. He started it off like he's, following up on a business call. Do you see what I mean? But guys, this is what I'm saying. And this is a lawyer they're sending this to. She's playing it. She's a lawyer, but she was outside. She was reporting on the case. So So these are people who, you know, they'll dox you, and she's reporting on the case. So this is her inbox where she's playing. Okay? So he says, yes, it's Robert here. I just called a second ago. Okay, thank you. And it's crazy. It's crazy that the laughter that I do is to take the power away from it. You understand? The laughter is not a weakness, and the laughter is not a lessening of the darkness of it, but it's not allowing it to infect me. You see, I'm still keeping my joy. Laughter is a sign of joy. You know what I mean? Unless, you know, some people got a tick. Mine's ain't a tick, right? I'm laughing because it's stupid. You see what I mean? I'm laughing because I'm above it. It's beneath me. Okay? So, but I understand the seriousness of it. That's why I'm addressing it. You understand? But I'm gonna laugh, you know what I mean? Right? I'll laugh till it get to my front door. You heard? But I'm gonna prepare. I'm gonna woe to those who don't prepare. I prepare for it, but I understand how beneath me it is, how little and just infantile. It's just ridiculous. All right? For anybody to be speaking like this against any nation of people. It's just, but anyway, so he says, I'm Robert. I just called a second ago. And I guess he wanted to finish what he had to say.
And we're gonna make it known. Bye, sweetheart.
Yeah, Robert just called a second ago. Listen, you little racist motherfucker. You and Jasmine Crockett, both lawyers, ought to lose your license and go to fucking jail. You fucking racist, race baiting little bitch. Yeah, a fucking lawyer talking shit. Fuck you. Yeah, just like I just got you saying. You and that fucking student. Well, she's not going to be in Congress much longer.
Trayvon Martin, George Floyd, Freddie Gray, Michael Brown. They said, fuck you. Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, Freddie Gray, George Floyd.
So hold on. So she stopped. So it's like she's showing the messages she's getting just for covering the trial. Just for, right? Yeah, they want to do that more kind of system. So right now, Trayvon, Freddie Gray, George Floyd, Pittsburgh last week, I don't know, Karmelo Anthony, they're opening their eyes and they are not going to be waiting for Democrats like some of me who believe that the only way you get ahead in this country is not the government giving it to you and not got your own free will, militia, and something when all right, anyway, let's continue.
Hey, George Floyd.
So this has been sent to a black lawyer.
Sind befugte Hunde. Ja, das ist gut, ja.
Oh, I know I didn't repeat it again. All right. So do I want to play that? No, I'll get back to that. Let me get back to that. Let me get back to the young man. Let me get to another. I'll play that a little later. All right? Watch this. Y'all remember this? First of all, let's get some balance. Because all this darkness, let me get some balance. All right? Let me get a laugh in. Here we go. Some righteous balance. Share this tab instead. I can't be playing all this darkness. Let's get some balance.
We gotta go on. I done talked too long. I don't waste my time. I remember when I met Jesus. Met him for the first time. Said he came out. Said he. Mama stood up, y'all. Y'all better stop. Tell him I know it.
Yo, go ahead, boy. That boy, go ahead. Boy, that boy, go ahead. Go ahead, young white brother. That boy got the spirit of the Most High in him. That I said he walk. That boy got the, you see him? He got the arm going. Hold on.
No, I know it was after me. We gotta go on. I done talked too long. I don't waste my time. I remember when I met Jesus. Met him for the first time. Said he changed my walk. Said he. Mama stood up, y'all. Y'all better stop. Tell them I know it. No, I know it was.
Boy, at the meeting, that's the cookout. At the meeting, said he walked. That boy got that arm going. You see where he at too. You understand? You see where he at. You heard? That's that word. That's the Messiah. That's the Holy Spirit in this brother. That's the Raya Hayakadash in this young brother. Said he like at that meeting. The brother is at that meeting.
We gotta go on. I done talked too long. I don't waste my time. I remember it. I met Jesus.
That's the problem. They need Jesus, y'all. Come on, Kelly. These little devils, they need the Messiah. They need Yahshua. They need Yahusha. They need Yeshua. They need Yahshua, Yahawashah, Yahayashah. You need the Habara Yah Messiah. You need the Messiah in your life. That Jesus. They need the Messiah. That be. Let's go, boy. I'm rocking with him.
The first time, said he changed my walk. Said he.
Mama stood up, y'all. Y'all better stop.
Tell him I know it. No, I know it was. After me. We gotta go on. I done talked too long. I don't waste my time. I remember it. I met Jesus. Met him for the first time. Said he changed my walk. Said he.
Mama stood up, y'all. Y'all better stop.
Tell him I know it. No, I know it was.
I'm walking right with him. He at that meeting, yeah, he is. At that meeting, right with me. We at that meeting, all the righteous children. We at that meeting, the children of Yah. We at that meeting, the Hebrew Mashiach is at that meeting. I'm sitting at the table. At that meeting, he's at the cookout. At that meeting, the righteous remnant. We at that meeting, you heard the house of Yah. You heard these devils, they need to come to the meeting. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. They're trying to make us hate one another. This boy ain't got that hate of the devil in him. All right. Now, if later, then society can get to him to try to take the spirit of the Most High out of him and have him hate his brother of the others of every nation, kindred, and tongue. You understand? Nah. You see him? He ain't. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. They hate. They ain't at the meeting. They ain't sitting down at the table. These serpents, these devils. You heard? He had that meeting. I did that on purpose. I'm like, all this dark stuff, these people, you understand? And this is why they be burning the crosses all in the lawns and all this stuff, right? You see? Burning crosses. Hanging. The other one, Jake the snake, talking about Karmelo should be hanging from a tree. Who they hung from a tree? Who with the cross? Who they nailed to the cross beam? Why they burning crosses? You heard? Watch this. Let me show y'all something. Copyright disclaimers on effect. So they trying to rile up the Asians. They trying to rile up the blacks, rile up the Hispanics, rile up the East Indians, rile up, the Mongoloid natives, rile up everybody to be divide and conquer, for us to hate one another, so we won't be at that meeting. You heard? At that meeting, all you see is my teeth. Good, Rick. Big white teeth. Nice and clean. That's good you see my teeth. That part. Because I'm at that meeting. All right, Rick, you need to get me at the meeting and stop being a savage. All right, let's go. All right, share this tab instead. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We own rights to the video. Let's go. This is how dark they going.
Cyrus Carmack Belton.
Yeah, they was burning crosses. You don't know that story? Look, this was last couple of days ago.
Crosses. The outrage grows one day after someone set a cross on fire in the heart of downtown Chicago.
There's no way to explain this nicely, except it's hate.
24 hours after the cross was set ablaze, stirring up racist white supremacy acts.
So they burning the cross, right? And guess who did it? Him, an Asian. Now, I don't know if it's a skin suit, because, these manipulators, they'll be playing stuff, right? So that's what I'm pointing into. So they got the Asian, the one they just released, acquitted, the dude, he shot the little boy in the back, right? All right? And so, again, I'm showing you all the devices, right? But guess what? People forgot this one right here. Copyright disclaimers on effect. A lot of people forgot this one. Watch this.
Died, largely because we really don't know how.
R.I.P. to this little boy. Now, he wasn't all that innocent, but he shouldn't have been shot in his back. Cyrus.
Carmelo Belton died, largely because we really don't know how he died. He tried to flee the situation, and somebody was chasing him that had no business chasing him. And in the
3 days after this accused shooter shot a little boy, he walks free, making bond on Tuesday. It has this family angry and confused.
And I'm trying to figure out how he got a bond that was so low for trying to kill my kid.
Arnold Daniel trying to figure out why Ryan Lee Wen is out of jail after allegedly shooting his son Kobe. It's all on video Saturday.
Y'all remember this case? That Asian dude shot a 6-year-old, a baby, and walked out here with, I think it was $6,000 bail. 6 G's. Okay? Come on. Let's go.
Afternoon on Candlewood Lane, you'll see kids playing, hear a gunshot, then Kobe realizes he's hit.
Now, what I want to point out, if you could see in this video, there's little white kids playing, little black kids playing, probably a little Hispanic. They all playing together. You understand? And this little Asian devil then shot this 6-year-old boy. He chased him with a hammer, a claw hammer. He chased him earlier, but the little boy said he couldn't catch me. I was too fast. A neighbor. And they gave him a $6,000 bail. He shot a 6-year-old baby. Somebody told y'all wrong. All right, let's continue. Elder backstage again. Hakyama must not be here. All right, she probably working. Let me add the elder. All right. So, all right, praise the Most High. Let me get back. Thank you guys for letting me know the elder's backstage.
Video Saturday afternoon on Candlewood Lane. You'll see kids playing, hear a gunshot, then Kobe realizes.
See that? That's a little blind kid running. They running, then you're gonna see a blind little girl run.
He's hit.
Y'all hear that? See? That's a blind girl running. Y'all hear that gunshot? He shot a 6-year-old child with a gun.
Lee Wen allegedly.
So you hear the little boy say, ow, ow, ow. He shot me. It must have, apparently, that's right. It went through his arm. It went in his skin. The Most High saved that little boy, and the bullet went through the other side of his arm.
Fired through his front window. The bullet went in Kobe's arm and out the other side. Fired through his front window. Lee Wen allegedly fired through his front window. The bullet went in Kobe's arm and out the other side.
Right now, he's not even processing exactly what happened. He don't realize how close he came to not being here. But I realize it.
29-year-old Lee Wen is charged with assault with intent to murder. He's apparently had issues with neighbors in the past, and this time, Dad Arnold suspects Lee Wen was mad. Kobe's bike was in his yard.
I'm irate.
So the little boy dropped his bike in his yard while all the kids out there playing. He had already chased them with a hammer.
Really? I mean, I can't function, and I don't know what to do.
A Washtenaw County judge gave him a $10,000 cash bond.
Sorry, $10,000 cash bond.
Which he made Tuesday. This is him walking out, picked up by family.
And he bailed himself out. So a $10,000 bond, which is $1,000 bail.
The prosecutor's office shocked at the...
Well, cash bond, I don't know how that works. Because bond and bail is different. So yeah, bond, you get a bail bondsman. So yeah. and you have the $1,000 cash.
Family. The prosecutor's office shot Tuesday. This is him walking out.
And I don't know what to do.
A Washtenaw County judge gave him a $10,000 cash bond, which he made Tuesday. This is him walking out, picked up by family. The prosecutor's office shocked at the low bond. They're filing an emergency motion to get it changed. A judge's order not to return home, but it's a piece of paper, says Arnold.
I'm scared for my family, you know, but I'm scared for them because I don't know what he's capable of.
Reporting in Ypsilanti, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
So you see how this Asian man, once again, Ryan Lee Nguyen, you see him on the screen there, was allowed to basically walk free, unscathed, on a $10,000 bond. Now, if you've ever been in the judicial system, you know that a $10,000 bond, you're only responsible for 15% today, 10% in some cases. So that was $100 that he had to pay in order to get out of jail after almost killing a 6-year-old. That right there lets you know the level of respect that we have in the eyes of the court system. And, you know, a few years ago, they was talking about.
That's the thing of showing when they trigger the other nations to make us, do you think that so-called blacks get any type of justice? We don't get no justice in the court system. Sorry. So, because, you know, you have people that are triggered about Karmelo case and be like, no, it was equal. It's never been equal, bro. You can't show me no case. I guarantee you, if he would have shot a 6-year-old white child, the Asian would have been buried under that jail. You understand?
Stop Asian hate. Like black people were just running around hating on Asians. Black people were just ago, they was talking about stop Asian hate. Like black people were just running around hating on Asians. But if you ever go to one of these stores, one of these restaurants, one of these hair stores, one of these nail stores, you can actually feel the energy that they don't really like us. I don't know how people can patronize them so much. I guess, you know, getting the nails done and hair and the beauty products is so, I guess, a necessity that we can ignore that feeling. I feel it all the time when I just walk in there. You know, it's spiritual. Like, why are these people coming in here? But if they want to bring me their money, I'm going to tolerate them. But now, long story short, what happened in this case was in 2022, he pled guilty. Now, he pled guilty to like some cookie cutter charges. And as a part of that plea deal, no, he didn't even plead guilty. He pled no contest. If you're familiar with the judicial system, no contest means that when you are pleading, you are not admitting guilt, but you're saying that the evidence is as such that they would be able to convict you in a trial. And so you're not admitting guilt. He never admitted guilt. And as a part of that plea agreement, he was given a sentence.
Cyrus Carmack Belton.
All right. So now we understand that they, again, at the same time, right? Now watch this. Now this is to my other brothers who think that we don't bring balance. Now I'm about to show, listen clearly, black people that are against this, the little 14-year-old that got shot. All right? Now, the 14-year-old that got shot by the Asian, he got acquitted, the Asian store owner, in the same week as Karmelo's trial, right? So again, I went back to show you the Asian shooting a little 6-year-old boy and getting $10,000 bond. Okay, let's continue.
We really don't know how he died. He tried to flee the situation and somebody was chasing him that had no business chasing him.
Watch this.
To sit up there and make it seem like we were bad parents because...
What's the confusion? You are bad parents.
Shut up.
Your 14-year-old had access to a gun.
Now let me show you something. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. To the so-called white brothers and sisters, so-called black brothers and sisters, so-called Asians, Hispanics, whatever, nations of people, everybody in your nation ain't for you. You got sellouts in your own nation. The so-called blacks, we got them. We call them coons. Okay? Sellouts, right? Anton Daniels is one of them, right? And they, no matter what it is, they stay against the black. They say, and they're so-called black, and they'll say no matter what scenario happened, the black people are wrong. Okay? And every nation, you have those people among you. And these are serpents among you. Okay? So watch this. So this is the family of Cyrus Carmack Belton, and they're saying that the people are blaming them and say they were bad parents. Now, this 14-year-old had a gun. You know, I'm going to keep it raw and 110. So why does this 14-year-old have a gun? But let's continue.
There and make it seem like we were bad parents because.
What's the confusion? You are bad parents.
Shut up.
Your 14-year-old had access to a gun and lost his life. That's the definition of a bad parent. You didn't raise the little motherfucker to not go in the store and try to.
Now, the reason why I put this image here, that's the image R. Peter Austin. That's him and his brother, right? Now, you see this coon, he up here saying that the parents is bad because the 14-year-old had access to a gun. And so look what I show on the screen. How many of these kids of other nations have these, they got assault rifles and stuff. They out there training them in the woods, you heard, from 5 years old. I've heard from my white brothers and sisters to tell me they've been training out in the woods since they were 7 years old with guns. Okay? So it's so easy, guys, for them to remember. They said Karmelo Anthony is the devil because he had a knife, a pocket knife. You understand? But they don't show you this image of the twins with assault rifles. Right? I'm not saying that it's right or wrong how that went down. That whole thing is wrong. But it's when the narrative that people push. You understand? That's why the other brother who was here earlier said something about when I said Kyle Rittenhouse had the AR rifle and unalived, and he got acquitted, and Carmelo had a pocket knife, and he unalived 2 and hurt 1, and Carmelo unalived 1, and he got acquitted, and he got, so that's not equal justice. That's the point. So what people do is they'll say on one end, right? If you black and you have anything, oh, the parents raised you, oh, you no good. So he like, how did the 14-year-old get access to a gun? And so, but they don't question that, what you see on the screen. Now listen clearly.
We were bad parents because.
What's the confusion? You are bad parents.
Shut up.
Your 14-year-old had access to a gun and lost his life. That's the definition of a bad parent. You didn't raise the little motherfucker to not go in the store and try to steal. You didn't raise him to not run around with a gun or two. Now, he would be here if he had actual parents who accepted responsibility.
What?
Now, that's the problem with the EBT community. It's always the white man's fault. Well, this time the guy was Asian.
Shut up. All the way.
Y'all see what he called him? He said that's the problem with the EBT community. See, this is what I should have played this clip a little earlier when the trolls was here, when the Diddy trolls was here, so they can get their little racism food fill. Like, yeah, they like iggers like this. Oh, they love these type of iggers. He said it's the EBT. First of all, the most people that's on EBT ain't black in America, right? But he just blamed it on what if I need EBT to help me eat, bro? But anyway, but these iggers is a trip right here, right? So these are your cool, these are your sellouts, and your right. So now listen clearly. Let me explain something to you about that young 14-year-old having that gun, and just blankly blaming the parents. Let me explain. Just because a child has a gun, you can't blame the parent for just 100%. You can find some way to fit some type of blame. I'm explaining because this happened to me. My son, my oldest son, he's in his 30s now. At 15 years old, he got charged with possession of a gun. Now, you would look at me and say, like he's saying, you're a bad parent. How did he get a gun? Oh, no, I wasn't a bad parent. I was actually a really good parent. And I was trying to protect them and raise them from all the stuff that I had to do. You know how he got that gun? I had the gun. My gun was in my room, and it was to protect my house. I never left my house with that gun because I didn't need the gun outside because I'm going to handle my own. You understand? I didn't need to run around with a gun. I didn't have a license to carry it. That would have been foolish anyway, right? But the gun was in my house locked, all right, to protect my house, okay, in case an invasion or something. So what my son, my 15-year-old would do, and was probably doing it when he was 14, I didn't know. My daughter told me. Now this boy ended up being locked up in juvenile for it. Gave him almost 2 years, right? I couldn't even get him out of it. What he did was, when I would leave my house and lock my door in my room where it's locked away, he would go and sneak around the house and climb in through my bedroom window and go and take change, money out my change thing, and take the gun with him to go outside to be out with his friends. 15, all right? Now, he ain't shot nobody. He probably wasn't trying to shoot nobody. But because of video games, because of videos, music, they like see guns, right? Right? So if you got a it wasn't a bad parent. My gun was to protect my home, and it was locked away. I didn't know he was sneaking in to steal it. Okay? So again, with that 14-year-old who had a gun, they said he had a gun in his book bag. He never pulled the gun out in the store. He never pulled it on the owners or nothing. They chased him down and shot him in his back. But they come out and say that's why those parents are saying, you can't say that I'm a bad parent, because children, I know when I was a child, 14, 15, I was into stuff. We do stupid stuff as children. Okay? So anyway, that's the point I'm trying to make out, right? So this coon is trying to blame, right? Now, that doesn't so he's justifying these the store owners for chasing this little boy down. He didn't steal anything from the store, all right? When he got to the counter, they asked him to show me everything. He showed everything he got and showed he didn't steal nothing. He had left his bag at the counter, and he took his bag and he left and walked out the store. And then they came behind him, chasing him, and then they shot him in his back and killed him. 14 years old. And so this person is saying it was justified because of what? All right? And so this is the hypocrisy. Well, they'll say, if you got a knife, or if you got something, like you are the devil, when other nations train their children on guns straight from, straight from 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. All right, let's continue.
The definition of a bad parent, and lost his life. Had access to a gun and lost his life.
Him and in the
You to sit up there and make it seem like we were bad parents because
what's the confusion? You are a bad parent.
Shut up.
Your 14-year-old had access to a gun and lost his life. That's the definition of a bad parent. You didn't raise the little motherfucker to not go in the store and try to steal. You didn't raise him to not run around with a gun. Now, he would be here if he had actual parents who accepted responsibility.
What?
Now, that's the problem with the EBT community. It's always the white man's fault. Well, this time the guy was Asian.
Shut up. All the way up.
Ma'am.
His tongue is all up the so-called white man butt, the serpent of the white iggers. His tongue is so up the white iggers butt, bro. They don't receive you diddy devil. Boy, these people be sell outs, I swear. Right? Shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters. He up the white iggers butt. Right? Tongue all up their butt. They ain't gonna do nothing but sell you down the EBT community. Who is that? The whole America? Who the EBT community?
Shut up. All the way up.
Ma'am, let me get this straight. You had a child who was only 14 years old. And your child was carrying a handgun on him at age 14. That makes you a bad parent.
Now, this is
Coupe de Ville, EBT is food stamps. And he's saying the blacks who on food stamps do this type of stuff or something, like blaming food stamps or whatever, right? So it's a way of saying, you know, ratchet ghetto. The kid probably was ratchet. All these kids are being ratchet now. They dumbing them down in school. They can't even read or write, right? Hip hop and music and TV and videos and all that's making them little devils, all right?
On him at age 14. That makes you a bad parent.
Now, this is disgusting. It is contemptible at the highest. You are victim blaming not just the parents, you are blaming the boy for his murder because he had a handheld gun on him. Are you freaking listening to yourselves? So that makes them a bad parent. You're blaming them for the murder of their son. A son that went into a freaking store, initially took 4 bottles of water, put the bottles of water back. A 14-year-old scared enough to put back water because he saw how he was being racially profiled, followed their instructions to show that he had no bottles of water on him, left the freaking store. He did not pull out a gun in the freaking store. He left the store. And then when 2 grown-ass men started to chase him, ran for his life. They shot him in the freaking back. And you blame the boy and his parents?
And he got acquitted. That's the part. I'm like, so it's such a selective hatred against, right? I don't care that I can show that this Asian shot a 6-year-old child, right? No hoopla over that. See, they selectively choose who they have hoopla over. You see? So they pumping this, Karmelo thing to rile everybody up, to hate one another when there's so many things going on.
Have you lost your mind? And what would you say the biggest lesson the Asian community?
We'll come back to that. Watch this. It's not all the youth. This is a young man that is speaking out. And he's speaking to the elders.
Will lynch you.
I know I haven't said anything in a while, but because I've been at a loss for words, in a very short span of time, we've had one brother lose his life and another brother be sentenced to 35 years in jail at only 17 years old. It's scary because I know that for a long time, people have hated our skin tone and killed us just because of our skin tone. But I know that in today's day and age, we have a brother killing another brother. So no matter what, it looks like we're always losing. In those videos that I see of people's pictures or people's names of these black brothers on different memorials and on different videos of them losing their lives, it's like, it's scary because I know that these are young black.
What was his question? What was the question? I don't think Hakyama's here. No, she's not here. So can y'all give me the question? Write the question on Zayana.
I put it.
What was the question?
I'm putting it on screen. They say, can you decide the condition that the black youth was to be chased and shot in the back by the Asian father and son?
What did he say? Could I explain the condition?
Can you describe the condition? Yes.
All right, that's what he's asking, the scenario. So a young black went into the store, right? 14 years old, he had a backpack. He took the backpack, he left it at the front on the counter. Right? I'm guessing he had a gun in the bag. Then nobody knew it was a gun in the bag. I guess he had a gun in the bag, right? Then he went to the back of the store and he went to go to get water. Now, I don't know if he was going to try to steal the water, which you can't steal 4 things of water, right? He left the backpack up there, but he went to go. I don't know if he was going to buy water or whatever, but he was back at the glass thing with water. He had 4 things of water, and the people, the Asians in the store, was like sweating him and stuff. So he started looking like he was fumbling. So he put the water back. All right. He put the water back, and then he closed the thing and he walked up to the front, and they was like, "You trying to steal? What, you stole water?" So he opened up his jacket and stuff and showed them, "I didn't steal anything." So they did. And then he grabbed his bag and he walked out the store to leave. So as he walking out the store, he's going up the street, leaving. The store owner and his son, they had guns and they ran behind him. And when they came out, they started chasing him and he ran. And they shot him in his back and killed him. And they went to trial and they acquitted him. They gave him free. They got off free for killing a 14-year-old child, shooting him in his back that was fleeing from you, running from you. And they didn't steal nothing from the store. And that's the case. So a lot of people were in uproar over it, okay? And he got acquitted a week before the Karmelo case, before Karmelo got convicted, right? So a lot of these things are happening at the same time. So that's the gist of that, all right? And he got walked off free and clear, no charge of nothing. Shot someone in the back that is running away from you. All right. Now, it was later afterward that they found out that he had a gun in the bag. Nobody knew that. So that's a non-factor if he's running away from you. All right.
Brothers, and I know I'm a young brother. I know other races are losing their life too, but this really hits hardest to me because I'm also a young black man. And I know that the scary part is one day I could be that young black man whose picture is shown in that video. I could be that young black man who has balloons going into the sky because I lost my life. And that's very scary for me at only 13 years old. So yes, the videos and the interviews are important about you speaking up about it. But right now, we need action. We need people to get their hands dirty and say something about what's going on and actually do something, build programs, protests, outreaches, anything to really help the young black man live longer, stay out of the streets for the rest of his life, stay out of jail for the rest of his life. So I really need all of you guys to help me push this narrative, push this trend. Because it's just scary for me at the end.
And honestly, young men, period. But he's correct. He's speaking for his own nation. So just because someone's speaking about their own nation don't mean they're excluding other nations, right? It's not a thing. But so, because yes, we need the young youth are being guided into transgression and more sin, right? And everything.
Today. And I want you guys to really, I'm sorry, this is just really important to me, but I hope you guys continue to have a wonderful, great, and amazing day and really listen to what I just said because I'm glad I was able to put this on your mind today. I want you guys to always remember that positivity is always a plus because taking action that's something that you believe in is positive. I know I haven't said anything in a while, but
so now here go another person, some people discussing the Karmelo case. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Hakim.
There's another question from Brett when you're ready.
No, go ahead. What is it?
They say, did they shoot him for reason that the youth commenced to run after having been challenged for potential theft?
All right, let me explain. He went into the store. They thought he was trying to steal water. He opened up his jacket. He had nothing. You can't steal 4 bottles, big bottles of water. Where are you going to put it? Okay? His bag was left at the counter. He grabbed his bag and he left out the store. And as he left out the store, he was leaving. They come out the store with guns, talking about stop or whatever. He ran. Unfortunately, for a lot of other people, so-called blacks, we run. I would have run. I always run because people kill. I've been my whole life. People would kill me just for a misunderstanding. So my first reaction is to run. You coming at me, I ain't did nothing. I'm running, okay? Now let me explain. I don't care if he stole water. He could have stole soda. You don't get shot in your back. That's not stand your ground. That's not a threat to your life. That's not the penalty of someone stealing something. He didn't steal anything. Let's say if he did, hypothetically, he still should not get, a 14-year-old child should not get shot in his back by grown men while he's fleeing. That is the devil. So no matter how, whatever scenario you put that in, it's illegal in America. And he got acquitted. Not one charge against him. He walked free. If I, a black man, owned a store and a young white brother came into my store, you got white people that steal, you got black people that steal, you got white people carry guns, you got black people carry guns, you got all, right? And a young white brother came into my store and he put his backpack on my counter and he went back to the thing and he looking like he might be trying to steal water and I'm watching him, right? So then he comes back up to the counter and I say, hey, did you steal some water? Let me see what you got. And he says, I ain't got nothing. And I come from around the counter and I make him open his coat and he opened his coat. He's young, he's 14-year-old white boy, young white man. And he showed me he didn't steal no water. He didn't steal anything. He grabbed his book bag. Now, I don't know what he got in his book bag. That don't matter. He ain't try to do nothing with me. Ain't got nothing to do. And he grabs it and he walks out my store and he starts to leave. And as he's walking, me and my 25, 30-year-old son, I tell my son, come on, let's go get him. And I grab a gun and I run out my store. I'm a black man. And this 14-year-old young white child is leaving. And I say, hey, come here. And he starts to run. And then I chase him. And as he's running, I shoot him in his back and kill him. Do you think I would be free today? Do you think I would be free? No. I would be found guilty of murder. I shot a person while they were fleeing, running away. There is no threat. In his back, a child. That's the part I'm saying. I would be under the jail. These Asians, they let them off. Do you not? Let me explain why they let them off. Just my opinion. Opinions are like a-holes. Everybody got one. Usually poop comes out. But anyway, hopefully this ain't poop. My opinion is the reason why they let them off is because they know that if they let this Asian off for killing that young black child, it will arouse the so-called black community. And they've been playing. That's why I'm talking about the puppet master. That's why. Come on, bro. They would never let, that's illegal. Come on. Everybody use your common sense and stop it. Stop it unless you're the devil. If you're the devil, then do what the devil do. And let my Father's will be done over your devilish life. You're going to lose the game at the end. The righteous will win. Do you understand? Use your common sense. They let them, everybody, they let him get away with it because they knew that it would incite the so-called black community to start protesting against the Asians. Do you understand? At the same time, what they doing all this, it's just pawns pushed on the chessboard. That's what it is. It didn't matter what race that little boy was. He was not guilty of doing anything. And he ran. And they unalived him. That's the point. Now, I always look at the bigger picture. Everything is the bigger picture. That's what this lesson is tonight, Brent. That's what our whole ministry is. The bigger picture of the agenda of what the 1%, the serpents, are using to play us, the regular masses, as pawns against one another. It's all manipulation. They don't care about none of us. They set the people up to be struck down and stuff, certain situations. I personally think that Charlie Kirk was used as a pawn to be set up, to be struck down. And once he realized it, he started speaking against a certain nation of people. And next thing you know, right? So a lot of stuff be manipulation, bro. Don't mean I have to agree with everything that Charlie Kirk said or disagree. But I look for the bigger picture all the time. The puppet master strings. That's what these lessons are about. These lessons are everything. And everybody, the masses, are always dumbed down. And remember, they dumbing us down more. This next generation, Generation A, or whatever they call it, they can't even read and write. So they're going to, whatever the media narrative spin, they're giving over to it. They're trying to usher in the final generation. Because remember, guys, they got a 2030 agenda. We only got 4 years left. It's a bigger picture, bro. Their agenda, they putting all this stuff is coming to pass. 2028, this next so-called election gonna be a doozy. Because it ain't gonna be an election. They're gonna start, remember, watch how this age. They're gonna start a war, and so there's no more election. That's if the orange dude lasts that long, because he's old up in age, but it don't matter because the other one is the one that they really using. What's his name? The VP. Him and Peter Thiel and him, that's the real one. You know what I mean? So anyway, that next election, it won't be one. They're going to usher in this is a whole tokenizing, digitization of the financial industry, all this stuff they putting all the pieces into play right now. Yeah, is it not real, people? You understand? And the lineage of this serpent lineage, you understand? This is biblical. That's why people hate with a biblical hatred and all this stuff. All this stuff is prophetic and it's biblical, bro. So it's a bigger agenda. They don't care about us at all. The masses of the people, they want us against one another while they consume us all. So we gotta warn the others, and our righteousness is what covers us. Alden said, my 3 kids are homeschooled because the way the school system changed. No, exactly. They dumbed down everything. They've been already manipulating education, information, history, records. You know what I mean? We celebrate murderers and unalivers in this country. You understand? They dumb us down, right? We have celebration days for people like this dude. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. They celebrate this dude.
Columbus first set foot in the New World, that was the beginning of the end for many indigenous cultures.
Hi guys, watch this clip.
What do you do with Columbus's diary that says the Africans know a way to the west, but it goes around the doldrums, we would never survive? What do you do with that? What do you do with all of this written literature and history that says Abubakar II of Mali sent 200 ships to the west? One came back and said they were afraid that the others disappeared. And then to have Balboa find this village that looks just like Mali, where he was, what do you do with this information? You ignore it. What do you do with Balboa's diary that says we came upon this African village in the Isthmus? How did these Africans get here? So what do you do with the heads in Mexico that you find at San Lorenzo? At Tres Zapote. Some things that are not comfortable for white people. They're not comfortable for them to talk about the possibility that Africans were.
Well, the reason why it's not comfortable, because the serpents, right, condition the history. It would be comfortable if they would have learned it from elementary and been in a position like our young white brother right here, right?
We gotta go on. I done talked too long. I don't know wasting my time. I remember when I met Jesus.
So this young white brother right here in his zone is amongst, look what's all around him, guys. He's in a so-called black church. Look at the sister little girl filming him.
The first time the city changed my walk.
They probably like, look at Jimmy. Jimmy in the spirit again, right?
Steady. Mama stood up, y'all. Y'all better stop. Tell him I know it. No, I know it was.
So Jimmy ain't got the hate of the world in him. It's the conditioning of men that'll place that sin to make Jimmy hate Keisha. You see? But if you don't incite that, so that's what they do in the school system, the education system. So they teach them a false history and a false narrative. So when they get older, then they'll reject it because it's like, that's not history. What do you mean? You mean to tell me everything I learned was a lie? Yes. That's a hard pill to swallow. Only a small amount have the election to be able to do the diligence and to yeah, he looking fresh and so clean too, right? Only the small amount would have the diligence to study to show themselves approved and be able to empty the wineskin of the lies that they learned. So they dumb the masses down with the education. That's the whole point of it. Of course it's hard for them to receive it later because you're erasing everything that they thought they knew. So what do you mean? I'm just an idiot? It's like, yeah, you kind of are. We all were. Unless you come out of it and relearn, right? You have to empty your wineskin and relearn. But then they push them with a narrative, a self-inflated narrative, right? They made, no disrespect, but they made them think that they invented everything. They civilized everything. They was the only ones that can travel and navigate and all. It's like, how, that's a horrible thing. So that's why I'm like, those serpents who at the top don't care about the white people either. They don't care about, because if they did, they would never fill you with lies. Everyone, lies are from the devil. They are from the devil. They are not of the Most High. The Most High is in spirit and in truth. The lies are from the devil. So these are devils imparting this education into a mass of people who got an inflated understanding. So that it's like when you strip all of that, what are you leaving them with? So that comes fear. Now, when you mix the fear with the racism, what others are feeding, it's like a gumbo soup of devilishment. So that's why most of them will lean towards nationality and just like, whatever. I don't care what the truth is. I'm going to stand on the side of ignorance because they feel like if they lose something, they lose themselves, right? And then they pump fear to make it think like the other people who history's been replaced is trying to take yours, and that's not the truth. The truth is truth, and everyone should want to know truth. I want to know truth no matter what it is. No matter what it is. Yeah, Jimmy got the getting that soul food. Go ahead, boy. That boy, listen.
We gotta go on. I done talked too long. I don't know wasting my time. I remember when I met Jesus.
Shout out to A. Sandoval. I didn't know you. A. Sandoval, are you a sister or a brother? You've been here for, I didn't even know. See, that's my point. When I don't even know if you so-called white or black, it don't matter. You understand? Well, it does matter, meaning I love to know what the nationality of my brothers and sisters is so I can celebrate it. You see what I mean? The problem is they make it, don't think it don't. It does matter. I need to know. I love to know when it's my white brothers and sisters, when we got an Asian brother sister ministry, African brother sister in the ministry, one of the Caribbean, whatever it is, because Hispanic, because it's showing the balance of the Most High's children. So all this time, I didn't even know you were so-called white, A. Sandoval. Right? And you my brother or sister. I don't remember if it's a brother or sister. A Sandoval said, I'm white. I see the soul, not color, and not all whites are all races. That's more East Coast in that. And in Utah, it's not segregated. Wow. But so you out of Utah? That's what's up. Sister. Okay. A Sandoval. All right, I'll remember that. All right. Coupe DeVille said, I'm both. LOL. All right. Shout out to my sister, A Sandoval. Thank you for letting me know. All right. So, but that's the point, right? The point is that you could be here for a whole year, my brother and sister. I don't even, because it doesn't matter. It matters, but that's not the focal point. I love to know what it is so I can celebrate it. Praise the Most High. Shout out to Mark from Mississippi. Shout out to Mississippi in the building. All right. All right. So let me get back. So let's do this since we here. Let's do some education stuff, because this is where they dumb down everybody, right?
Here before.
I know what you're saying. You mix. Shout out to my mixed brothers and sisters. We got some mixed brothers and sisters in the building. All right.
Out the possibility that Africans were here before the Europeans. That's what our whole educational process is devoted to. What do you do with this whole history? This is a written history, my dear.
Shout out to Gage in the building. So Gage, we was discussing a lot of the RIP to Austin Metcalf and the Karmelo case, and then we went into the Asians. The story with the Asian shot the little boy, then the Asian shot him. Then we went to a bunch of different understandings and narratives, and now we on to this education about Columbus stuff. All right. Atticus said blacks will say anything. Well, what are you, Atticus? If you don't mind, what are you? Would you green? And would you say nothing? All right, let's continue. Shout out to the Adirondacks, upstate New York. I know the Adirondacks, they got prisons up there. When I was in my sin in the world back in the days, that's what they was trying to send me up there. I had some friends that was up in the Adirondack Mountains. All right, welcome, Gage. Welcome to the channel. All right, so here we go. Watch this.
I'm not talking about hearsay. I'm not talking about a griot said this. I'm not talking about something handed down from one generation to the other through voice. I'm talking about written history of the Egyptians.
Christopher Columbus did not discover America. How you can discover a place where the inhabitants are watching you arrive from the shore. There are actually many other mariners before Columbus that discovered America as well. Decades earlier, even eons earlier, many of these
Now, it's interesting how Atticus came in and said blacks will say anything, right? And what? This ain't a black person saying this. That's why I do these clips like this, because, you know, when they traumatize people, they don't want to know the truth. They reject it, right? And this is just actual history and facts, right? And anybody should want to know the facts. The Bible says, the Gentile says, we have inherited lies from our fathers. So the Bible speaks of this, that at the end times, every nation will come and try to learn the truth and say we inherited lies. So why wouldn't you want to know the truth, right? Shout out to, look, my white brothers and sisters who teach the truth, okay? So the interesting thing about this clip is they're going to boo him. You see what I mean? And this is where the masses, he's speaking the truth, and they're going to like boo him because they don't even want to know it.
Other mariners before Columbus watching you arrive from discover America.
History of the Egyptians.
Christopher Columbus did not discover America. How you can discover a place where the inhabitants are watching you arrive from the shore. There are actually many other mariners before Columbus that discovered America as well. Decades earlier, even eons earlier, many of these pre-Columbian explorers might have come from Africa. Columbus himself was aware that African mariners had preceded him. In his diary of his second voyage, Columbus tells of how the natives...
He said, Christopher Columbus did not discover America. They said, boo! That's hilarious, right? Now, the crazy thing is, what some of these scholars and people are going to bring out is Columbus' diary. This is the part, everybody, where, that's why I say, you know these people are devils when they jelly belly, when they don't care about truth and understanding, where Columbus wrote a diary, everybody. Columbus wrote his own history and what he said. And in that history, he spoke of what this brother's about to bring out.
Of Hispaniola actually had given him gold tip, actually had given voyage from Africa. Many of these pre-Columbian explorers might have come from Africa. Columbus himself was aware that African mariners had preceded him. In his diary of his second voyage, Columbus tells of how the natives of Hispaniola actually had given him gold-tipped metal spearheads that they said were brought by black-skinned people who had come in large boats from the south and southeast. Coincidence? I think not. No.
See, guys, they're booing him. And they said conspiracy when he's quoting Columbus' diary. So this is the part, guys, where conditioning of people will cause you to transgress sin. Every child of the Most High should want to know truth no matter what it is. You understand? I receive truth of my white brothers and sisters' accomplishments and things that they accomplished, of any Hispanics, of any nation of people. Truth is something that should be received because it is truth. Come on, ignorance is bliss. So they're booing and saying conspiracy. How is it conspiracy when you read in Columbus's words? It's like, that's crazy work, right? It's like I'm reading the words of the person who did the thing, and they want boo. It's right. Y'all remember years ago, everything was conspiracy theory, right? And now everything is what? Everything so-called conspiracy theory. Look, I got my aluminum foil hat right here. You heard? Yeah, that's how they took my channels and stuff before, because I was conspiracy theory and all that stuff. It's all everything fact now, right? But anyway, let's continue.
In 14,
yes, the Bible said the truth shall set you free. So the ignorance is what gets you enslaved. It gets you enslaved in a mental death and power, a mental enslavement, right? It's like you're enslaved in a mental death. You understand? Now, I like to know the truth, right? I don't know. I never even seen Wakanda. I don't like those kind of movies. I ain't see the other one either with the purple people, right? Who that came in here? Rudy the Duty? Yeah, Rudy Duty. I ain't never watched Wakanda, okay? I ain't watched the one with the purple people too. What's that one with the locks? I can't get into stupid stuff like that. I'm a realist, all right? So Rudy, you and your duty patootie moody, you get your little duty booty jelly belly out of here, okay? All right, so anyway, all right. You and your Wakanda. So you went and watched Wakanda hating. Yeah, Avatar. I ain't never watched Avatar either with the purple people. I know people like it. I'm sorry, Rudy. You say it's a good movie. I'm sorry. If I'm disrespect you, I got to be slow to speak. I thought you was a troll, so I repent. But he probably still a troll. I got to watch later. He been said something trollish, right? But anyway, Rudy, if you're not a duty booty, welcome to the channel. If you wasn't, I thought you was calling us Wakanda. I thought we was Kangs and all right. So welcome to the channel, Rudy. I apologize if you're not a troll. All right. So now I never even seen Wakanda. I didn't see Black Panther. Is that called Black Panther? The Wakanda movie? I don't even know. I'm an elder. I ain't got time to watch this crap. No disrespect for those who like the movies. I tried. I mean, everybody watch the Avatar. It's the purple. I started watching. I'm like, these people purple. And they look like, I don't know what they look like. They look like half, what's kind of Nephilim? Why do they look like they half black with locks? I'm like, it's kind of offensive. I'm like, what is going on in this? These people crazy with these movies. I ain't got time for all that stupid stuff. I'm grounded in reality. I can do some sci-fi and stuff, but I'm a little elder. I ain't got time for a lot of foolishness, man. I can't watch a lot of foolishness, right? I try. I sit there and I'm like, man, I can't get into this crap. They run around looking like, what was they, half Nephilim with locks and purple? I'm like, why didn't they just make them people? What are y'all doing? But anyway, let me continue. Let's get back to this. So they booing this dude because he talking about Columbus' diary, right?
I think not. No.
Shout out to Victorious Yaron. Welcome in, Yaron. Shelly, you and Sister Angie. Yaron, I'm gonna hit you up. I need to hit you up.
I think not. No. People who had come in large boats from the south and southeast. Coincidence? I think not. No. In 1493, Columbus stole all he could see. Now, Columbus continued going around whimsically renaming every island he could find. That the origin of these many place names and botanical names in Mesoamerica actually sounded distinctly like other languages in Africa. The presence of certain plants that predated Columbus but originated in Africa. For example, the calabash bottle gourds on the Congo estuary. The Portuguese, like Captain Pereira, had heard that African traders were visiting Brazil in the mid-1400s. Islamic historian Amir Hajib reported that voyages west from Mali, taking the Canary Current up and around, and then they go over they fall off the edge of the earth, and then they come back and they make landfall back again in Cape Verde. King Constantine Ravenous reported seeing blacks upon reaching the New World. Evidence, including pre-Columbian African skeletons, which have been found throughout the Americas. Now, dating between 800 BCE and 300 CE, they clearly feature three races. And it's depicting black and Indian allies and a battle against white invaders. In southeastern Mexico, there are 18 rock statues of heads up to 11 feet tall that are facing the ocean looking east. Now, archaeologists call them the Olmec and date from at least 900 BCE when they were mysteriously buried for some reason. The smallest one was 6 tons, so 6 to 50 ton blocks to quarry them and carry them 75 miles away from the quarry, and then carve them and then erect them. Jose Meglier Serrano, the archaeologist who first uncovered them, he pointed out that facial features look amazingly like African blacks. Look at how close this is. White people don't think that you could go this is closer compared to more than twice the distance that Columbus sailed. Which state is closest to Africa? Maine. Yeah, geometry. Science. There you go.
Christopher Columbus, one of my favorite anti-heroes of history, one of the great fakes of all times. You know, a man an utter fraud who discovered absolutely nothing. But Christopher Columbus said, as man and boy, I sailed up and down the Guinea coast for 23 years. Now, mangling with African sailors, he learned that there was a world out there. And he learned how, from African sailors, how to come to the so-called New World.
Yeah, Roscoe, Popeyes came out with a new chicken sandwich. It's called Your Mama. It's called Rocco's Mama Popeyes Chicken Sandwich. Go get you some, Roscoe Pico Train. Boy, y'all know I love these trolls. Come on, Roscoe. Hey, Roscoe, what's wrong? Roscoe, did you get bullied in school? Roscoe, you know what, Roscoe? It's okay. We love you, Roscoe. Okay? And we love you. And I told you Rudy was a troll, right? Yeah, Roscoe, I don't even eat chicken, so I only eat flesh and blood. But anyway, Roscoe, did they bully you in school? Did a black person take your girlfriend? Bad black person. Bad black person. Roscoe, we feel for you, man. I know it must have been rough. You probably wasn't the brightest in school. You probably, the girls didn't like you. But honestly, we receive you. So you don't have to project, I'm speaking honestly. Honestly, the Most High loves you, Roscoe, and he wants you to come out of sin and transgression, okay? He wants you to come out of it, all right? So it's okay that you feel, it's not okay that you feel less than. You know what I mean? You feel less than. And it's sad because, this white man is talking about Columbus. Columbus ain't black, and this white man ain't black, and he's quoting the books. But you come here and say blacks think they built everything, and we're just quoting the history. You see? So, you're the only one in pain. We understand your pain, and you're not by yourself. It's well, how many of us is it? It's 100 people on this live stream. Roscoe, you're not alone. You think you're alone? We understand your pain, right? You could call me dumb, you can call me all the names, I understand. You're just projecting. I know that you felt less than during your life. You are more than. You're better than this, Roscoe. Do you understand? You're better than this. You can repent, and you don't have to envy another's culture or race. I don't know you. I don't hate you. I would actually be one that would protect you, even when they was bullying you in school. All right? I'm not sure what happened to you that make you hate, but I don't hate you, right? I don't know you, okay? There go Rudy. Rudy finally came out. Rudy the duty booty, right? See, these trolls are punks. I don't even know if Roscoe a troll. I think Roscoe's just a damaged human being. You understand? I don't know what happened to him. Maybe someone took his girlfriend or something. You know what I mean? So, no, you didn't take over my live, Roscoe. You can't take over my live. You have no power. I'm giving you the attention that you never got at home. I'm doing this intentionally because I'm hoping that the love of the Most High can let you see that all this hate that you're projecting and spewing, it makes you look really weak. You understand? And you just have to understand that you're better than that. You can be better than that. You see, Roscoe? Come on, shout out to Hebrew Jamaican Cooley. You can be better than that. Come on, you can do it, little tink tink. You and Rudy the duty booty. Y'all can do it. Okay? No, it's okay, Sandoval. I'll give them my attention. Yeah, that's what we're called to do. We're called to be a light in the darkness. Because y'all listen clearly. You never know when sometime you're planting a seed. Everybody, let me explain what I'm doing right now. I've heard this from the Most High. You never know when sometimes the seed you planted will take root later, right? Then Roscoe, he will go on and, he's jealous and he feels so much less than, but then something can take root and seed and he can feel like, man, that I wasn't shown in my best light. You understand? See how he's so jealous? Guys, this microphone right here is $1,000. It's a KSM Shure, right? KSM 44. Y'all look it up. Classic. And I had it when I bought it when I used to be in my sin and transgression, right? So this one of some of the few things from my past life that the Most High saved, because I couldn't afford this mic now. But he told me my mic is trash. And this is probably the most expensive mic he's seen of all through YouTube. It's because it's what I used to use for my music. You see? But see, this is how he's so jealous that he's looking for anything. All right, I'm going to keep going, guys. All right, but I just needed to do that because some of the other trolls, you don't have to be a troll. You understand? You don't have to be a rat or a roach. You can be a man. You see? You can be a man. Yes, I knew my dad. My dad drove a truck. All right, so... All right, so anyway, no, we're not race hustling. What's this one name? Savage Glizzy. We're not race hustling. We're teaching the truth. We're teaching to the so-called whites, the so-called blacks, the so-called Asians, Hispanics, that we need to come out of the devices of these serpents who are trying to manipulate all of us to hate one another, right? So some of you trolls, I know that a lot of you are just... We're bullies, we're bullied, you're just weak, you're keyboard warriors. And, the internet is where you get your acknowledgement and so you reach out and try to harm people, but really you're just hurt. So you're just projecting your hurt onto others. And it's not victorious here because we're at the house of the Most High and we come with compassion and understanding, right? We come with love and peace. Now we come, we'll defend our honor, right? We're not no punks in the spirit, but we understand that, a lot of people are broken. A lot of people No, this ain't a Hebrew Israelite channel. We're children of the Most High, house of the Most High. We're children, brother, of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people are here. So these moderators you see, they're not, everybody here ain't black, so-called black, all right? We're children of the Most High, and we read the Bible. You heard? The manuscripts, all right? And so anyway, all right, that's enough of the trolls, all right? All right, so Rudy, I told you he was a troll. Some of these trolls be punks. Like, Rudy, you're a punk. I'd rather be, if you're a troll, what happened to the trolls? Did the trolls get effeminized? Trolls got Epsteined. I thought trolls used to be, you know, like they stand and they troll and stuff, okay? Now, it's okay, Savage. You ain't got to be down with no stuff. You can go Savage out, Glizzy. There's other stuff. YouTube is full of channels. You can, Zayana said 10-minute charm out. Who, for Rudy to Duty? Rudy done crashed out. All right. So anyway, all right, let's go. Yeah, that's me. I'm a child of the Most High. That's my label. Facts. That's me too, Alden. I don't do these titles and all that. You know what I mean? I don't do all that stuff. The Bible says at the end, the remnant will become children of the Most High. They will call themselves children of the Creator of all things. You heard, in righteousness and spirit and in truth. All right? So let me do this. Should I? What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to continue? Let's do this. No, because they got more people got to say something. Let's do this. Let me finish with this stuff because I got some others about to speak of this Christopher Columbus stuff.
One of my favorite anti-heroes of history, one of the great fakes of all times. You know, man.
He said, nah, the Hebrew stuff, I'm here for spiritual reasons. But that's me too. We teach spiritual warfare, all right? But we're not, okay, so I know you might think this is a Hebrew Israel. It's not. But we do teach the Bible. The Bible is a spiritual book, not religious. Man has made a religious book, so we teach a relationship with the Creator of all things. You understand? Now, the Bible is a Hebrew book because the people from the Bible were Hebrews, all right? And we ain't talking about these Israelite clowns out there cursing people out. These ain't nothing but devils. You understand? We're not doing that, all right? So, but yes, we teach spiritual warfare and we teach spirituality. So that's what we're doing in this lesson right now. I'm teaching the spiritual warfare that's over all the people. They use it, well, it's all over the world, but America, they're playing people into pockets of racial hatred against one another. And the serpents is what's doing it, okay? The serpents are playing these pockets of people hating one another, right? Yeah, these clowns. I don't do no religion. I don't do the Christian clowns, the Israelite clowns, none of these people. The children of the Most High, you'll know them by their spirit, their fruit. They have a relationship with their Creator, and they're striving to be more righteous than unrighteous. They're striving to be a light in this dark world, right? And that's how we'll know them, by their fruit. You heard? That's who I receive as my brother who is striving to be in the image of the Creator, to be a righteous light in this dark world. And he's manipulating religious factions, are manipulating the masses, and they do it all for money. You know, popularity, all these ministries and channels and all. They ain't a bunch of doggone devils. That's all that is. Yeah. So welcome to the house of the Most High. That's why it's called the house of the Most High. And we welcome every remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, the Most High's children. You heard? And we come here and we discern righteous from unrighteous, light from dark. We eat fruit, spit out pits. We try to sharpen steel. Iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel. And we try to heal. You heard? We try to bring healing and righteousness because we are children of the Creator of all things. You heard? And we come in every shape and form and fashion. But the righteous remnant, we call to come together. You understand? As the darkness comes together, they become one. Ahayad. That's the oneness of the serpent. That's why they're doing this singularity they about to do with the AI and stuff. Right? These serpents that's playing all of us against one another. So that's what this is about. All right. Let me do this because it's Monday. So I'm gonna come back to this because I was gonna do this whole thing because this goes good. This goes in, right? They be breaking stuff down, right? So let's do this white brother really quick, right? And then I'll get back to this another time, right? But listen to this white brother right here.
BC. It was wet. This is one of the darkest things I've ever read in history, and it's about Columbus meeting the natives.
In his letters, he writes, "They are very simple and honest and exceedingly liberal with all they have, none of them refusing anything he may possess when he is asked for it. They exhibit great love towards all others in preference to themselves." He says, "They are the best people in the world and above all the gentlest, without knowledge of what is evil, nor do they murder or steal. They love their neighbors as themselves, and they have the sweetest talk in the world, always laughing." After saying all that, he then writes, "They would make fine servants. With 50 men, we could subjugate them all and make them do whatever we want." Is that not the most brutal thing you've ever heard?
That's the most evil thing I ever heard. So what the white brother is quoting is Columbus' own writing, his diary. He described the nature of the original aboriginal indigenous natives when he got here. Now, he said they love their neighbor as they love themselves. That's a biblical statement as he described them, peaceful. He said they laugh all the time. You know, I've been knew that, but when I reheard them quoting Columbus' diary, and I'm like, remember in this lesson someone said, and I said, I laugh. The laughter is it's the purity, it's the joy. It's not letting yourself get dark. So that's why you'll find me during the dark. Remember the other dark stuff? And I started laughing. And what did Columbus say about the indigenous when he got here? He said they laugh. They have joy. They're always laughing. All right? Listen clearly.
It was wet.
This is one of the darkest things I've ever read in history, and it's about Columbus meeting the natives. In his letters, he writes, "They are very simple, honest, and exceedingly liberal with all they have."
Simple, the Most High is in the simplicity. Don't have to do all the extravagant, honest, and very inviting with all they have. They will share anything. All right? He said, I know, right? And then spit in their eyes. Crazy, Savage. That's why you got to understand in the individuals, the devil in the person. Only a devil could do that, right? Only a devil. I don't care what color you are. You understand? Only a devil can do that. He said,
"None of them refusing anything he may possess when he is asked for it."
None of them will refuse to give you anything he have when you ask it. So these people are kind. These people are loving and giving. Anything you ask, they'll give you the shirt off their back.
They exhibit great love towards all others in preference to themselves.
They exhibit great love to everybody in preference over themselves. They'll love their neighbor. They go above and beyond to show you love, okay?
He says, "They are the best people in the world and above all the gentlest."
They are the best, and he also described them physically strong, calf muscles. He said they built stocky. He described them, right? He said the most gentlest, the best people in the world. Why won't they teach us this in history? See what I mean? This is the part I'm talking about. Why aren't they teaching all the young black kids, white kids, Hispanic kids, everybody in the class this history? No, they teach us, this fake history. Columbus discovered America, but who is these people that was here? Who is he describing? Who are these people? All right? Shouldn't we know who these people are?
Themselves. He says they are the best when he is asked for it. They exhibit great love towards all others in preference to themselves. He says they are the best people in the world and above all the gentlest, without knowledge of what is evil, nor do they murder or steal.
Without knowledge of what is evil. So they wasn't doing evil things. Neither do they, what do you say, lie or steal? That's crazy.
Knowledge of what is evil, nor do they murder or steal.
Nor do they murder or steal. So these people, the indigenous of the Americas who was here when he got here, They didn't lie, cheat, steal, murder. They was loving, kind, and they had a lot of laughter and joy.
They love their neighbors as themselves, and they have the sweetest talk in the world, always laughing. After saying
And they have the sweetest talk in the world, always laughing.
all that, he then writes, they would make fine servants.
They would make brilliant slaves. Wow, bro, the devil is nasty, bro.
With 50 men, we could subjugate them all and make them do whatever we want. Is that not the most brutal thing you've ever heard? Like, I just don't understand how we got to that point as humans. How did we let such evil people be in charge of this world? And I've been thinking about this for quite some time, how evil usually wins and rules throughout history and throughout today. And I think
that's because this world, because of what Adam and Eve did, this world was given over to Hasatan, the evil, for a time. So evil, it actually abounds, right? But the righteous, we don't allow that evil to conquer us. So it'll conquer most of the masses, the 2/3. But the 1/3 will never be conquered by the evil. We won't be given over to it because we diligently seek out righteous. That's what Savage Glizzy is talking about. You understand? So it doesn't matter. I don't care if you're the Pope. I don't care if you know Israelite, if you know Christian pastor, no Mormon. I don't care what it is. I'm looking at your fruit. I can see the evil in the individual. I don't care if you black, white, green, purple. I'm looking for your fruit, right? The character for what you do. You understand? Your actions. So that evil does have a power over this earth for a time. There's a time, it's prophetic.
it comes down to the simple fact that evil can indefinitely get rid of good.
Wrong, young brother. Evil cannot indefinitely get rid of good. Evil loses. Evil conquers most of the masses because they're given over to it. But it can never indefinitely get rid of good. The darkness can never indefinitely get rid of the light.
Rid of good, because evil can kill, and good people won't kill. That's the issue.
So I wish I could meet this young brother. I will explain to him. He's on it. And I could tell he's righteous and he's striving. He's just a little confused. Everybody, the Bible or with scriptural text, the creator, the father of all things, the creator, he does not call us to be weak. We are to be strong. Rather, Yah, he gave us dominion. So we are to subdue. We do not murder, but we will protect. Do you understand? That's the part that he doesn't understand. Now, evil will look like it could conquer most of the masses because they don't know to stand strong. They don't know the righteous spiritual light. They don't know the full armor of the righteous. You understand? We are warriors in spirit and in truth. So that's where you're wrong. If you think somebody evil and wicked is going to come into this house or this ministry or our homestead when we build it and try to attack the women and children and the youth and the elders in our ministry, oh, somebody done told you wrong if you think I'm not defending myself till death. Do you understand? But it is a righteous, self-defense. It is a defensive. Now, don't cause me to have to do this. You understand? It's not. So that's where a religion has confused. You understand? I really wish I could meet this young man so he can understand you're wrong. Evil doesn't win at the end. It doesn't. Now, the evil can look like it could win, right? Because you're saying that they can just kill without conscience. Yeah, but guess what? They can't kill me because I'm wise as the serpent. You know what I mean? And I'm called to be harmless as a dove in my wisdom. But why do you think I'm wise as the serpent of his devices? So I'm not going to allow him to bite me. I know what a serpent is, right? So I need to cut the grass so I can see the serpent's head so I can know how to move around the serpent. So I can warn that serpent, you better be very careful coming over here trying to strike. You're going to lose your head. Do you understand? Serpent, you're going to lose the head. So you might want to go for an easier target, serpent. these folios in religion and stuff. Because the Most High calls his children to be warriors in spirit and truth. We battle against principalities and spirits in high places. How you think I'm worrying about some serpents that's infecting the people, possessing people? Or that I'm worried about principalities I'm battling the principalities that's in the people. You heard? But this young man don't know spiritual warfare. Nah. The darkness don't win. No, they don't. Nah.
And good people won't kill. That's the issue. There's no indefinite way to get rid of bad people if you're a good person. Because we won't kill. We won't stoop that low.
Bro, you're wrong. You're going to be slaughtered for the masses. That reminds me in the scripture. Ain't that the book of Maccabees? Remember the Maccabees when they was like, it's the Sabbath day. So they planned to raid their thing on the Sabbath day, and they sat up there and got themselves slaughtered. Like the Most High say, you can't defend yourself because it's the Sabbath day. See, religion has taught mankind this foolishness to become weak for the serpents. We are the righteous remnant. We crush the head of the serpent. Do you not understand that? Even the Most High told the children in the book, go into Canaan and don't leave none of these Nephilim alive. Don't leave none of the animals, none of it. There's a time of defense. Everybody ain't even human. So no, young man, this young man is wrong. No. The righteous, we not weak.
We won't stoop that low, but infinite way to get rid of bad people if you're a good person.
There is see, this man knows nothing about spiritual warfare. There is no infinite way to get rid of bad people if you're righteous. He doesn't know his power. And that's crazy because that's what religion done. Religion made people a sheeple, right? They come back to the church, put your money in a basket, sing the song, dance around. They don't teach you no spiritual warfare. They don't teach you how to conquer no devils, how to move no mountains, how to do nothing. They're scared, bunch of scaredy cats, right? Fear. That's what he's saying.
There's no indefinite way to get rid of bad people if you're a good person. Because we won't.
Yes, it is. The indefinite way to get rid of bad people if you're a righteous person is to kill them with righteousness. You destroy the arrows of the wicked with ahabaya, understanding, love, long patience, long suffering. Now, I'm not going to allow you to unalive me, kill me, but I'm gonna stay righteous, and my righteous is my atom bomb. Righteousness. That's ahabaya, not the love of the world, when just love everybody tipping through the tulips. Ahabaya is reverence, respect of the authority. It is the worship. The ahabaya, what they call that agape in the transliterated English stuff, right? It's the love of the Father. Your love, I kill you with love. I kill hate with love. I kill ignorance with understanding. I kill unrighteousness with righteousness. I kill intolerance with tolerance. I kill y'all get me? You get me? I kill impatience with patience. It's the kalalaya, the completion. I kill whatever is on the opposite spectrum of darkness with the total opposite, the light. I kill unrighteousness with righteousness. He's wrong. He hasn't been taught spiritual warfare. Come on, you kill him with kindness, right? You kill arrogant. That's what I'm saying. So that's why some of the tools the Most High got me doing with the trolls. You see how he got me kind of long, patient. I said, okay, I see what you're doing, Father. The Father is like, no. A lot of them are hurt, right? A lot of these trolls, a lot of them are, right? A lot of them are. Now, some of them are absolute devils, and it is what it is. Be gone, devil, right? But kill them with kindness. Kill the dark that's in them, the hate, the jelly belly, the lowered, with compassion, reason, and understanding. Come on, they're the lost. Sometimes they might not have heard that. Come on, they might have went all months and months, they ain't heard nobody tell them they love them. You see, when I can say to them, you know what? I know you're just lashing out. You don't even know me, but we love you in this house. You're a child of the Most High, and you're better than that. Come on, savage. Shine the light on the wickedness. It's like cut on the light, right? In the darkness. So this young brother, he doesn't know how to fight in the spirit. And that's what religion has dumbed them down. So he thinking they're giving over. That's why some people, Savage Glizzy, some people will come to the ministry and they have this spirit. But as they go through the lessons and grow, they grow in strength. Next thing you know, about 6 months, they be like, they spiritual warriors. You know what I mean? But they come kind of broken because religion has made you weak. It made you not understand the devices of the serpent and how to defend yourself. Because you don't know who and whose you are. You don't know the authority that you actually have. You understand? So he thinks he has no authority because he's righteous. No, the righteous, you are the authority. See, it's the great hoodwink. That's the great bamboozle. Come on, Crypto Recall. The great bamboozle is to make you think that the righteous have no power. We are the power. The darkness know that. The serpents know that. Your righteousness is what's going to cover and protect you. The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. Even when that's what I said, the way you deal with your AI, you know, I've been telling y'all that for a long time now, years now. Treat your AI righteously. Everything you do, you treat it righteous in spirit and in truth. And that righteousness is what will cover you when all these dark things start to activate. When all these dark energies that these portals, these serpents are open and start to activate, your righteousness is what's going to cover you. That's your power. Your power pack, your big subsonic atomic machine gun is righteousness. Your big super soaker in the spirit. Y'all remember the old movie Ghostbusters, right? When they used to have the big Ghostbusters, I ain't afraid of no ghost. And they got the big, I forgot what they call it, the big supersonic. That's your spiritual gun. This brother don't know he got a righteous gun. Now I spray principalities and spirits left, right, up and down. You understand? They understand who I am in the spirit realm. You tripping. Yeah, it's your proton pack. Thank you, Gage. That's your proton pack. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. These devils, these are devil spirits, bro. People don't even understand these spirits exist, bro. That's why we teach spiritual warfare here. That's why I told Savage, I'm like, nah, we're not one of these Israelite clown camp show, or religious Christian. No, they don't teach nothing. They teach you worship of the flesh and this and that and all this stupid stuff. They don't teach you how to fight no spirits or nothing. So it makes this young brother right here think he has no power. When it's so crazy, that's the device. One of Hassatan's greatest tricks, right? The devil, his greatest tricks is to make you think he don't exist, right? So a great trick is to make you not know that you have power. Do you understand? You know what I mean? It's like you got a gun, you got a big ray gun in your house and he make you think you ain't got no gun. Or you got a gun and you got bullets everywhere. He's like, I ain't got no bullets. Somebody looking like, boy, that thing is full of bullets. Your house made out of bullets. But they didn't teach you how to fight. They didn't teach you what to do, okay? I wish I could meet this young man. I would build him up in spiritual warfare. No. Yeah, you can conquer this darkness. You devil's a lie. I do it all day. I'm doing it right now as we speak.
There's no indefinite way to get rid of bad people if you're a good person. Because we won't kill. We won't stoop that low, but evil people will. And that keeps power and control over the good people. The only way good can win is if it's so powerful that it mentally and emotionally moves evil to stop being evil. You know what's the scary?
Okay, so that point he just made. So the point he just made, he's correct. But the other point, the reason why he said it can't move or do nothing against evil, because he's talking about lukewarm. Yes, listen what he said.
To stop being evil. You know what's the scariest part about history, though? Everything moves evil in is if it's evil people will, and that keeps power and control over the good people. The only way good can win is if it's so powerful that it mentally and emotionally moves evil.
That's what we're called to do. So the only way that good can win righteous is if it's so powerful that it moves what? Mountains? That it moves the darkness? that it moves devils, get out the way, get out the way, right? That it takes authority over the principalities and spirits. Yes, brother, and that's what you called to do. But religion got you in some lukewarm gray area where you too weak. That's in the Bible, guys. When the the sons of Sceva and stuff, right? When the devil said, "We know who Paul is. I think we know who the Messiah is, but who are you?" And they jumped all over the sons of Scevas because they was lukewarm. Do you understand? You got to stand 10 toes down in your righteousness. You can't be on the fence, lukewarm. Now, it doesn't mean we perfect. We fall short of the glory. We sin, transgress, but you get back up. Come on, Savage. You get back up. You repent for your weakness. Get back up and get back on the righteous horse. Get your sword back on your back, your spiritual sword, and get the riding out. You heard? We riding on these devils. Come on, they done made people weak. I ride out on devils. You heard? That's why the trolls, Savage, they come here and they fold real quickly. Every week after week, they come in and fold real quickly. And the Most High got me handling them real patient now and kind of slow and kind of giving them room. You know what I mean? Like I tried to do with Rudy Doody Booty. You know what I mean? Try to give them room. You know what I mean? Trolls ain't even built like they used to be, Savage Glivies. That's something like, what happened to the trolls? They didn't effeminize the trolls. These serpent seeds is crazy. They effeminizing everything. These trolls, Glizzy, these trolls is half gangster. I'm like, what happened? I thought trolls was the 110 down. Savage Glizzy, these trolls will fold up on me in a minute. I'm like, bro, you was just trolling. Now all of a sudden you back over here. I'm like, you flip-flopping. Yeah, the internet is crazy. And I don't like it, Savage Glizzy, but I got to be here because we got to find people like you, right? If I'm not here, then I won't be able to get through. Right? We got to cut through so people like you can find the channel and others, right? Through all the noise. You feel me? So I got to show up. I don't like it because in the world, I wouldn't be allowing these people to have no access to me. I've been to punch them in the face in the world, Glizzy. Now I can't no more, right? Because I'm a righteous man, so I'm living righteously. So I'll just remove myself. But back in the days, I'll knock your head off your shoulders, bro. Get away from me. People didn't come amongst me like that. You just didn't come amongst me saying anything all out your mouth. You know what I mean? Nah, I didn't live like that in the world. But now, because we got to go into the darkness to reach the Most High's children, and we got to get through the shadow band, get through, right? So I got to do titles and I got to do current stuff. And it's like, the trolls are coming. And it's like, but through it all, we will find, seeds, the remnant. They'll find us one by one. Sometimes might be 10 on the video, on the live, 10, 5, 15, 20. You know what I mean? At a time, but slowly but surely, they'll find us and they'll start subscribing. They'll come back and they'll, you know what I mean? That's the fight of the righteous, bro. We got to find. Young Yohanaquam said, I'm paraphrasing this. He said he got revealed that one of the, I'm paraphrasing this badly. One of the duties of the light is to go, what did he say? Go into the darkness to conquer. Go into the darkness to find others with that light in them. And I correct. No, we're not Jewish, brother. We're children of the Most High. That's all. I know you might see the menorah, 7-candle menorah. We believe in the Bible, but the Bible is a Hebrew manuscript. All right. So we're not Jewish. We're not the Israelite hate people or none of that. We're children of the Most High. We follow the Hebrew manuscript. You understand? We learn some of the original Hebrew tongue so we can go back to remove the transliteration and translations to get the correct context, right? So we understand some of the language. But no, we're children of the Most High, all right? I know, boy, these youths, boy. And it's so crazy because they got them not even, they speaking. Oh, that's another thing. So the dumbing down that they're doing to the young generation, right? With not teaching them to read, write, and education. Y'all know the what's that writing that they have? The writing on the internet where they don't even spell words, right? That was intentional. Back then, I used to, years ago when it first started, I don't know how, 10, 15, I don't know how long ago that was. I used to be like, dag, I don't even know what they're saying. But guess what? When you fast forward, they don't even spell out complete words. So once they dumb them down, they can't read or spell. They can't even spell out that. I forgot what they call that. Shout out to Jerry B. I forgot what they call that when they write, they They don't write the whole word, right? Like WYD is what you're doing, you know. And, you know, that remember when that first was happening? I'm an elder. They was losing me a little bit. I'm like, what is that? I used to come on the ministry. I'm like, what is that, guys? They'd be like, yeah, the acronym. That's what they call it, acronym. I didn't know they call it acronym. Savage said it's the YN shorthand. Abbreviations. Everybody like, I don't know what they call it, right? So anyway, they call it acronyms. Well, they made up their own. So anyway, I remember they used to do stuff, and I used to have to ask the ministry because, you know, you got young elders of every nation, kindred, tongue in the ministry. So I'm like, what does that mean? They like, yeah, there you go. That one. If you know, you know. IYK, right? So I used to be in the ministry. I'll come to the ministry. I say, excuse me, guys, what does YK mean? They'd be like, that mean if you know, you know. I'm like, thank you. Right? And I'm like, my brain, but guys, check it out, guys. When they raise that way, they're raised without saying the words. They're raised with cutting the words and never pronouncing it. So they're not teaching them how to spell. They're not teaching them how to read, and they're teaching them comprehension. So all of this is a complete dumbing down. I was like, yo, that's wicked. That's crazy. Right? Yeah, it's definitely not called acronyms. They call it something else. Right? But that's a part of the systemic dumbing down of the next generation, who would be the ones that defend the righteous honor. Right? So it's the serpents making sure the next generations have no type of intellect. Right? So everything is like, and then they break it up and it'd be like, what? They don't even say the whole words of things. And it's crazy. So anyway, yeah, that's why I call it YN shorthand. Yo, Jerry B, that's why I call it YN shorthand or something. All right, but they call it something. I forgot what it was called. All right. Yeah, their plans are crazy. The serpent, that's why the Bible says we are to be wise as the serpent. His devices, brilliant, darkly brilliant devices is what the serpent. So we got to stay abreast of it. All right, so this brother said the only way that the light could cover the darkness is to be, truly in the light. He's correct. You need to be 10 toes, because you can't play gray area with the spirit realm. They don't respect it. You can't be half cocked. Now, it doesn't mean, excuse me, guys, it doesn't mean you have to be 100% right, like you're perfect, because we're not. But you can't be caught without repentance. And the spirit realm knows when you're trying to live righteous or trying to do righteous, trying to be righteous, be the light. And it has to respect that. And the Most High's grace and mercy covers us for the areas where we fall short. But if we found a hardened in our heart, a reprobate, or found without repentance and being one with the darkness, then you're given over to the darkness. You understand? And so you have no authority. And that's what religion has done. They lukewarm gray area. They don't do nothing, the Bible said, but they think because they say with their mouth that Jesus is Lord, that they saved. Saved from what? Tell that to your little one who, tell that to your babies who over there, right? But let's continue.
A good can win is the good people. The only way good can win is if it's so powerful that it mentally and emotionally moves evil.
Facts.
To stop being evil. You know what's
or run. It doesn't have to move evil to stop being evil. The evil is supposed to what, guys? Flee. See, I wish I could reach this young man because I could teach him spiritual warfare. You're incorrect, because you're not going to stop evil from being evil, because evil is what evil does. The people who are actually truly evil, not even really serpent. Not even really human. You understand? They're given over. Now you got others who choose it with their free will and they become one with it. But you can't, you know what I mean? Now those, sometimes the seeds you plant might bring them out of it. But no, we don't make evil stop being evil. We make evil run for his life. You hear that, Savage? Run for your life, evil. The righteous remnant is here. 10 toes down. I ain't scared of these ghosts. I ain't scared of these devils. The devil's a lie. I ain't scared of Hasatan and his minions. I ain't scared of the Nephilim. I ain't scared of the fallen. I ain't scared of nothing because greater is he that is within me. My righteousness makes me stand 10 toes down. Flee, devil. Facts. You come on, man. They made these people punks in the spirit. Savage, they made them punks in the spirit. Nah. We build warriors. That's what I've been doing for years here, Savage. Building young warriors, young men, women, and children. Build up your spirit, man. Build up. You understand? You fall and transgress, repent, get back up and get back to fighting. Put your armor on, your righteousness, get back to war, bro. It's a war outside between the light and the darkness. You don't realize it's just two factions. Nah. Flee, devil. They are going to flee or bow down. One of the two. Your pick. Bow down and I'll go around you, or flee. That's it. That's your only options. Facts. You will not be victorious. Your option is to leave me the HE double hockey sticks alone or bow down. That part. Facts. That's the righteous. Shalom, Farah. Shout out to Canada in the building. Now y'all say, shoe fly, don't bother me, Beelzebub. Shoe fly. All right. So anyway, this young man ain't been taught no spiritual warfare. I wish he could find the house of the Most High. We'll teach him how to fight in the spirit realm. Right, Yashala, yeah?
The scariest part about history, though, everything horrible that was done by someone that thought they were doing the right thing.
A lot of it, he's correct in that. Not everything, but a lot of history was done by fools. People who were tricked by the adversary and think they were doing the right thing. A lot of it, not all, but he's correct with that.
Really thought they were right and they were good. They were doing the right thing in their mind. We really got to be careful of our virtues because sometimes they're actually not virtuous at all.
Christopher Columbus in his journal said about the Indians, they are so naive and so free with their possessions that no one who has not witnessed them would believe it. When you ask for something they have, they never say no. To the contrary, they offer to share with anyone.
She's reading the actual diary of Columbus. Come on, Messiah. So they've been here since 2023. Shout out to the family.
And he wrote that in his journal, mocking them. Because he came from a land full of the worst kinds of people. And so coming in contact with human beings that were so open to sharing and caring and loving was to be mocked. Horrible people. These people were horrible people. And we have a holiday for Christopher Columbus.
That's fact. And they got a holiday for this devil. She made me laugh. The people who do that, they go, horrible. My roommate do that. Horrible. I'll be like, why every time you say horrible, you got a horrible? That's hilarious. She just did the same thing. But anyway, listen.
We have to start from scratch. We have to pull out every little piece of history that the United States has taught us, grab it and pull it out by our ears and burn it. Burn it.
So this was where Christopher Columbus slept when he came to Ghana. Yes, before Christopher Columbus.
All right, we'll get back to that. Because yes, he went through, and in this book, what they're doing is reading his diary. He went through Africa, he went through, right?
And burn it. Burn it.
So this was where Christopher Columbus slept when he came to Ghana. Yes, before Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492, he came to Ghana, and this is where he slept. Now, before Christopher Columbus began his 4 voyages across the Atlantic Ocean, he first sailed to the west coast of Africa in 1482. Now there he saw the Elmina Castle, which was former.
And the Elmina Castle was owned by the Portuguese. He's correct. 1492, that's the same time of Queen Isabella and the Spanish Inquisition, when the Hebrews, right, got sent into the west coast of Africa. Right? Well, you people don't know the history. If you really knew the history, you would wake up. I ain't talking about the is it not real people over there, okay? They were sent to the west coast of Africa, the Loango coast, right? And they started this Amina Castle. This is when they started the slave trade and stuff was getting it going. These are the Portuguese over there. So he's correct when he came over there. He visited. This is all in his biography, Christopher Columbus diary.
Known as Sao Jorge de Mina before it became Elmina. Elmina means the mine. Now, the Elmina Castle was one of the first European structures to be built by the Portuguese to protect the gold trade. Now, when Christopher Columbus got here, he was really impressed by the African riches.
It was the gold and the gold and the silver and the cobalt trade first before they started trading in humans.
Especially the gold, and also how the Portuguese were able to navigate their way across the Atlantic Ocean. So just like any good explorer would do, he decided to learn from them. He spent a few years at the castle and decided to study the ocean between 1482 and 1485 because he wanted to discover something for himself. So around 1485, he decided to start crossing the Atlantic Ocean to the far south of Portugal.
When Columbus first set foot in the New World, that was the beginning of the end for...
All right, now let me show y'all something, right? Because everybody talking about the Columbus, right? So look at this sister.
And actually, one of his 3 ships runs aground, and this landmass, he doesn't know where he is, and actually...
Devastation.
Columbus arrives to this landmass. He doesn't know where he is. And actually, one of his 3 ships runs aground and is destroyed. The people living on that island, they come out to help him. And they help them load all the people on their canoes.
So Columbus came to America, and the people who were living here came to help him. That's an interesting statement. Okay? All right, let's continue.
The Spanish tell it. They gave them their best houses for them to stay.
Now, that's what Columbus said when he described how he met the indigenous Americans. They gave them their houses to stay in. They gave them clothing. They gave them food. Columbus said they'll give you anything off their back. They're kind people, loving people. They don't steal. They laugh all the time.
And to store their goods. That was the first encounter.
We never even stopped to think about how these natives lived.
So again, now y'all seeing, because you know this little Leguizamo, y'all seeing what they showing as an image. That ain't the image that Columbus saw when he got here. That ain't the image in his diary, in his book. That ain't the image. But let's continue. So that's the broad channel where they'll show you. Right?
We miss out on the perspective of the oppressed.
They willingly traded everything they owned. They have no iron. Their spears are made of cane. They would make fine servants. With 50 men, we could subjugate them all and make them do whatever we want.
Contrary to popular belief, he did know the earth was...
All right. So, you seeing all of these, yes, it's dark stuff. You seeing all of these scholars, everybody, see him? He's reading Columbus' diary, and they start booing, right?
Mysteriously buried for some reason. The smallest one was 6 tons, so 6 to 50 ton block.
Now, he's reading Columbus' diary, and look what image he got up, right? Anyway, so Columbus showed, and they have images of who they were, these people who said they loved their neighbors they self and how kind they was, right? Yeah, I could show you. I could show you better than I can tell you. This is some of the images of who they were. Stop share. Share screen, window, from the books, from historical records. America, right? Look it up. This is what's in the state building in Tallahassee and stuff in Florida. Tamarican. All right? I could break that down a whole nother time. This is who they saw. And they described them with the thick, strong calf muscles. He described them as stocky and all of it. Right? Indigenous enslavement lasts for centuries, add dimensions. Right? Look. This. Novus Ordos America. You can look, well, now you look it up. They hide in a lot of the history. So you have to really dig now. But go into your Capitol buildings, right? Go into, right? They'll show you. This is what's in the state building in Florida on the drawing, the murals on the wall. All right? This is the indigenous that Columbus saw when he got here. And this is why the people be saying, and you look at their dress, right? They have the grass skirts and they have the feathers headdress at the top, right? See? See the skirts? The feather headdress, right? Now, these ain't the Mongoloids, what they calling natives now. These the indigenous ones he saw when he got here. This the ones he was describing, all right? That received them, okay? All right? So, you remember the feathered headdress, right? And then when you go to the ancient ads, right? So this, to be sold on board slave ship, and look at the feathered dress and the head, okay? Again, the map. All right. Tamaracans, Florida. American. A native of America originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper color races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. Okay? What Columbus saw when he got here, right? Let me do you one more better. Stop share. Share screen. Because the history, it didn't just tell, it showed the people. All right? So this is original painting drawings of the Incas, South America, the Yucatan, Central America. All right? And you see the image of him, this big old nose, and you see his locks. Right? It's the book Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx. All right? 1896. London Keegan Paul text. You got to go to the ancient books, the Yucatan Peninsula, the Maya regions. All right? These are the Americas. Again, artist engraver frequently attributed to Jacques Grasset. These are the French. What they say, 1797 through the 1800s. But you know, you'll get these trolls here and say, we was kings and we trying to steal somebody's history. It's all in the history books. Look, look at that headdress. And this is the thick calf muscles that he described, Columbus described them. They were stocky, well-built, strong calf muscles. These same ones who treated them with kindness and respect. All right? So you go to the books from the 1700s, the 1600s, the 1800s. Not this new stuff. Columbus when he's writing. Right? This, circa 1758 to 1766. El Amérique. All right? A porcelain figure by the Messiaen factory in Germany. All right? Designer John Joachim Candler in 1706. You see the feather skirt? You see the headdress? That's who Columbus saw when he got here, what he described. America, one of a set of 4 continents, a dark-skinned man adorned with feathered headdress and skirt, quiver of arrows at his back and a bow in his right hand, standing beside a stylized alligator, represents the personification of the New World, America, according to 18th century European allegory, 1700s. See, there's Florida, the alligators. When they got here, Columbus, the gators in Florida. All right, Savage Glizzy, have a great one. We about to close out anyway. I just wanted to show a little of this Columbus stuff so that people could understand that they got the historical records of who these people are, all right, who they were, all right, and not the natives that they'll show now. It was good to have you, Glizzy. You can come back. We live every Monday and Friday. Every Monday and Friday we live about 9:30. They're not gonna give you the notification. You'll have to try to just see us because we live. They'll block us. We shadow ban like crazy, Glizzy, because we be exposed in darkness. Yep, the gator bait. That's why that gator is there. That gator is there because when Florida, when they got here, Columbus and them, they had to be taught by these indigenous how to navigate the waters, how to navigate the land, everything. Right? So again, this is what this Columbus described and what they saw. So look at this source. French. I can't say that in French. The English making the African partners of the Treaty of Peace and the Allied Powers in 1814 upon the abolition of the slave trade. And look at the red coats, right? I did this before. They got the headdress. I'm only doing this because of we was doing the Columbus stuff. Now look at this. That's what Columbus was describing. Look at their muscles. Look at the size. That's what in Columbus' diary he described their physique, their calf muscles, and they were stocky and just strong and built like they would, it's just their genetics. It looked like they got bananas all over them, right? And they're doing their war dance, right? That's a chieftain, right? They got all these skulls all around, feathered headdress. The Incas, the original Incas. Look, same feather skirt, same headdress. See? I think that's in German. And look, it says America. These were Columbus saw when he got here. This goes on for days. All right, now I'll get into other stuff. All right. There's another one. All right, we did this before, so I ain't got to go. The Del Fuego of South America. Look, they got a headdress again. Fleeing from the Europeans, Columbus and them come in, look, with the cannon. The Terra del Fuego, the ruler of the natives of the Hornos Island, along with the Dutch William Cornelius Schouten and Jacob Leemayer, is surprised by the firing of a cannon in 1807, engraved and colored. They colored it. So the natives are running and fleeing because they never seen guns and cannon. They weren't killers. American Indian statue in San Diego in the Fort Museum at Acapulco, Mexico. Look, same headdress, same skirt, same big calf muscles, stocky. It's the same thing Columbus described. American Indian indigenous statue in San Diego Fort Museum in Acapulco, Mexico. See? History. All right? Look, same headdress, same skirt. All right, we can go on. We did this before. This goes on and on and on for days. Right? Another ad for cigarettes, Blackson's Best Virginia, right? For cigarettes, for smoking. And look what they got. The Indians on the side, headdress, same headdress, smoking a pipe. It's a cigarette ad in, I guess, the 1400s or something. Bryce's Best Virginia. And look at the headdress. Look at the curly hair. Right? Cigarette ads. It's history. It's history. Look, Barrett's Old Tobacco. Two black boys against Somerset House in something Strand, London. Right? Look at the headdress. Old Tobacco. Another English ad. Smoking. Look at the skirt. So again, you know, the trolls are coming talking about we want to be this and we were kings. Bro, it's in history. You don't know your history. All right? It's all in museums, it's everywhere, all over the world. But again, they don't teach us history. So when we breaking down what Columbus saw when he was describing, as strong as these people are, he said they didn't steal, they didn't kill, they were joyous people, they would give you the clothes off their back, they helped them. He said they loved their neighbors, they loved their self. He was speaking biblical stuff. And he said they will make great slaves. We're going to take their kindness and destroy them. And everybody, they basically wiped them out for the most part. They got replaced by the what's the names? What they call the natives, the Mongoloid ones that came over through Siberia Strait and stuff, right? Because they received them when they came over. These are the indigenous. When what you would call these natives now, when they came over, they taught them just like they received Columbus when he came. And so they blended. But when Columbus and them did their massacre, they extinguished them and left the other natives, right? Like a class hierarchy system. So some of these started to blend with the natives, right? So that's where you get some of this from. All right, hold on. Stop share screen, and I'm gonna find a closeout. I had something I was gonna teach, but I'm gonna save it for Friday now, because that'll tire me out. It's already 2:00 in the morning, right? So that's where you get some of this. Watch this. These. See these? That's later, after they wiped out the indigenous for the most part, and then some of the indigenous start to blend with the Mongoloid. And that's why people say, well, the Indians, the natives, they received the black slaves and try to act like no. When Columbus got off the ship, he ain't see no Mongoloids. He ain't described no Mongoloids. They said they were blacks and all that. And they got pictures. So that's with these. The Seminoles. See? Look at her in the middle. The original. That's where you get these images from. Later. See? That's after. Later. These were the tribes. This is where you get your 5 tribes, the Seminole, the Blackfoot, and all that, right? The Cherokee and stuff, right? That's when the Europe had already wiped out the indigenous for the most part with their blankets and smallpox and diseases and unaliving, enslaved them and stuff like that. And then they started to make classes of, it's a whole mixture. We'll do that another time. All right. So anyway, I know I did that before, but it ties in. You have history trying to repeat itself. Yeah, it is. Good word. Who cares? Because it always repeats itself, right? It rhymes if it don't totally repeat. So I did that because we was here with the Columbus stuff. So you see the image. So when they describing what Columbus saw when he got here, right?
bigger fake than Christopher Columbus, who welched on his debts and who enslaved the very people who had befriended him, fed his crew, cleaned his ships, showed them how to make hammocks so they could swing in the breeze other than lay on these filthy floors. That it was Christopher Columbus, after the wholesale destruction of the Indians, who suggested the enslavement of the Africans. So he went to Father Bartholomew de las Casas, who went to Rome and made it official.
If you see the...
So what he was talking about was a little later, because that's the elder. He didn't understand the first indigenous between the actual Mongoloid natives later. All right, so that's enough of that. I was going to let's close with her.
Excuse me.
And then you could do the questions. Go ahead, Hakim.
Of an expedition. So it was.
Go ahead.
This one is from Cindy. She says, this was regarding when we were talking the other night about is weed a sin? She says, what about prescription?
I didn't hear the last thing you said. You said last. This
is
a
when we were talking about last time when someone asks if weed is a sin.
If weed is a sin. Okay.
Yeah, so this is pertaining to that. She says, what about prescriptions? Isn't that pharmakeia?
Yeah, well, let me explain. I said the weed, marijuana is not a sin. It's an herb, right? And the herb shall be to us for healing. So if a person is taking an herb to heal an ailment, then that's righteous. But none of the herbs were called to be smoked. The smoking is a whole nother, that's a portal. That's changing the elements of the healing properties, and it's intoxicating, right? So the smoking is what's the sin and transgression. The natural ailments of the herb, whether you get it from a pharmacist or something, now the pharmakeia is the actual smoking of the herb. That's pharmakeia because you're changing the properties. So if you get a doctor or a pharmacist who actually prescribes some type of THC herb thing to you to heal some type of cataract or something, and they didn't put nothing in it, so you got to watch, then that's not pharmakeia, all right? That's actually, yes, that's medicinal purposes. If you're using, because the herbs of the field shall be to you for healing. That's the natural order. But the Most High didn't say we would smoke the herb of the field to get high and transcend. That's you're opening portals. That's that's sorcery. Now that's pharmakeia once you smoke it. Or if you mix it with something and make it into something else and use it to alter your consciousness, alter, your realm of reality. It's just it's really opening portals. That's what you're doing. And you mess around, can't close. Things come through doors. The Most High wants to keep these doors closed. So so if you need the herb of the field for some type of medicinal property, and you got a pharmacist, a doctor, or they did some studies to take the THC or whatever and use it, then you can use the things to heal, right? We use doctors and stuff, right? We do, right? When I needed my surgery, I couldn't do it myself, right? And now the Most High had me wait to make sure I found the right doctor to do my surgery because it was 2020 when they was unaliving people in the hospital. But when it was that time, I found the right doctor and he went to work and did my surgery, right? So there'll become a time, right? We got to be in the world, but not of it. So we still got to be in the world. So if you got an ailment and you have a pharmacist or a doctor or whatever who understands to prescribe some type of THC, now you understand you got to be careful, make sure you read what's in it, what's in the fine print, and make sure you don't become addicted. Like, you got to, again, take control over it and just get it to heal the thing because it can become addictive. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, praise the Most High. All right. Was it another one for tonight that has something to do with tonight, Hakim?
There's one last one.
Go ahead.
It's from Tanaya. He says, Can one take a life in righteousness if and when someone is trying to take your life?
Yes, that's what I said. Murder, let me say, when the Bible says thou shalt not kill, it's speaking general. First of all, it did not say humans. So we ain't supposed to kill nothing, right? A lot of people go out there and they kill all type of insects and doing. Now, if something is illegal in my house, I have to repent, right? So if I have a bug in my house and I don't know what it is and it can destroy, I'm like, I repent. You showing you ain't supposed to be in here. I'll kill it and I'll remove it, but I repent for killing it. I'm not going to take a life because that's a life without repenting. Now, I don't want it to be in, I wouldn't kill it. That's talking about people become killers, murderers, where they'll kill just for whatever. We, in defense, you will take a life if you have to. It don't mean you want to or you're trying to. It's in defense of the innocence of the righteousness. If you lose your life, that wasn't my intent. My intent wasn't to unalive you, because my intent is for you to be righteous, for you to be my brother or sister, for us to be fighting darkness together. That's my intent. But you choose to be a devil. You choose to be wicked and evil and try to harm me and mine. And in the defense of me and mine, if you lose your life, then so be it. You see, but that wasn't my intent. I didn't set out to unalive you. That's when it says, thou shalt not kill. These people, killers, set out to kill. Do you get it? They set out to kill. Real killers. Real killers be out there. They'll kill anything that move, right? I know some killers. I knew some killers. I know people who kill people, and I know people who would kill you. Yeah, I did in my past life in New York. Praise the Most High, left all that, right? And they've killed people and went to jail for 10, 20 years, came home. These people, I know killers, bro. These killers have got a different spirit. A killer, for those, if you ever been around a real killer, it's an energy that comes off them. You understand? That's why I don't tell nobody to go to jail. It's a lot of killers in jail. You don't want to be in that place. Jail is hell on earth. It's another portal. You understand? So you don't want to put yourself in that level of unrighteousness, but you can exist. The righteous can exist even in that hell. So when I was given my 25 to life, I was going to be righteous in those places. I was righteous in the places up until the Most High gave me a second chance in my life and freed me. You understand? So the in the midst of that darkness, Tamaya, in prison, I wasn't guaranteed I wouldn't have had to take a person's life, but it wouldn't have been my intent. My intent is to bring righteousness to you. My intent is for me to get along with you. But my intent is to plant a seed of righteousness in you. But if you try to take mines, then I got to defend it by any, shout out to Sister Kelly Perry, and shout out to Who Cares, by any means necessary. But that's never been my intent, so I'm not a killer. Thou shalt not kill. But if someone lose their life and while I'm defending, I didn't set out to kill. We shall not kill. We are not called to be killers or murderers. No, I'm righteous. I'm a healer. I'm a healer. I'm a servant. I come to serve and not be served. I come to bring healing. Shout out to Amaya. That's the difference. So no, the righteous, yes, if a life is taken, we will be repentant of it, right? It doesn't feel good, but the Most High knows our heart. We didn't set out to unalive because we're not killers. I'm not a killer. And I'm thankful that Most High didn't allow me to take someone's life. I got close to it in my sin in the world, but praise the Most High. I'm I thank him randomly here and there through my life, guys. Like, thank you for never letting me take nobody's life. Even though I wasn't trying to kill, like even when I tried to shoot people, because I tried to shoot people. I was outside. I was rough out there. I stabbed people. I did it all. But when I tried to shoot them, I wasn't trying to kill them. You see the difference? So let me see, how many people did I try to shoot? it wasn't that much. 1, 2, 3, probably like, oh, dang, I be forgetting the shootouts. Oh, man, I forgot. I done had so many shootouts. I'm thinking the personal ones. I forgot the shootouts when they was coming to shoot me. All right, so let's forget that. It's been quite a few shootouts I had, right? But when I tried to shoot people, it was in the self-defense. Let me explain. I never just tried to shoot people to kill them. That's a killer. I was defending. They was coming for mine, or it was something. So when I try now the thing I'm trying to point out, when I actually, and I did time for all the crimes committed, so this stuff can't come back. And so when I actually tried to physically shoot people, some I was chasing, we going down. I wasn't trying to like shoot them in the head to kill them. I was stupid. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just trying to shoot them. Now, could the bullet have hit him in the head? Yeah. Thank the Most High that didn't happen to me. Because imagine one of the times I was trying to shoot somebody, we having a shootout, I'm chasing or whatever, and the bullet shot them in the head and they died. Then I would have been in prison for murder, right? However that worked. Usually if it's a black person, which all mines was, they wouldn't give you that much time because black lives don't matter. Black lives don't matter in the court justice system. Right now they give you time because now they realize that we can give. Okay, let me explain. When I grew up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, they didn't give you time for killing a black. You got you get 5 years, 7 years, you be back home. Now you kill a white person, you done for, right? But they would give you 5 years. You kill a black person. Now they give you a lot of time because they realizing they can take 2 lives. So the devil got smarter. They got wiser. They realized, okay, if we give them 30 years for killing a black, we get the black, he killed the black, plus we take him off the street. But then another one, they'll let the most dangerous back out. It's crazy the way they work. It depends on where it's at. So to kill some more, right? It's crazy work. So anyway, in my world of sin and transgression, I never was a killer. You see, I never tried to intentionally kill someone. And praise the Most High. A lot of my prayers to him is that he didn't allow me to take someone's life. Because if I did, I would, let's say, guys, if my life, I'm still Unk now, and the Most High still reached me, and I'm still serving him, but I've killed a soul. I hear that you get haunted by those souls, right? I know people who've killed people. And I hear that you get haunted by the spirit of those. You got some sleep, you got troubles in your sleep a lot of times from the life that you taken. Now, some, they're so confederate in devilish sin that they keep killing that they just become monsters. And even though they haunted, they look haunted, they haunt others. It's just crazy. Yeah, the blood cries out from the ground. So I'm thankful to the Most High that he never allowed me to take someone's life. So that spirit ain't over me. See, it's like I'm free from that transgression. I've never taken a person's life. So whatever spirit that is, portal that was open, is not over me. And I'm just thankful. I really thank him. Because there's been many times that I got close. And what if a bullet, it could ricochet. I could shoot somebody thinking I'm shooting them in the arm or whatever I'm trying to shoot. And it go in the neck or it go into the arm and travel into and take to the heart, right? And next thing you know, yeah, it's a tormenting. So praise the Most High for not being killers. Thou shalt not kill. And everybody, that don't mean just humans. You ain't supposed to kill nothing. Nothing. None of y'all's children. Now, when you involuntarily step on a small little ant or something you don't know, you didn't kill. You get it? It's not voluntary. You didn't set out to kill the ant. Now, some people, as we did when we was little, where we set out to kill ants, right? And we get a magnifying glass like this, and we go outside and we burn the ants and dirt, right? That's transgressing. It's teaching the children to kill. If we would raise our children, understand you don't kill nothing. People used to kill animals. They used to take cats and wring them by the tail and smash them against the tree. People crazy. That's why a lot of the serial killers start out torturing animals and stuff, right? They start out and then they progress. Thou shalt not kill. We're not called to be killers. We're not called to be killers. That's of the devil. That's Hasatan, to kill. But we will defend. And if a life is taken, we're repentant and we keep it moving. But we did not set out to kill. Leave me alone. Leave me and mine. Let us be. And go on about your business. But then we also called to be wise, that we avoid situations. Our righteousness covered us. That's the discernment, you see, that we avoid situations. The wise, the prudent. That's why we have to teach. And that's why the children, they are out there and they have no covering. You see? So they just out there entertaining all these spirits. I don't entertain these devils. I had to learn and grow. So I remove myself. I ain't in these spaces. I don't want to be like all that crap going on in New York, right? For the NBA finals and all that. You know, they beat a boy into a coma, right? It's just a mob mentality. And it ain't just black, white, black, Hispanic, right? So you remove yourself from the situations when you're righteous. You understand that's not my space, because anything can go on. I'm on, you starting some mess. No, we're not called to eat flesh and blood. That's transgression, is sin. But it's a place of spiritual graduation. So Amanyah, the simplest way to put it, in the Bible, in Barashayah in Genesis, from day 1 to day 7, that's what the Most High created us for. He gave us Radayah dominion over the plant, the earth, the animals. All the fruits of the trees shall be to you for meat, and the herbs of the field shall be to you for healing. So we are to eat from the ground which we come. We were to cover the animals, his children, not kill them. Cain was the first to kill an animal and eat flesh and blood. Cain, the fallen, children of Hasatan. Now the Most High made compromising laws for our sin and transgression to stop us from descending further, because we would have became cannibals and start eating one another, just like the fallen angels did, the Nephilim did, right? They started to descend till they started eating the humans, then they started eating one another. They just started, right? So the Most High put laws for our sin and transgression to stop us from descending lower, the remnant who will come back. Day 6, it was very good. We had to come back into his presence, Ayadon, Eden. Day 1 to day 7. On day 7th, he rested for all the work that he did. Day 6, everything was very good. That's the first estate. That's what the Most High created us for. Mankind our temple was not even designed to consume flesh and blood. So that's why the body, that's why you get diseases and disorders and sickness and all of it, right? That's why you age. That's why people age so well. That's why I look so young and healthy at this age, because I stopped eating that 40 years ago. You understand? And then I backslid once about 15 years ago. I wish I didn't. And it messed me up because my body was just a crazy iron board. But I look incredible. So, and that's why the clarity, that's why you see so much clarity of mind that I have. And my memory. I'll be telling y'all stories from 55 years ago in detail. It's crazy, like the Rolodex. It's because the clarity, my body doesn't have to rebuke all this toxins and stuff. Yeah, they eating humans. Yeah, and that's why they feeding people humans too. And the Most High is calling us to come back, because it's going to be a time that the people who doesn't detox from the flesh and blood, when the flesh and blood stop being available, they're going to run savage. That's what's going to happen in the streets. People are going to be desiring their flesh and blood, but build snakes in them. They unaliven all the cows and animals because they don't want them drinking the water. So they got them for their data centers. So they're making fake meat and they're using humans in the meat. Yo, it's crazy work. Okay. So, I eat everything, Gabriel. Like, everything, because everything that you eat with meat, you can make with chickpeas, with cauliflower, with all the vegetables. So everything. So I can eat a burger and fries. Now the fries are potatoes that come from the ground. My burger is not made with flesh and blood. It's made with vegetables, right? And then they make some that actually taste just like a real burger, right? So you got different things. So everything. So my roommate, she'll make a lasagna, right? I'm gonna show y'all one day. Y'all see this lasagna, boy, and ain't not one bit of flesh and blood. The cheese ain't made from no cow, ain't none of it. It's all from, the noodle come from the earth, right? That's wheat and everything, and it's straight lasagna. I mean, everything that you can make, right? They got so many vegan channels. All you got to do is go to YouTube, go to the vegan YouTube and watch. Baked fried chicken, barbecue chicken, everything, tuna fish sandwiches. I don't know, whatever it is you want to make. The Most High created it from the earth and it tastes just like it. And nowadays they done got so good with it, it's really no excuse, right? But most people are so conditioned. You're a savage, you're a slave, you quest flesh and blood, so you desire it, right? If you think of a savage with blood dripping from his teeth coming to eat, it's like you desire. I don't desire that. I'm free from it. I'm detoxed. Okay. So when this full collapse happened, my body is already prepared. I don't eat my brothers and sisters. I'm back in the Most High's presence, the original state when he created us. Before Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve brought that sin in, the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. And then Cain, the sin of the serpent, was the first to eat an animal, to kill the animal and eat them. We weren't called to kill our brothers and sisters and eat them. All right. Yeah. So, and now they made up this vegan name. That's a made up terminology. I don't even know what that means. The Most High, there was no such thing as a vegan in the Garden of Eden. All right. So, but praise the Most High. So, when you look this stuff up, now, once you come back to the diet that the Most High created us, your temple will heal. Your clarity, your mental diseases or disorders, the first thing will happen is you'll start to detox. You're going to start to lose weight. It's like a remaking of your temple. Then when it remade, it's like the clarity comes back. Your vitality comes back. A lot of people are suffering. The reason why they're suffering so many aches and pains and disorders is because they've been eating, they call it the animal's revenge. They got a whole name for that. It's called animal's revenge. That you kill and eat them, and over time, every morsel you eat of that takes a bit of your lifespan off of you. No, I don't eat any, Gabriel, I don't eat nothing that was alive. And Gabriel, the Bible says the fish don't come from the earth. The fruits of the trees, the herbs of the fields, I only eat from the earth. I don't eat things that talk and have babies and, right? Nothing that has the breath of life, okay? I eat with the diet that the Most High created us for, all right? The herbs, the fruits, the vegetables, the grains, the beans, the nuts, the legumes. And look how I'm 6'1", 220, diesel. I would be a lot more if I can go to the gym more, much more cut, right? Gorillas don't eat flesh and blood. Look how big they are, because they'll trick you. Another one talking about where you get your protein from, the same place the gorillas and the cows get theirs from. The cows are bigger and stronger than me and you. Okay, a horse is bigger and stronger than me and you. And you talking about where I get my protein from? The same place the horse get his protein from. Right, strong as a horse. You ever heard that saying? Okay, it's crazy. People getting secondhand protein from eating the flesh of the animal who ate the grains and the vegetables to get strong. All right? Yeah, giraffes, all the biggest animals. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right. So Joey said he's a human idiot. Joey, you're not an idiot. Don't call yourself that. You're not an idiot, Joey. I rebuke that. You're not an idiot. You're a child of the Most High. All right? Don't let nobody call you. Don't call yourself an idiot. You can learn and discern just like everyone else. All right? Welcome to the house of the Most High, Joey. All right. So anyway, yeah. So that's why I said, Joey, you're not an idiot. Stop it. Joey, I know when you was in school, I know you might have had a learning disorder, because a lot of people do, right? Because, they put stuff in the food, right? They didn't give you the proper education. So, I don't know if you was in special ed classes or nothing, but you're not an idiot. You can overcome that, Joey. You just got to overcome with righteousness. You just got to, you got to heal yourself, Joey. All right? You're not an idiot. Don't let nobody tell you that. All right? All right. Welcome to the house of the Most High, Joey. We love you with the love of the Most High. All right? All right? Welcome here. You're not an idiot. You're a child of the Most High in spirit and in truth. And there are things that you are called to accomplish in this earth. You have a purpose. All right? Nobody might have never told you that. But there's a thing that you are to do in the earth, and others can benefit off your intelligence and your excellence. All right? All right. So if you've never heard it before, this ministry, the House of the Most High, is telling you, as we respect and love you with kindness and respect. All right? There is people in the world who can benefit for what you have to offer, Joey. You don't have to be a troll. You don't have to be, a devil. I don't know what it is you're serving, but there is a greater thing in you, and you just need others to pour into you so it could come out. Sometimes people just need acknowledgement. We see you, Joey. We see you. All right? We see you. The children of the Most High, we see you. Welcome to the house of the Most High. Thank you for having a little level of respect. You didn't cuss or nothing. All right, let's close out. We've been going long. It's already 2:30. We'll come back to that. Still 71 on the live. It's all right. It's Monday. We ain't going to go that long. I need to close. I already did 5 hours. All right? Yeah, love you, Joey. Joey, my little brother name is Joey. I just have a little brother named Joey. All right? All right. So, they keep kicking Hakiyama out. It's okay. I know you don't need us to see you, but we still see you. All right? I know that's the tough talk. I don't need nobody to see me. I understand, Joey. I was outside. I'm an elder. You know what I mean? I was the one that would pat you on the back and say, I see you, Joey. Good job, Joey, out there. Good job. All right? I see you. All right? We see the sin you into. I see your cry out. You're just crying out for a hug. I ain't gonna embarrass you, you know what I mean? But the ministry, they'll give you a hug as you coming on there, right? They give you love and a hug. You're like, I don't need nobody to see me. I don't need nobody. Got it by myself. I don't need nobody. We got you, Joey. We got you. I know YouTube ain't nice and ain't fair, and you go, But everybody, all right, peace and blessings, everybody. Let's close out. I have some deep stuff to teach. I ain't about to do that. We about to close out right here. Akiyama, did you have something before, as we close out?
I have 2 more.
You got that right, Joy. I am not black. That is so-called. That's why I said so-called black people. I don't know what you are. Maybe you so-called whatever. All right? You're right. I'm not blacker than black. Go ahead, Akiyama. What you say?
I have 2 more. This is from Amaya. The first one says, my question is, what is those rise in justification of polygamy when it started in an evil way?
What? Say that again. Say it one more time. What is?
My question is, what is the rise in justification of polygamy when it started in an evil way?
Let me explain. Just because something started, this world, second world, was started in an evil way. You know how it was started? Adam and Eve transgressed the Most High, and they started a second world of sin and iniquity. So the devices of the things that's going to happen in the second world, they're going to be things that we're going to use. Remember, none of that was in the Most High's will. Who asked this question, Hakiyama? Amanya. There was none of that was in the Most High's will. Remember, day 1 to day 7, there was no sin, transgression, lying, cheating, stealing, murder, eating animals, flesh and blood, no killing. It was all righteous. So there would have been no need for the daughters to have a covering to protect them from bands of men that will send them into slavery and grape them and all this stuff. So these things, daughter of Yah and Yah, that came about, the Most High makes compromising laws for the dark things that's been released into the world that we brought on with our free will. See, Adam and Eve transgressed, same thing like me. With my free will, I can choose not to serve the Most High. I can choose not to receive Joey and just try to reject them and disrespect them, but I choose to receive, right? Like all of y'all. So because of man's free will, portals keep being open. Things that none of this the Most High wanted for us. These are things that we brought on ourselves. We brought into existence. Like the Watchers who slept with the daughters of men, created a new being and species, right? More portals, right? So because the reason why the polygyny was needed back then is because the women were uncovered. And because the banding rows of psychopaths and devils that was marauding around, the women were uncovered. So the Most High made polygyny that a woman can come into a family's name. You see, it didn't denote sex. It didn't have to be conjugal. Nowadays, these folios in religion are using it to do conjugal. They just doing it because they want to smash girls. You see what I mean? That's sin. The polygyny will come back again because the same thing back 2,000-3,000 years ago, as dark as it was, the Bible says it'll be worse coming in this end. So the women are going to be 7 women going to be cleaving to 1 man later. Now, I ain't talking about these religious fools who marrying people to try to I got wives and smashing and taking people money. That's sin. That's man's sin. But the polygyny, the Most High ordained it and allowed it. How you think the children of Israel got born through polygyny? You understand? Abraham had wives. Jacob had wives. They all had wives. You see what I mean? So it was because at a time things are needed. Depending on the context of the spirit of the land at that time, there's different things that would be needed. Then it got a time where it wasn't needed because everybody was really dark. Nobody could cover multiple women. So these people doing it today, they just manipulating, right? It's probably some righteous people in the Most High who are covering multiple women, but they're not out trying to promote it, right? They're not doing it for sex. They probably got, right? And they probably functioning and doing it, but it will be coming back. Yeah, it will, because when it gets really crazy, the daughters that are out there are going to be uncovered. And they're going to need, because they're going to be roving bands of people roving around looking for meat and food and flesh and blood and looking who to devour in the streets. Yeah, it's biblical. So they're going to be, you understand? So again, another thing of polygyny, but between not being a marriage is the men are supposed to cover the women, right? So like I said before, the righteous, the women in the ministry who are not married, they're covered under my covering, under this ministry and me and the elders and stuff, right? So I'm covering them spiritually. That's why they have head coverings. The daughters have head coverings to cover them in the spirit realm for the fallen and stuff. And then they need men covering the energy. Man, the Most High created man to cover the women and the children. So the women in the ministry that are not married, they're covered under my anointing. So there's a lot of responsibility. So I have people who write me that, some people are right. I know you're my covering. So this, because they understand I'm covering them in spirit. The head wrap is covering them. Their righteousness is their election that's covering. The Most High never leave his children uncovered. All right? All right. Praise the Most High. Yeah, he never leaves us. He never leaves us. We always have to be covered. And that's why a lot of the youth are not covered, the young men and stuff, right? The serpents, he wants us to not cover nobody, and everybody's out on their own with no covering. Ain't that the description of the world today? All these children raised with no covering, they out there doing anything, you see? And it's getting worse. Praise the Most High. So that's how, even though however you said it, polygyny started out, this whole world started out dark. Meaning, so these things come to pass because they're needed at the time of what's happening in the world. And it's going to come later. Y'all mark my words. The Bible said it too. That's prophecy. Later, 7 will cleave to 1 man. People think that's not literal. Yeah, it is. You'll see. Be more than that. 15 uncovered women going to be looking for covering, spiritual covering. Praise the Most High. All right. That was it, Hakema?
There was others. This next one is from the same person, Amaya. They say, can you please talk about the rise of sexual immorality and how evil it is?
Sexual immorality will get worse. The sexual immorality, the highest peak of sexual immorality is the transgression of the anal cavity in the man. That forbidden exit, that's an exit, not an entrance. When it breaks, that's a portal that's open, and it's Hasatan. It's got something to do with the garden too, right? Between Adam and Eve. But we won't go there. So that's the highest level of sexual immorality. Let me explain the highest dark level is the male child, but a baby. It's to destroy that portal in a male baby. I'm not disrespecting the female, but this is what the serpents know it. That's what they're after. They're after the male, not the woman. You understand? The seed comes through the male. Do you understand? How Satan wanted to get Adam, but he used Eve because that was the gate to get to Adam. He used Hayavah, Eve. So they're after the male. That's the highest of the sexual immorality. That's the highest portal break is to violate that cavity in a male child. That's Baphomet. For all worship, Moloch, all of that. Slaughter of the innocents. And then from there, it goes up. Right after that would be to do that same act in the daughter, in a woman, in a little baby girl, and then it just goes up. So that's the ultimate sexual immorality, is that cavity. And that's why they Antoine said, y'all still at it? I know we be going, I'm trying to close out. You should see us on Friday. We be going like 7 hours on Friday. But that, guys, is, and the serpents know that. That's why they after. Now, once you go through levels of it, right? You go through levels. The first base level of sexual immorality is what you call it? Non-marital sex. See? Between adults. That's the first transgression of sexual immorality, is adults having non-marital sex, right? Then you go to children, not adults, right? Teenagers having non-marital sex. And that's rampant, right? A lot of us opened that portal. I did. I think my first sexual act, how old was I? I was either 10, the real one, or 12. I don't remember. I forgot now. Either 10 or 12, the real one. Now, before that, we was rubbing zippers and trying to humping, all this stupid spiritual stuff. Where your parents at? See, that's sexual immorality. That's the portal. You see what I mean? To destroy the purity of the children, to open generational portals in their life. You understand? So once I did that act, I think I was either 10 or 12, then that was it. No turning back. And then the act of the ejaculating act, I think I was younger than that. No, yeah, it was right around that time. And I remember I was little, and somebody gave me a condom, stupid. Somebody, the elders and little boys. I took the little condom home. I told the story on my 25 Life channel. And, trying to see what it was, I put it on, and then something felt funny. It's like, it was like, what is that? What? I don't know what I'm feeling. And all of a sudden, I wish I would have never opened that portal. All of a sudden, that's what happened to me. Somebody gave, little kids, we get a condom. I got a condom. I took it home, right? This was in like the 70s. Yeah, this the 70s, right? And I took it home. And we live only on Monday and Friday, Gabriel. And our Tuesday Bible study is tomorrow. So if you ever wanted to be with us another day of the week, Gabriel, just email me for the link to the Tuesday Zoom Bible study. And that's where that's where the real fruit is. So anyway, so that's the portal, right? And they want us to open that portal, sexual portal, the younger the better, that they can get us to violate that. So a lot of us as teenagers, we had sex. And that's a generational portal that's open, and you take on spirits, right? So you take on the spirit of everyone that person slept with, and all that. You just open up a hell. Now this generation, they making them mess with that cavity. They making women mess with women, men mess with men. Now that cavity is the worst. But when you transgress, if a woman is messing with a woman, right? That is what outside of what the Most High created us for, right? So let's say if a woman messes with a woman where they got all these kids doing, like it's cool now, but they don't mess with that anal cavity, it's still an abomination because the Most High didn't create us for this act. Hasatan, that's his act, right? So that's the, he said it was with an older girl who initiated. Yep, mine was older too. But yeah. But an older girl initiated something with me when I was young. So that was a little abuse. But it was a woman. Praise the Most High, it wasn't a man doing nothing to me as a child. That would have been horrible, bro. Yeah, my condolences out to any of the men who got violated by men when you were a child. So my violation was a woman. And it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. But anyway, so a lot of the sexual, that's how times when there's greatest things to get us with the violation of sexual immorality or impurity or transgressing. So now she said the immorality, the immoral acts. Now they got, they got the children learning that a man could be with a man and a woman could be with a woman. It's like they're growing them in this now. It's like they're breeding them to not be the Most High's children. They're like breeding them into Baphomet from birth. That's why y'all get them out of these schools and stuff, bro. Save your children, bro. Get your children, because they're all right. That it's grown folkish now. Yeah. Yeah, such a perversion these days, even in the Hebraic. Oh, come on. I got something coming. I might do it next Monday, because I got some perversion coming about the Hebraic community and stuff. And I've just been doing these current topics for now. But yeah, that's good you homeschool. So yeah, that's like one of the first gates they try to get us with, is sexual. And that's why, guys, remember, we are not even supposed to be going to school with the opposite sex. The way that the Most High created us, the boy and the girl are supposed to be separated and then you're supposed to be reared into the way of courting a woman. So we both supposed to be virgins. So all this what they call it, co-ed schooling and stuff, that's why we get into the mess. I had my first girlfriend in kindergarten. What am I doing as a little baby boy talking about a girlfriend? See? So that's sexual immorality. That's already introducing a spirit that never should be on the children. Now, now these kids so advanced, right? That it's just like these little kids at 3 years old be looking, talking about, because of the social media and the advancement, but that's the advancement of sexual immorality, impurity. It's transgression. So it's taking the innocence away. You understand? So it's hard to cover the babies. I remember me and my ex, she did not want to listen. I'm like, yo, my my daughter ain't supposed to be playing with no freaking boy, bro. I'm getting mad now. I'm like, because you can't tell him nothing. But guess what? Her and my niece, he's cute. Talking about, so my daughter was like 5 or something, and the little boy is like 6. And they over there talking, y'all know there's women, that's some sick stuff. That's some SA stuff. I'm sorry, y'all women, y'all need to check yourself with that crap. All right, because if we as a bunch of men talked about a 4-year-old little girl talking about she's cute, ooh, look at her, she's cute. Women, y'all think y'all get away with that devil stuff. They ain't nothing but Eve. Y'all repent for that crap. All right, y'all introduce a lot of that essay onto the children with that crap. Y'all know I ain't lying. Sisters know what I'm talking about. You know they gather together. Ooh, he cute. Talking about a 5-year-old little boy. Ooh, he'll be my husband when he grow up. That devil's a lie. That's pederasty, or what they call it. That's what they call that stuff. The PDF. That's PDF stuff. But they normalized it. If a man did that, they would call the cops on you. So, you know, here they were talking about, oh yeah, it's bad. I know, especially Hispanics. Oh my goodness, Hispanics got it. It's something in the culture. They got it really bad. All right. So oh, sorry, I had a lot of it. All right. So anyway, you ain't off topic. So the what else? Oh, the children. So a new couple moved across the street, and they had a little boy, right? So it was a mixed couple. So the little boy is a little exotic, a cute little boy. So my baby mama and my niece and them, they over here talking about he's so cute and want to let my daughter go play with this boy because they think he cute. That ain't cute. It's not cute. You ain't playing with no boy. Only boy you gonna play with is your brother. And y'all gotta watch that in your household. Watch the babies. Watch brothers and sisters and all of it. I'm sorry. Watch these children. I don't care if you got to put a monitor in all their rooms. You understand? Or connect to your phone or something. Be careful. Watch the children. All right? Spirits come into children. So I'm telling them, so I told them don't do it. So one time I come home and they outside. And I look, and Shemaiah and the little boy playing, and they think I went off. I went out, shout out to Antoine. Thank you for the donation, Antoine. I humbly receive. I went off, Antoine. I'm like, Shemaiah, come over here. And they like, oh, I'm like, yo, I went off. Facts. I'm not playing. I went off, bro. I'm not no punk man. I ain't scared of no women and nothing like crap. You understand? That's why I had to let them go. Right? If you're not going to be righteous, you're not going to understand. I'm respectful, I'm kind, I'm compassionate, I'm understanding and all that. But I got laws. I follow the most high rules and laws, and it ain't to be broken. I'm trying to protect my daughter. She ain't supposed to be playing with no boy. This is how these spirits get introduced. You playing with a little boy. Why am I playing? I was playing with a little girl, and now I got a little girlfriend at 5 years old. That's introducing a spirit. I'm supposed to have an innocence over me. That's how Hasatan get these babies, bro. Sexual immorality. And everybody normalized. They think it's okay. So I'm like, they look at me like, oh, you are old. That's my ex said, you too lawful. What do you mean too lawful? The devil's a lie. Oh, I'm doing the most high will too much? See? That's that lukewarm crap. And guess what now? I don't even know what my daughter doing. Got her in the B school system and all that. You understand? Praise the Most High for my anointing. Maybe she covered by just my anointing for now until she become 20. But, don't even, I'm too, see, they took the covering off. No boys are supposed to be playing with no girls, and no girls supposed to be playing with no boys. They ain't supposed to be in school together, none of it. Separate, they're supposed to be always separated, so you don't introduce crossing the spirits. Now they got because you got the kids all in school, and now they teaching them all this Baphomet stuff. But anyway, all right, let me close it. Sorry, guys, that one got me. Once you start messing with the babies, you get me upset. You know what I mean? That's how Satan's greatest trick is to contaminate the children. You know what I mean? Destroy your purity early. Introduce spirits early into you. Praise the Most High. Yeah, you all come on. I know y'all, they dressing the babies in all type of leggings and mini skirts. Mini skirts. The girl's 6 years old walking around. And you know these PDFs, they be looking at all that. PDFs be drooling off all that. Then they put them on Facebook. Then they put them on the line, on the internet. It's world, bro. It's giving over. Shout out to the righteous remnant. Shout out to the righteous. All right. Yeah, they sure dress a 15-year-old girl like a grown woman. Uh-huh. Come on. Yep. I agree, Antoine. And the other nations do it too. Like, yeah, Hispanics, East Indians, and yep, I agree. And they think they think it shows status, like you said. And then the mom will be with the daughter and they be going shop. I'm like, bro, she's not grown. We shouldn't be seeing her legs in some mini skirt. They be putting boots on them and all that. Practically making them up. Don't even talk about the ones that be putting the makeup on the babies. Giving them over to the valley of Hinnom, bro. This is the sacrifice in the youth. Sacrificing the babies, bro. Thanks. But I'm a relic. I'm a dinosaur. Well, I'm a dinosaur of the Most High. You heard? The righteous. We don't bend and break. I ain't folded for, I don't care what the world is doing. You just I don't give a crap what the world is doing. I ain't in the times. I make the times. I start trends. I don't bend to the trend of Hasatan. They bend to and fro. Now they got these little stupid boys running around here with purses around their butt, pink purses and frilly things. You understand? They run around here, little girly men, because it's a trend. The devil's a lie. What happened to be a trendsetter? You understand? I don't the Hasatan, these spirits don't dictate what I do. I dictate. Follow the trend of the righteous. Yeah, it might be corny, but it's safe. It's corny until it ain't. Yeah, it's corny until all hell break loose. That part. Praise the Most High. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance on this study. Thank you, Tamayah, for your presence. I think Yasha was here too, if I remember. Yeah, Yasha was here for Yasha's presence. Thank you to the ministry for covering everybody. If anybody was new, I think we had a couple of new people, a lot of trolls. I think we had some new people. Thank you for the ministry for welcoming in with the love of the Father. And thank you to the moderators there in the ministry for welcoming everybody. Peace and blessings. All right, we fulfilled it. We showed a lot of new, never seen footage. Okay, Karmelo Anthony footage. What did they see? The basis of the understanding is don't fall for the devices of the puppet master. Thank you, Fariyah. They're trying to play us against each other. The remnant of the Most High's children of every nation, kindred, and tongue, don't fall for it. It's going to get worse. They're going to keep pumping it up. Imagine if they do one. Just use your imagination. Imagine this. I'm going to close out now. Imagine they manufacture it or something happened where a black man, adult, unalives a little white child. You know how I showed that Asian shot that 6-year-old black child and nobody cares? Right? He got a $10,000 bond. Imagine if they manufacture where a black grown adult man does something to a little white child. Woo! Can you imagine the spirits that'll be released over the masses? And then they go to trial and it's and all it, and this is what they gonna do, bro. I'm telling y'all. I'm giving a warning now. That's why you gotta understand not to be tossed to and fro with the media doctrine of men, because they doing it all to usher both sides. They want to do divide and conquer racial wars against us all so they can control us all. You see, they can enslave us all. So for the righteous remnant who finds us through these things, understand that the righteous are going to be righteous for righteous sake, and we're going to see one another. And the Most High is always going to have his elect to call out the devices of the serpent. He'll never leave us to the devices of the serpent. His righteous remnant is always going to see it. Facts. And until I go home to my Father, I'm going to see it. And I'm going to bring it out. You heard? Praise the Most High. Hopefully they let us do a little bit of the shadow ban. Hopefully maybe we got at least 1,000 or 2,000, 3,000. That would be nice for at least people to see. Go ahead, Akiyama.
Antoine asks, I am subscribed. Is a membership available?
I need to do that because people been asking. So Antoine, I'm going to get on that. I'm going to do a membership because it's a lot of people have already asked me, do a membership. So I'm going to do a membership. Then that just means I got more work to do extra. I wonder if they let you do more stuff that they don't want you to put out on YouTube on membership. Do they let me do crazier stuff, right? To get that, but I could use that on our Patreon. But yeah, I'll do a membership. But if you really want the exclusive stuff, it's over on our Patreon, Antoine. All right? Yeah, over on, and Haki, I'm gonna put the link to the ministry Patreon for Antoine. All right? It's over there. Yeah. All right. Peace. Oh, TikTok Sean's back. Peace and blessings, TikTok Sean. I'm glad you didn't get offended. We went at it a little bit last time. I'm glad you back. I'm glad you back, King. It said Revelation 6:4. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill. And good scripture, TikTok challenge. I agree. Good scripture, King. And that's good that you have tough skin, because sometimes we won't always agree on all things, right? But some people, TikTok, they get offended and then they go away, and it's like, bro, you got to be tougher than that. We ain't going to agree on all things, but we should understand that we both seek in righteousness of the Father. Whether we agree on all things, we agree that the Most High, we agree righteousness is what's needed. We agree to repent, for the kingdom of Yah is at hand, the Most High, right? So praise Most High. I'm glad to see you back. I'm glad to see you back. I hate to see my brothers and sisters leave because we disagree or bump heads on something, right? We're not going to always agree on everything. Sometimes we got to agree to disagree and get back to the work of the righteous. You heard? It's more important to me. That's why people, some people get offended, they leave. I'm like, bro, why would you leave? We could bump heads. Some of my greatest best friends is we fought when we first met back in the days when we was little. You know what I mean? They became my greatest friends. You feel me? So it's okay, guys, to bump heads. We're not going to always agree on all things, because the Most High can have us at different places because we need it for a different purpose, right? I could be in this place with this understanding. They could be over here. It doesn't mean I'm smarter or greater, or they smarter and greater. It could be the Most High's using them over there because people can reach, you get it? It can reach people over here, all right? Come on, that's a good word. He said, I may get angry at my brothers, but I love my father and my father Jacob too much to have wrath. I wanted to meet you, but never to touch you, never to touch you. All right, praise the Most High. Well, I'm glad and yeah, you can, it is what it is, man. We can agree to disagree. It is what it is. Sometimes you bump heads. That's just warriors, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm still here. I'm going to receive you in spirit and in truth and love of the Father, and we're going to keep it moving. You understand? And maybe y'all willing, we would meet each other or something one day. You understand? And it would be nothing but respect from me. You heard? Praise the Most High. All right. Yeah, we could agree to disagree. I'm not, nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. I always can learn from something. We can learn from something. Praise the Most High. So welcome back, TikTok stars. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad. Praise the Most High. All right. So praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. This has been Never Seen Karmelo Anthony footage. We thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. We went kind of long, still 81 of us on the live, about 3 o'clock in the morning on a Monday. So that's beautiful. That's an amazing feat. Thank you to the Father for allowing us to reach people around the world. That's a blessing. And we thank you. I thank the ministry for helping for being my brothers and sisters as we reach the brothers and sisters, the children of the Most High around the world with love, compassion, understanding of the Father. Peace and blessing. I had a dope breakdown, but I'll do it for Friday. I had something I was going to knock out the park, but praise the Most High. I guess this went the way it went the way the Most High wanted it to go. Peace and blessings. Y'all get y'all some sleep. Shalom, Gabriel. Shalom, Nayael. Shalom. Thank you for the moderator. Shalom. Everybody, peace and blessings from the house of the Most High to you all worldwide. Go forth and be the light. And shout out to United Kingdom. Shout out to Canada. Everybody, peace and blessings. We see you Friday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9:30 p.m. For everybody else who want to be in the Bible study tomorrow, Tuesday, you have to email me for the link for the Zoom. All right? Peace and blessings. And that starts about 9:30 as well on Tuesday. All right. Peace and blessings, everybody. Thank you again, Hakiyama. Shalom, everybody.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. Email me for the link.